Welcome to Sunday Stream. Hi everyone. Hold up. Let me see who's gonna join today. I hope everyone's having a wonderful and blessed Sunday. Happy Sunday. Oh, let me make sure to drink my water because I have a feeling I'm gonna be talking a lot today. All right, I'm gonna see who's gonna join the chat. I think I gotta sign into the chat. I don't know what's going on, y'all, with my YouTube. Not YouTube, with this thing on OBS system. So annoying. Okay, I might have to enter my password. Okay, I'm gonna troubleshoot. I'll see who is going to join today. Welcome to Sunday Stream. I hope everyone's having a great weekend wherever you are. We've had some really good weather over here. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. Let's do this. Let me focus. One thing at a time. Hold on, y'all. One thing at a time. Oh boy. Okay. Wait, where's my email? If you guys hear like noise in the back, like some humming sound, it's literally my fan. Cause it's really hot out here. It's not hot, but it's warm enough for me to turn the fan on. I don't feel like turning the air conditioner on, yo. It's not there. We're not there yet, but the fan will do. Hold on, y'all. I just gotta make sure I put my password properly. Yeah, how's everyone's Sunday going? 030. Okay, yeah, perfect. All right, so now let me just get this started so I can see your comments on the screen so I don't have to keep looking at my phone. Just bear with me 1 second. Why is it doing that? I opened it. Oh shit. Okay, excuse my language, y'all. My bad. I'm not supposed to. It's the good Lord Sunday. We supposed to be doing real good. Wait, why is it not showing? I have a problem with my phone, y'all. Why is it not opening? Hold on, let me turn the screen off. Hold on, let's resend it one more time. Give me a second, y'all. Please don't lock me out. Don't lock me out. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna resend it now. Okay, hopefully it'll work. Yes, it works now. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Okay, yay! Yeah, I see comments. There we go. It was so hard. I just had to sign in. Manjama, how are you, sis? That art girl. Hey. Glad to see you today. Yeah, I'm here, y'all. I'm here today. I had to take a break yesterday. Your girl. I had too many things going on, and I had to meet up with a friend, like Dom and I and Mimi. We had to meet up with some friends of ours, and so it was like really hard to. I didn't want to rush the stream. I really don't like rushing, and if I did the stream, like I was thinking of doing the stream earlier in the morning, but then I would be rushing, and I was like, nah, we just gonna take the day off, and then I'll be back today, and then I can take my time. Manjama, you said about to see Michael, but till then I'll be there watching you. Yo, tell me how the movie is. Because like I heard it's really good, and I heard that Jafar did a really good job. I don't know, I really don't like remakes, because I thought that, y'all, if you grew up like watching the American Dream movie, you remember the TV movie they had? That was good enough for me. Michael, Marlon, get the hell in this house. Yo, that was a crazy ass movie. Michael, but we used to watch it at my house religiously because my dad loves Michael Jackson. Like, he was a Michael Jackson. He loved Michael Jackson. So we even had the recordings of like the Super Bowl. We had Michael Jackson when he used to perform in Japan. I remember when he performed in Japan, that was wild. Them girls was like, they were fainting everywhere. And yeah, we used to have a lot of Michael Jackson stuff in our house. So he even had the Michael Jackson vinyls. Like, my dad was collecting all these vinyls, and then I don't know what he did with them. Lord knows. They probably somewhere stuck in some box somewhere in our house, right? So yeah. Yeah, let me know your review next week. Miss 42310, I love your videos. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love, because I put a lot of work into those videos, so it really like it warms my heart. It's heartwarming when I hear that you guys enjoy the videos. And sometimes I know I just be talking mad cash-ish. Like, one day I feel like one day a Scorpio's gonna run up on me, y'all. They gonna try to run up on your girl, but it's okay though. I'll be ready for y'all behinds. But not just that, like the Jay-Z and Beyonce. Jay-Z finna do a cease and desist on your girl. Cease and desist on your girl eventually. Especially with the next few parts. Oh boy. The plot thickens and the plot thickens. We have to run Foxy. Wait, we're running Foxy back, y'all. I thought I was done with her. And then I found some more information. I was like, oh. Y'all, did y'all know that Foxy, and I didn't even know that Foxy and Jay-Z had a song, Bonnie and Clyde. Not only remember she referenced their relationship as Bonnie and Clyde. Not only that, but they actually had a song called Bonnie and Clyde before him and Beyonce had '03 Bonnie and Clyde. It thickens. The plot thickens, y'all. It thickens. Anyways, stay tuned for the next part. The next part is going to be crazy. That's all I'm going to say. The next part is going to be wild. But yes, thank you. I appreciate it. That art girl, you said, hold up. Whoa. I'm skipping. Girl, I was like, where's Romy yesterday? I sent out a post, y'all. I put a post on my channel. I know sometimes YouTube is weird like that. I kind of, to be honest with you, it's really hard to post like the postings on YouTube. And also, I think YouTube has way too much going on. Like, the interface is it's easy to skip messages. It's easy to skip posts. It's easy to skip comments. Like, they need to work out another platform, like, not another platform, but interface, like, to make it more user-friendly. I feel like it's time. Because even with the live streams, even with, like, it's hard to, like, navigate everything together. They just put way too much on one screen. So, yeah, we might have to, I might have to find another way to announce it or just let you guys know ahead of time. I probably should have done it a few days ago and then you would have probably seen it. But yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I just decided to cancel it. CFT, how are you, sis? You said happy Sunday. Hope your family's doing well. Yes, we are. We're doing amazing. And we had a really good family time yesterday. It was really good to be outside and touch grass and to, like, you know, to play and to meet up with friends and stuff. And yeah, look at me sounding Korean, not to play, to hang out. You see, in Korea they say to play. You could take your girl out of Korea, but hell, after you spend a few years you start to sound like them. Miss, you said how are you? I'm good. Rebus Rush, you said hi everyone. Hi Romy, first time joining a live. I'm at work though, so I'll be quietly watching in the background. Oh my god, welcome to your first live stream and welcome to the family. I hope you enjoy it. It's gonna be oh, we gonna talk a lot, y'all. I'm just waiting for a few more people to join in and we gonna get right to it. But hope that your day at work goes by quickly, and I hope I can make it like go by faster. Manjama, you said I've been staying away. I don't like spoilers, but I got you after. Oh, for the Michael movie, right? Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I don't know if I could watch it in the theater though, because now we have Mimi. I know it's hard. I probably have to stick her in daycare or something for us to do a date night. Miri, how are you, sis? You said hey Romy and Romers in the chat. Hey girl, hey. Deja Rue, hey sis. Mary, hey sis. Wow, y'all all up in here deep. Tell your dad I love him. No, he was big Michael Jackson he even had an afro. Like, girl, my daddy had the dashiki and everything. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of my lanky daddy. My dad was tall with an afro, y'all. It was a sight to see. Hold up, it might be on his. Yeah, my dad has his own Facebook account. Yeah, just. But I'll give my dad his 10s. He got Facebook before all them boomers got on Facebook. My dad was on Facebook when no other boomers were on Facebook. I was like, what you know about Facebook? I don't know how he found out about Facebook, y'all. But he was on there for a minute. He was there for a minute. And then, you know, I accepted his friend request. But I know a few of my brothers. Some of my brothers, they still haven't accepted his friend request. That's crazy. Wild as hell. But yeah, he had the afro and everything. Like, he was really into, like, 70s, like, you know, that whole, like, you know, the whole hippie vibe. Not hippie. For us, it was more like, you know, the you know, peace and love and the afro sheen, that era. Yeah, my dad was real deep into that. I'll see if I can find the picture. But yeah, y'all, he was tall with an afro. And then he loved Michael Jackson. Yeah, that's how I knew about Michael Jackson since I was a kid. We used to watch videos and concerts, his concerts and all that jazz. You said my family has been pissing me off these days, and I have to apply more internships too. I haven't gotten picked for one. Sis, put it in the Discord. Let's see if we can help you out with the internship. Like, have you been applying to internships to just work, or like what kind of internships? I know we have a thread in the Discord for jobs. Yeah, pop it in there, sis. And I'm sorry to hear that how they've been trying you. I know living with family is hard, yo. Whew, Lord, bless those who do it. Bless those who do it. I don't know how y'all do it. And I know some people like it's a necessity, so I get it, sis. And just try your best to kind of get out the house as much as you can. You said honestly your videos are good for the young ones. Yeah, that's what it's for. That's who I'm so glad you wrote that, Miss 42310. I'm so glad you recognized it. It is. That's what it is. It's most like I'm literally doing it in real time, but it's for the future, cuz eventually, we're all going to be older and you don't know where life is going to take us, right? So it's more so for the ones who don't have that guidance, because it's, it's going to be really good for them to watch those videos in the future. So I'm kind of doing it kind of like I guess a canon of like, videos so people can watch it, especially the youngins coming up and they fall on that. It'll be really good for them. Okay, we're going to get started, y'all. We're gonna get, you said my dad had the fro. Yep, all of our daddies had that little fro. My dad had the fro, the bell bottoms and everything. He was into that, like the whole, because Michael Jackson, you gotta realize he was a global icon, not just an American icon, like global. Imagine a young kid from Haiti. Hold on, here's my daddy. I don't know if y'all can see the picture. My dad and my grandparents. This is my dad, y'all. My dad with my grandparents, my grandmama and grandpapa, that was in Haiti. So imagine a young kid from Haiti getting inspired by Michael Jackson and like, Jackson 5. And yeah, it was global. Like they used to watch them. That's him right here, y'all. Him and his lanky ass, his pants. He was very tall and thin, but he had another picture with a bigger afro. This one was just when he cut it, but yeah, he was looking all 70s out. I'm gonna see if I can find another picture of him with the big afro. He had one where he had bell bottoms and an afro. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But yeah, y'all, yeah, Michael Jackson was a global icon, even in the 70s. So 70s, 80s, like, and beyond, even now, till now. Imagine, like, he passed away 20 something years ago. He passed away like when I was in high school, I think. No, I think he passed away 2009. No, I lied. I wasn't in high school. I was in college. Like, no, well, I dropped out at that point, and then I went back after long after. But 2009 was when he passed away, and imagine to 2026 and people are still going to the theater to watch his his movies. That just shows you how much of a presence he had in the music industry. And not only that, but I was listening to his album the other day. He dropped a lot of gems, y'all. Michael was very revolutionary. Our Virgo brother. Revolutionary. They don't care about us. He was telling us a whole lot in his songs. So if you guys could run back his music, run it back. He had a lot to say. My dad liked Bob Marley and Nina Simone. Yep, Bob Marley was another big one. Nina Simone, yep, icons, both of them. Mental health counseling. I didn't know that, sis. Okay, yeah, go to the Discord. Maybe some people could help you out with internships and stuff. Ask on the Discord. I know there's a few people who have who are in the same field as you. That Argo, you said your videos have been helping me a lot. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Honestly, y'all, I'm really happy to hear that. Like, it's navigating this world is already hard enough, but like, imagine not having a roadmap, especially when it comes to love in life and just different types of issues that we have as young women, especially young Black women. And if you're not Black, that's okay, but like, or women of color, it already compounds it. And a lot of us didn't have that guidance. I didn't. I'll tell you that right now. I sure didn't. That's why I decided to do the case studies. That was one of my inspirations to do it, because it was just, Yeah, it gets to a point, right? And I was tired, I was tired of seeing the same stories over and over again. But not only that, but it's like, a lot of the content I noticed on YouTube was more male centered, and I really hated that. That pissed me off. Y'all don't understand how pissed off I was watching some people's reviews, and I'm like, what you mean? I'd be like, wait, what did she say? Or what did he say? Like, it was all male centered, like, oh, you gotta be feminine, fit, friendly. I'm like, boy, I used to drag Kevin Hart. Not Kevin Hart. What's his name? Kevin Samuels. Him and all of them. Yo, I used to drag all of them. So I was like, yeah, might as well start a channel then, Rose, you said I can't watch the Michael movie yet. It's gonna take me out, and it's gonna be an emotion. It's gonna emotionally wreck me. He died 2 weeks after my birthday. I cried so hard. Oh, okay. Take your time watching it. I heard there's gonna be 2 parts to the movie. I heard that there's part 1 and part 2, so it's not even scratching the surfaces. But I get it. Like, a lot, people were in shambles when Michael passed. So it was hard. It's hard. It's hard when not just an icon, but like someone who, he had, like, with controversies and, all that stuff that had came out about him. There was just a lot going on in his life, and he passed away in a really crazy way, y'all. Yeah. Yes, we need to be the responsible internet adults. There are too many clowns around here. Way too many, and they're grifters. We're going to talk about it today, y'all. I'm going to read a few more comments, and then we're going to get started. Mary, you said doing better. You still have a long road in me trusting in God. We're going to pray for you, Mary, and I really hope that you, not hope. I know you're going to get healed and restored in Jesus' name. Amen. Because, that you said you have a long road, you're trusting in God, and that's the best person to trust in. So I'm gonna believe it for you too, sis. And I'm wishing you a healthy and blessed recovery. One more. Thank you for your service. I've sent you several friends and my younger sister, freshman in college. Oh, thank you so much for recommending me. Thank you. I know my content belong for the Gen Zers and the attention, the people with attention deficits, but it's long for a reason. And I add a lot of things in there for a reason. The reason I read everything in its entirety, the reason why I play everything in its entirety is because we have to, like, I think that we're losing our critical thinking skills, and also our attention spans are getting lower and lower, and or shorter and shorter. So I know that, like, I've had so many people tell me, like, oh yeah, you could do shorts and you should cut it up into shorts or cut it into short videos. No. I'm stubborn with that for a reason, and it's because we need to, like, a lot of the young children, especially the ones growing up now, they don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, and they don't know how to pay attention. And this is a problem. It's going to be a really big problem, especially as we age out and they're the new generation coming in behind us. And we have to talk about literacy and how education is very important, because if you can't even listen to a 1-hour video, then how are you going to be able to listen to speeches when the president has, like, something to say, or prime minister, or wherever you live, right? How are you going to be able to read political documents or documents that are going to affect you? And not just that, how are you going to be able to read, like, any bylaws? How are you going to be able to read, like, anything that's going to affect you in your daily life? You need to know how to read and think critically, especially when it comes to voting, especially when it comes to your rights, especially when it comes to those things you need to learn on your own. You can't just wait for other people to teach you. So yes, you can watch it, like, people can watch a case study and learn things, but then the point is for others, like just you all as an audience, to research yourself as well. And I find that a lot of people don't know how to use primary sources, secondary sources, how to confirm, like, confirm if something is factual or if it's just, if it's not factual. People don't know how to do that now, and it's really sad. We really, really got to get back to that, because if not, then we ain't gonna win whatever war that's coming up. the war on humanity. We not gonna win it, y'all. We ain't got a chance. So that's why I make long case studies. It's for that reason. It's just because it makes sense. You need to hear everything. You need to know the whole story. You can't just pick and choose what you want to learn. um and unfortunately I know that, like, yeah, I could shorten it up a little bit and I could cut it up, but no, it's gonna take away from from the bigger picture, and that is to look at everything with an eagle eye lens and to go into details. We have to learn how to do that, right? That's what lawyers do, that's what judges do, that's what politicians do, that's what I learned to do as a kid. And also I learned how to research when I was in like fourth grade. We were writing papers. Like by the time I was in fifth grade, we were on the computer like writing little essays and stuff. Like they don't do that no more, so that's gonna be a real challenge in the future. All right, Esther, how are you, sis? Well, I guess let's start now, y'all. Now that I think we've gotten a few people up in her. Oh, we gonna start today. Hold on, let me just get my stuff prepped and ready. Oh, oops, I forgot to put the. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. Google. Okay, here. Sorry, that's not what we're watching here. Let me make this bigger. Okay, here we go. All right, let's start. First story. We were talking about Michael. Oh, oops. I was supposed to post this. You see, this is... Y'all, I've been taking... I got to get right back to my 20 milligram meds. I increased my dosage. So I was taking 20 milligrams of my ADHD meds, and then I had the bright idea, oh, maybe I could increase it, just to get a little bit more, focus. I thought it was going to make me focus more. That increase is taking your girl out. Taking me out, y'all. This morning I thought I lost my my AirPods, and they were right on top of my shelf. So yeah, I searched for like 30 minutes, had Dom panicking where the air, because he bought me those AirPods. That's why I was like, damn, he bought me those AirPods and he engraved them. Hold on, let me show it. Where my AirPods at? And he bought me this new case. Oh, yeah, I'll give Dom his little 1-2 sometimes. Sometimes, not too much though. But yeah, I thought I lost my AirPods, y'all, and then I had to do, if you have AirPods or you have any Apple items, do the Find My iPhone for everything, y'all. And then I started clicking, and then it made a sound, and then I found it on top of the shelf near the front door. Had me going up and down the whole damn building looking for these damn AirPods, looking in the grass because I was with Mimi when I was listening to my music. Ah, Lord. So yeah, so this is right. Yeah, it's these ones right here. But yeah, y'all, I'm just really like, yeah, I need to go back to 20 milligrams. So this is a tip. If you're taking ADHD medication, you increase your dosage and you notice that you're forgetting things, you're overstimulated, then that means your dose is too high. You got to find the sweet spot. So my sweet spot is 20, maybe a little bit, but I think 20 is fine. So if you see me kind of a little scattered, because I'm going to finish this medication, I think, on Thursday, and then I have to get the new ones, the back to 20. This is why. I ain't been the same since then, y'all. I ain't been the same. Your sis ain't been the same. So bear with me. That's probably why I sound all types of crazy in my case study. I was talking mad reckless. I was talking mad reckless in the last one, but hell, sometimes it is what it is. All right, so let's get started with the Voters' Rights Act. Okay, which one should we start first with? Spirit Airlines? I think I want to start with something lighthearted first. Let's start. No, it's not even lighthearted, y'all. But okay, let's start with Spirit. I don't know. Spirit's been on my spirit, and it's Sunday, so praise the Lord. We're going to talk about Spirit Airlines real quick. Rest in peace to Spirit Airlines. The best that ever did it, y'all. The best that ever did it. Let me tell y'all something about Spirit Airlines, in case you are not from the U.S. of A, or in case you didn't grow up in the U.S. of A. This is Spirit Airlines. It's like a budget airlines for us. So it's similar to the the airlines in the UK. I'm pretty sure you guys have different ones. The regional airlines. Spirit Airlines was that for us. But Spirit was always known as this budget, kind of low. it was like I want to give Spirit its props, y'all. Spirit was known to be one of the people don't usually fly Spirit unless you really had to, right? I remember I flew Spirit So when I was like 18, 19, because I used to go back and forth between Canada and the US, because at that time, ancient times, I know, in the early 2000s, probably like, 2004, 5-ish, 2005-ish. I would go back and forth because I had moved back to Canada. My family was still in the States at the time, so I would fly back and forth to go see them, like, during breaks and stuff, right? So I took Spirit Airlines to go to New York because I literally thought I was going to live in New York, y'all. New York was one of the cities I really wanted to live in. Actually, to be honest with you, I almost applied to Columbia University, but then I looked at the price and I said, hell no, we gonna go to Canada. Yeah, no. I looked at Columbia and New York University, NYU, because my dream was to be a journalist and to live in the big city, big city dreams, and to live by the skyscrapers, because Florida was boring as hell. I always knew I didn't want to stay in Florida. Florida was just way too slow for me. And not that there's anything wrong with living there, but it just wasn't for me personally speaking. It was just way too slow paced at the time. It was real, like, not for me. So I used to always fly to New York because I got family over there. My mom's family stays over in Jersey. So I used to fly to New York, see my aunts. Shout out to my aunts. And then sometimes I would go to New York City, just to go and, catch the vibes. So I flew Spirit to LaGuardia Airport, y'all. I think I took Spirit once. I never took it again. Y'all, when I tell you they had your girl taking stuff out of her bag, they had me going, putting my luggage in to make sure it fit the measurements. I almost didn't catch the flight because they're like, oh, I don't think you could take that there. I was like, what you mean? And then at the time, they were really strict with the liquid restrictions because 9/11 had just happened like a few years prior. So it's like I had to throw away lotion. I had to throw away so many items, y'all. I was pissed as hell, and they charged me. I paid almost $100 for extra space because what happened was that the dimensions of the bag were fine, but then they said I was overweight, even though I really wasn't. I think I had 2 bags, and then they charged me full for the second bag, and then they also charged me for, I don't know, they gave me a whole bunch of charges, y'all. I was paying almost $100. I paid almost $100, y'all. Them little hidden fees. I was hot as hell. And then I was pissed at Spirit. And so, but now I feel bad. Years later, I was like, damn, they really let Spirit die, y'all. So let's watch this, news segment about what happened to Spirit Airlines, y'all. Because I'm saddened to hear. The Spirit Airlines even had a commercial. Y'all remember the commercial? Catch the Spirit at Spirit Airlines. So we gonna give Spirit Airlines its parting gift. Like, we're gonna really, 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 truly give them their send-off right now. So let's find the commercial, y'all. I remember that commercial. Catch the Spirit at Spirit Airlines. It must have been this one. One of these ones. It was the old one. Yeah, 2001. It must be this one. Let's watch it.
For the most affordable airfares around, follow this line to Spirit Airlines. Now with more destinations than ever before.
No, it wasn't this one. It was the one, Catch the Spirit. Hold up. Where that one at? Catch the Spirit. You know what? At Spirit Airlines. Catch the Spirit. Yeah, we gonna find that commercial. That was that's this one. Was it this one? Was it this one? No, it's not this one. Hold up. No, it's gotta be this. No, this too old. No, there's no way I would have caught that one. Hold up. Was it this one?
It may be winter here, but it's still summer.
Yeah, it might be this one, y'all.
From Newark, there's new service to Orlando. Or choose Fort Lauderdale and Myrtle
Beach.
From Iceland, fly to Fort Lauderdale.
Yo, that flight was cheap as hell to go to New York. I paid it was a killing. I was like, ooh, I booked that flight. Because remember, back then, it was, I don't even know if I used Expedia. I don't remember who I used. That's when we had the airlines online, because before you had to call a travel agent. But then we were able to book. I forgot how I booked the Spirit. Child, I don't remember how we booked the flights, but I booked it myself. I remember that.
From LaGuardia, fly to Fort Lauderdale, Melbourne, and Myrtle Beach.
I think I did it through Expedia.
$69 and Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, it's this commercial. Yeah.
Call your travel agent or Spirit Airlines at 1-800-772-7117.
The Spirit at Spirit Airlines. Damn, man, this is an era. The end of an era, y'all. The end of an era. So they had applied for a bailout. They were going through bankruptcy issues. As with other airlines, they're not the only ones, y'all. Air Canada done had so many damn bailouts from the government. Red flag. What the hell y'all doing, Air Canada? But yeah, it's just very sad because the government decided they didn't want to bail them out. We all know why, but we're gonna get there. Okay, let's just give Spirit Airlines their memorial right now. This is all about Spirit. So let's get to the one time, y'all, Spirit Airlines never had a crash. And them pilots, I don't know what they were on, but they were zooming in the sky. They were like zoom on steroids or something. So let's hear Spirit Airlines plane pilots. I remember there was like a meme about them. Let me see if I could find it. Yo, the pilots were wild, y'all. You don't know how it went through. Yo, we went through a storm in Miami. I remember, not Miami, Fort Lauderdale. When we flew from LaGuardia to LaGuardia, I remember there was a storm. I was like, y'all, I was scared for my life, but we made it safely, y'all. We made it safely. Them Spirit pilots, they really deserve their big one right there. They deserve all the recognition and then some. And hold on, let's see. 3 years ago, this Spirit captain.
But not least to have anyone flying with us for the first time, or the first time ever. Raise your hands. You guys are flying with us for the first time? Yeah, that's me too. Welcome aboard. But not least to have anyone.
Okay, all right. Here, they even make jokes, y'all. All right, so let's see what happened. The fall of Spirit Airlines. This is really sad, and it was one of the cheaper airlines. I know it's Spirit. There's y'all let me know if they're still cheap. Southwest, JetBlue was another one. I used to catch JetBlue all the time. JetBlue was my favorite one whenever I would fly in the States, domestically. So yeah, and I think JetBlue had some financial issues if I'm not mistaken, right? So yeah, y'all. All right, let's watch this. Very sad.
This morning, Spirit Airlines shutting down operations overnight, ending more than 3 decades in the skies. The low-cost carrier, known for its bare-bones fares, ceasing all flights as of 3 a.m., and what the company calls an orderly wind-down of operations.
Spirit is shutting down. I think it's insane.
I'm actually shocked. At this point, I don't know what to do.
The move leaving employees, from pilots to flight attendants, without a job, and passengers across the country scrambling to find new ways home. On its website, Spirit urging its customers not to go to the airport. Overnight, the Department of Transportation announcing that the majority of other airlines, including United, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest, will be capping ticket prices for a select period of time for Spirit travelers who need to rebook.
Usually we fly Spirit all the time. Usually it's the best affordable flight.
The sudden shutdown coming after Spirit failed to secure a last-ditch government lifeline, a proposed $500 million. Spirit's CEO releasing a statement saying despite the company's efforts, the recent material increase in oil prices and other pressures on the business have significantly impacted Spirit's financial outlook.
I'm wondering, they couldn't have done a GoFundMe? I'm sure a lot of their passengers would have been able to want to, donate and stuff. Like, I don't know, are airlines allowed to do that? I feel like there should have been some crowdfunding. Hey, if your business is going out and closing, please do a GoFundMe, especially for your clients who really love, what you do, and you're servicing a lot of people. I'm pretty sure people would have done it. I'm positive. Or crowdfunding or something. Hell, remember when we were covering the story, the K-pop story with, which company was that? The Black Swan. I forgot what the damn name of their record label was, but hell, he was doing that crowdfunding. But that man was scamming though. But at least Spirit Airlines, you're not scamming. The people want this. We could have helped you out, just everybody just, put a little $2 in, $10 in. $500 million, it wouldn't have taken you, yeah, it probably would have taken you a long time though. Y'all should have started asking people, should have been years ago, But I think they were just confident that they were going to be bailed out because, hell, they bail out Wall Street all the time. Why can't they bail out Spirit? Oh, because Spirit is a competitor for the big airlines. Red flag. And F you, United. I will never fly with y'all again. F you, American Airlines. I will never, ever take a plane with y'all. Like, if they think, okay, well, I don't know about y'all who's in the chat, but if they think that we're gonna hop onto the big ones, please. Well, maybe y'all is, because I'm not in America, so I can't really talk too much anymore. But when I go to America, whenever I can, I do not choose United. I don't like y'all. I don't like United Airlines. I hate them. And hate is a very strong word. I really do not like them. I've never had a positive experience on United Airlines. I just don't like them. Now, Delta, y'all could get my money. Take my money, Delta. Take my money, JetBlue. Southwest, I've never flown, to be honest with you. I've heard they're very great. That's what I've heard. But American Airlines, go to hell.
With no additional funding available to the company, Spirit had no choice but to begin this wind down, adding, "This is tremendously disappointing and not the outcome any of us wanted." Trump late Friday insisting the White House was still weighing the deal.
If we could do it, we'd do it, but only if it's a good deal.
For decades, Spirit helped transform air travel, pioneering the ultra-low-cost model with cheap base fares and extra fees for just about everything, from bags to seats to snacks.
Yeah, they charged me for all of that. That's why I paid. Yeah, I was pissed off. But you know what? Let bygones be bygones, Spirit. I never wanted to see you go out like this. That's not right.
Recent years, the company struggled, hit by pandemic losses, intense competition, and a sharp spike in jet fuel cost.
It couldn't come at a worse time for an airline to shut down. Airfares, which were expensive and have become more expensive, might become even more expensive without Spirit.
Yep. Yeah, because now you got to remember, I mean, I'm not an economist, but I do know how demand and supply works, or supply and demand. So what ends up happening is when you have somebody lowballing, like a Walmart or a Spirit, then the competitors can't charge too much, because then it won't make sense for the consumer, and they'll just end up going to Spirit anyways. But what they'll do is their price is going to come closer to what Spirit is, maybe more expensive, but still, like, you know, aligned with everyone else. But now that you don't have anything at the bottom, then they're just going to charge you as much as possible. That's what's happening to us in Canada, y'all. We have a monopoly. There's definitely a monopoly on airlines. The biggest airline in Canada is Air Canada and WestJet. Those, and then you have regional ones, but we had one that was called Flair. Flair went out of business really quickly. They were trying not to have Flair come in. This is a problem. And so now whenever we have to fly, we must take either Air Canada or WestJet. We also have Air Transat, but that's mostly based out of the East Coast. And then we also have Porter, which is a smaller regional airline, but again, servicing smaller cities. If you want to go abroad, WestJet or Air Canada. Choose your pick. You don't have any other option. Unless you're going to take, like, for example, let's just use Korea as an example. If we want to go to Korea, yes, we could take Korean Air, but again, it's going to be more expensive. When you're going to, like, going to Korea is not the problem, it's returning. That's where the price is going to go. Whoop, whoop. But yeah, we only have two options, y'all. You take Air Canada or WestJet. If you want to go to Jamaica, Air Canada. You have no other choice. We don't got Air Jamaica that comes around on this side of the country. I live on the West Coast. So, yeah, it's going to be like that. And so whenever Air Canada decides they want to raise their prices, then we just have to pay it. What are we going to do? Don't you want to get to your destination? And so this is the problem. And that's why they didn't get bailed out by the government, because, you know, you have a whole bunch of capitalists in your government and it's a corporation. So they're going to run it as such. Why would we let you and bail you out so you could keep skimming and letting people have the option of traveling for cheap? No, we want to restrict that. We want to make it very expensive for people to travel. So therefore, only certain people can travel. Not the riffraff that y'all was getting on Spirit. No, we don't want the riffraffs flying. We want you to pay top dollar in order for you to go wherever you want to go. Because guess what? When you travel, you get to see different experiences, different countries, and it starts to open your eyes. Oh, you start to see how much better people are living outside of your bubble, because, you know, you've been indoctrinated to think that your bubble's the best bubble. But then when you get out of the bubble, you realize, hold up, why their trains are better than ours? Why is their healthcare system faster than ours? Why can they just go in a pharmacy and get birth control without any prescription? How is it possible that their highways are so efficient? How do they have this and that? Oh, you're not just going to see it on TikTok. You are able to fly. wherever you want because it's cheaper now, right? It's supposed to be cheaper. More people flying, cheaper it is. But nah, they taking all that away. And they're like, oh no. So now, Spirit was for people who could save money. Now you got to go to JetBlue, Southwest, or other regional airlines. But prices are definitely going to increase. One, because of what's going on in the Middle East right now. And also, two, the bottom line is gone. So now it's like...
And Spirit says it flew more than 50,000 passengers yesterday and is now working to get its more than 1,300 crew members back home. But for many of those crew members, the news that they lost their jobs actually came through the headlines.
It's hard to imagine that. Okay, Morgan Norwood, we appreciate it. Let's go ahead and bring in our transportation correspondent, Gio Benitez. Gio, I was covering this yesterday for World News. As our transportation correspondent, you've been on it for weeks now. Still so many questions about what happens next for those people who have Spirit Airline tickets.
Well, it's important to remember, when an airline liquidates, that's it. Everything just shut down. Everything stops immediately. Passengers are stranded. Employees don't show up. And there's no assistance for those stranded passengers. Employees could also be stranded here. But other airlines are now saying that they're going to try to help. American promising to do what they can for Spirit customers and staff.
Get my new American. I don't like American Airlines. I have my beef with them.
They're already saying that they've implemented fare caps on main cabin tickets for Spirit routes where the airline also operates nonstop service. United also saying that overnight, capping the fares.
Yeah, F you too, United.
At $199 for one-way nonstops. They're also
wait, what did they say?
Where the airline also operates nonstop service. United also saying that overnight, capping the fares at $199 for one-way nonstops. They're also working to fly Spirit employees back home. JetBlue just sent me a text with this, a rescue deal offering $99.
Yeah, go to JetBlue. I have nothing to say about JetBlue. Go to JetBlue.
There's one-way fares to stranded customers through May 6th. So clearly, a lot of them are trying to help these passengers out.
It's nice to see the other airlines stepping up. But if you're just waking up to this news and you do have a ticket on Spirit Airlines and you want to rebook with another airline, should you cancel that ticket? What should you do?
Do not cancel it. It's very, very important that you don't do that. Our friends over at going.com say that if you cancel, you actually forfeit any rights that you have to a refund. So if you paid by credit card, you can dispute that charge and you can probably get your money back. If you paid with a debit card, a little less protection, but still try to dispute it with the bank. But if you use miles or cash for that ticket, you really are out of luck here at this point. If you had travel insurance, I wanted you to check that fine print to see if you're covered. Not all of the policies cover liquidation, so you may also be able to file a claim in bankruptcy court. I know that's very complicated, but you may be able to get some of the money back. Just don't go ahead and give up if it gets complicated, because it will be complicated.
All right, Gio, thank you for that.
All right, y'all heard them. Let's see, Spirit Airlines. Hold on, we'll just watch 2 more videos and then we're gonna just, check for updates in a future live stream. There was something I wanted to check. Oh, my brain. Spirit Airlines. Okay, let's watch the employee one. Maybe it'll spark my head. Spark in my brain. Not shut down. It was Spirit Airlines. Oh my god, he said something and it made me I lost the thought. Next, I'm gonna start writing down thoughts until I switch my meds. Spirit Airlines. Let's look at job loss. How many people are gonna lose their jobs, yo? This is what really matters right now. This is what matters.
Thank you for being with us here for Channel 2 Action News at 6. I'm Candace McCowan. Spirit Airlines is shutting down. The company announced a sudden change today, leaving many passengers scrambling to find last-minute flights. Channel 2's Corey James is live at Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta International Airport, and Corey, Spirit employees, they're also impacted by this.
Yeah.
That's right, Candace. We spoke with one worker who says that he's been a Spirit airline flight attendant for about 10 years. And he said he started hearing rumors about the company shutting down yesterday, but didn't learn about it actually happening until 3 o'clock this morning. Take a look behind me. You can see the ticket counter here is absolutely empty. No workers in sight, no passengers, obviously. And those kiosks where some of the lights are green and appears to be functional, not working because the company is no longer in operation. Take a look at this video. Multiple signs are posted telling customers that Spirit Spirit Airlines has stopped global operations. The company is calling this an orderly wind down of operations, and they say this is after extensive and comprehensive efforts to restructure business to strengthen its financial position and create a sustainable path forward. Now that leaves now 60-year-old flight attendant Freddie Peterson, who is close to retire.
So basically the Spirit airline model, let's find it. So what happened is they built cheap fare models, rivals copied, then folded. Yeah, let's read about this, because what their model is or was to provide affordable flights, but also their bottom, like their revenue wasn't as much, which means like they're not charging you as much as they should be charging you because they wanted to keep it affordable, which means that their profit margin was smaller. And this can be, it can be problematic and challenging, especially now with fuel prices going up and other inflation and other, the pandemic, they were talking about that too, right? So whenever you have this type of model, this is what happens. You can try your best to kind of not like have a lower profit margin. But then the issue or challenge that comes with it is when, an unexpected situation happens, then you're scrambling. And this is what happened to Spirit, unfortunately. So here, Spirit Airlines, an ultra low-cost carrier known for bargain fares, extra fees, and attention-grabbing ads, has ceased operations after 34 years in business. That's a long time, y'all. That's as much. That's probably older than some of y'all in the chat. And not much. It was there for a long time. 34 years is no joke. The airline said its final flight traveled from Detroit to Dallas, ending a run that once made Spirit one of the most recognizable discount brands in the U.S. or in U.S. aviation. At its peak, the company was valued at about $5.5 billion, the Associated Press reported. Spirit's collapse followed 2 bankruptcy filings in 2 years, repeated cost-cutting efforts, and unsuccessful attempts to secure new financing. Yeah, because it's a risk. It's high risk because people are thinking of profit. Greed. Rising jet fuel prices tied to the Iran conflict accelerated the carrier's crash burn and helps force the shutdown. And for Spirit's not going to be the only one, y'all. Get ready for more. Not just airlines. Anyone who was giving the people more affordability, good luck. Originally launched as Charter One Airlines, Spirit later built a successful no-frills model that charged separately for bags, seat assignments, and other services. While often mocked by travelers, the strategy reshaped the industry and pushed larger rivals to introduce their own stripped-down basic economy fares. Yeah. So they were the reason why. You see, that's why I was saying when you have somebody offering things at a lower level, at like the bottom, then even if American Airlines, for example, because I don't like their asses, or United, if they decide that they want to charge more, they actually can't because Spirit is already charging so much less than them. So they have to make it worth their while and for customers to not choose Spirit instead of them. So then their prices start to drop. That's what competition is, right? But when you don't have a competitor and then you have a monopoly, then you get what we have in Canada, which is they can charge you whatever they want. And of course, like the government's going to look at it, but like they can charge you X amount. Like we pay a lot for our phones and we pay a lot for our flights. Why? Because there's a monopoly there. If you're in Canada, you already know. TELUS, Rogers, Bell. And who was the other one? I probably forgot one more. And then you have smaller ones like I'm talking about cell phones here. If you get your services through Win Mobile, it's still through one of the bigger carriers. Like they all have to be connected to each other. There. So there's that. Continuing. The company also became famous for provocative marketing campaigns that generated headlines as often as criticism. Yeah, catch the spirit at Spirit Airlines. All right. They said that, yeah, we heard that they carried more than 50,000 passengers on its final day and was working to reposition crew members. Roughly 17,000 employees lost their jobs, including many long tenured workers. Here, 17,000 employees that do not have a job in this job market. Red flag, not to Spirit, but to the government, because they could have bailed them out. But instead, they would rather send money over there. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's where they want the money to go. Over there. To help out the homeboy of blue and white instead of the domestic people who actually really need the bailout right here. Ain't that crazy? You find money to fund abroad, but you can't possibly find a few dollars to help out your citizens. Interesting. Now, the airline has struggled financially since the pandemic amid debt burdens and rising operating costs. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. By its first Chapter 11 filing in late 2024, it had lost more than $2.5 billion since 2020. For budget-conscious travelers, Spirit's disappearance removes one of the market's cheapest options. For the airline industry, it marks the end of a carrier that changed how America prices airfare. Oh, yeah. So for 34 years. So before, I'm wondering, maybe we should take a walk down memory lane. Because it was 34 years ago. Hold on. When? Y'all know I'm having when? Hold up a second. When? Oh, thank you for sending this. Sis Mary just sent me something on the Discord. We'll play it after. Is that Bad Baby? That probably is her. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking at my calculator. 34 years. Y'all know I can't do mental math for nothing. What are we? 2026? That was 1992. Okay. Prior to 1992. Let's see. Airfare inflation. See how much it cost to fly 30 years ago. Let's see. That was, when was this posted? June 16 of last year. Okay, close enough. It's not that far ago. Or that long ago. All right, we're going to skim through this. According to data from the U.S. Department of Transportation, the average domestic round-trip base airfare in 1990 was $288 or $554 in today's dollars. That's pretty good. The most recent data from the department states that the base fare for the same type of ticket in 2018 was $340. What? Wait, what? Okay, that's almost a 40% decrease in price per mile, according to another study from Compass Lexicon. If you include the average bag fee, the price in 1990 is $556 in today's dollars and $362 in 2018, respectively. If these numbers sound large, you might not be getting the best airfare possible. Does it cost to fly less today? Not necessarily. The reason ticket prices are lower than they were almost 30 years ago is that airlines no longer include more than the basics in a standard ticket. Okay. So, and tickets from back in the day had more value. Economy seats in 1950s resemble the business class section of today. Although the price of a ticket is less today, you're losing some amenities, such as extra legroom or in-flight meals, which aren't always included in the price of today's flight of a flight today or are offered a la carte. This change is partly to blame for actually making the cost of flying today more than it was years ago. Even though the sticker ticket price is lower according to the business journals. Yeah, they're going to start charging you for your bags, for your check bags. Red flag, that should be free, always. Now it's just international flights. But watch, they're going to start creeping that in soon. All right, so that's why. And Spirit Airlines was one of the airlines that made it for the basic seats, y'all. That's why. So now that we got, Spirit is gone. Spirit said bye-bye. Then it's going to be sad, y'all. It's a sad time. Sad times.
Now without a job.
But if I have to go at McDonald's or Burger King's or whatever to make sure my home is taken care of, my mortgage is taken care of, and my car note is taken care of, that's what I got to do. That's what I have to do.
And Spirit Airlines releasing a statement that reads in part, quote, "The sudden and sustained rise in fuel prices in recent weeks ultimately has left us with no alternative but to pursue an orderly wind down of the company. Sustaining the business required hundreds of millions of additional dollars of liquidity that Spirit simply does not have and could not procure. This is tremendously disappointing and not the outcome any of us wanted."
Where is Spirit Airlines headquartered? Where is their head office? Oh, Dania Beach, Florida. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that's why they had the cheapest flights in Florida. Lord, Florida. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna hit. That's where most of the employees are from, y'all. From Florida. That's where their headquarters are.
Back here live again. This just gives you a sense of what we're looking at. We've seen passengers come in and out looking for other airlines to book flights with. Spirit says that anyone who purchased a ticket with a debit or credit card is going to have that money refunded to the original form of payment. And they also say if you booked with a travel agent, you will need to contact them directly to request a refund. Now, we also spoke with a travel expert today about what this all means with summer travel quickly approaching, and could this potentially be the outcome for other struggling airlines, and work on that part of the story.
Summer travel. I guess domestically is what they're talking about. I hope that's what they're talking about.
For you coming up on WSP tonight at 11. For now, we're live here at Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta International Airport. Corey James, Channel 2 Action News.
Okay. Thank you, Corey, for your services. All right, let's listen to our good sis here. Then I'm going to read a few comments and then we're going to move on, yo.
Spirit Airlines travelers are now scrambling to make new plans after the carrier announced overnight it is shutting down. Fox 26's McKenna Earnhardt is live at Bush Intercontinental's Terminal A with those details. McKenna.
Yeah, Tom, I actually am here with a now former Spirit Airlines employee. This is Asia. She was going on 4 years as a flight attendant with the airline. A lot of questions people have had now that this bankruptcy has happened is now that Spirit Airlines is shut down altogether, is what happens to the employees, the pilots, flight attendants, mechanics. So many people, over 17,000 people were employed with the company.
All over the U.S., by the way. Headquarters in Florida, but they have, the airports, and it's very sad.
One of them right here. So, Asia, can you tell me about your experience when you first heard that Spirit Airlines was no more?
When I first heard, my mom actually notified me I was actually asleep. I was sound asleep, and my mom called me. I'm not feeling well, so you can tell I'm a little sick. So I didn't register what she said, and then I had another fellow colleague of mine call me, and she was like, "Hey, are you okay? Like, I know everything's probably canceled." And I'm like, "Cancel? What do you mean?" So I go and I check all my itineraries, and I check my email, and it says like, "Hey guys, this is what we're moving forward. If you are somewhere, this is what we're gonna do. This is our procedure. This is our process, and just to be on standby and wait for them to contact us to get us where we gotta go." So.
Okay, so you didn't get a prior heads up from Spirit Airlines that they may be shutting down altogether.
Well, so yes, they did keep us informed with emails and just letting us updating us about those things, because I mean, let's be honest, we get those all over, but they were just more so reassuring us like, "Hey guys, we're gonna stand strong with each other. It's better together than without." So yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Okay, very nice. And so now what position? Are you from Houston? Is this your home?
No, not at all. I actually was working a flight yesterday. I did some other things prior to coming to work, and then they pulled me. They're like, "Hey, we actually need you to work this flight Atlanta to Houston." It was going to be a one and done, and then I was supposed to deadhead today, which is basically just ride as a passenger today, later on this evening, and a simple trip. And yesterday was just a regular day. You got up, met my crew, everyone was like, "Yeah, we've been here." It was nice. It was an easy flight, so I didn't expect this, but yeah, we're here.
So now you're in Houston. What has Spirit said or done to help you get back home to Atlanta?
Oh, so I was waiting by the line, so I waited about till 12 o'clock because I've been up since 7 this morning. So about 12 o'clock, I reached out to them, and then I got about like a 10-15 minute wait. They called me back, and they were like, "Hey, Mrs. Smith, we want to let you know we are willing to get you back home. Give us 1 second." They operated that within not even 5 minutes. Honestly, she got back with me. I was booked for the next flight. So they've been really, really helpful, very hands-on with just staying communicating with us.
Okay, very nice. And so good to hear that they've taken care of their employees through this situation. And so what's next for you? I mean, this is your livelihood. You're a flight attendant, and your company that you worked for now doesn't exist. Other airlines have stepped up saying that they'll start interviews. Will you go do any of those interviews, or what's next for you?
So for me, I plan to. This is something I've been doing for 7 years. Spirit was going to kind of be my home base, but now I can just take what I have from Spirit and apply it somewhere else, hopefully. Hopefully somebody could take a great flight attendant that's looking forward to continue this career.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when you started seeing other airlines pop up saying, "Hey, we will start doing interviews with flight attendants and pilots that were working for Spirit," did that give you a little bit of...
That's what they wanted all along. Red flag. They wanted to take down the competition, and then expand their fleet, and then charge more. That's what's going to end up going down, y'all.
Encouragement or confidence moving forward?
It did. It actually gave me more of a cushion, because I know During the process, because I was also a part of the furlough as well. So being a part of that process as well, it was like, what am I supposed to do? So all the nerves were just like, they may take me, they may not. I don't know what to do. So to see that they're like willing and like, hey, we're here if you guys need us. We're going to accept you for how you come. That really means a lot, because that's how Spirit takes their employees. That's how they got me. They took me how I am, and I'm able to be myself. So I hope they can take all of me, you know?
Yeah, I hope so too. I'll be rooting for you as you enter this next journey, hopefully as a flight attendant with another company for a long career that will not shut down, right? And so I guess a question I have for you is, you mentioned you were part of the furlough, so you left and you came back, is what I'm hearing?
That's correct, I did. So they only had a selective amount of people to come back, so I was grateful to be one of them. They opened it up to a lot of flight attendants, but some of them was very hesitant about coming back, which was very understandable, and they were very understanding about that. So after that, it was more so like we go back to recurring. They retrained us, make sure we were prepared, and we got out here and we helped as best as we could. And honestly, I'm glad that I was able to come and help as much as I could.
So did they warn you that, so this furlough, how long, that was only a few months ago, right? And so how many months ago was the furlough? 3, 2?
It was about 2 months.
2 months?
2 months furloughed. Then she came back, helped out, and then now she's out of a job. Oh boy. Lord, it's like a roller coaster.
Did they warn you that this could happen if you come back?
Well, I mean, you didn't need a warning. They filed since 2024. We're in 2026. As soon as a company, you start hearing grumblings about let me tell you something. You will know. You will know as soon as budgets come out. As soon as, HR is laid off. As soon as they start saying bankruptcy, you start seeing the posts on the headlines. They were filing since 2024. I mean, there were news articles from 2020, I remember, about Spirit having issues. And then 2024, they tried to file. They filed twice. So 2024 and then now. So there is no way you wouldn't know, to be quite honest with you. So she knew. She probably knew, but maybe, I can understand it from that perspective of thinking, okay, they always file Chapter 11 and then, the government bails them out or somebody bails them out and then we'll be right back into it. But unfortunately, you got a new administration here, because maybe if it was under Biden, it would have been a little different. But, I mean, not Biden, Harris. It would have been different, but...
2 months ago, did they warn you that this could happen if you come back?
Well, we all knew what the chances were. I mean, the reality is social media itself, we were very aware of what was going on. So, but they also did elaborate that as well. Like, hey guys, we're trying our best. Yeah. And they kept us informed the entire way. So it wasn't just like we were blindsided completely. They definitely kept us informed. Hey, this is what we're going through. We have our town hall meetings monthly, weekly, daily, emails going out. So yeah, they definitely did their part as far as informing us.
Yeah, good to hear that transparency was there. That's a lot of questions that our viewers have had is about the employees. Everyone was so worried about you guys and what's next. So glad to hear that y'all were informed. Yeah. What made you want to come back after the furlough, even knowing the risk at hand?
So I actually enjoy my job. I actually enjoy being at Spirit. I know that sounds crazy from what people see, but on every flight I've ever had, I've always had passengers say, this has been my best flight I've ever had. I've seen little kids be like, I want to be a flight attendant one day. And just seeing those little connections really meant a lot to me. I have made so many connections just from passengers, from my coworkers, just like business-wise, personal-wise. And it's just like, I have that as a home. That's my home. So to be able to come back to do something that I actually love, it was Spirit that made me be able to be comfortable and being myself. So that in itself.
Asia, thank you so much, and good luck on this next journey in the other airlines and where you go to next. We'll be cheering you on. Thank you so much. Tom, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. So let me read a few comments, y'all. I'll read a few comments. Oh, I missed some people here. Hold up. Oh, you started, Mary. You said you started 20 milligrams last week. I take breaks on the weekends, though. Yeah, I have heard that. One of my homegirls told me the same thing, too. She does take breaks, too. Yeah, I guess you have to do what works for you. But yeah, 20 milligrams, sweet spot. It could be the sweet spot for some of us. For me, 30. Honey Love, Ryanair. Yes, Ryanair is another good one. I've heard about it. Sarita, hey sis. Hey Romy, happy Sunday, y'all. Bad Baby's rant about Spirit has never left my mind. It tickles me. Okay, I'm gonna listen to what she had to say. May Snowblood, you said Ryanair may be next. They are the worst. Are they? Hold up, we gonna find out. I've heard of Ryanair, and then there was another Frontier too. I've heard of Frontier as well, but I've never flown Ryan or Frontier. What's going on with Ryanair? Oh, they're in Dublin. Oh wait, are they the ones who go bankrupt all the time? Yeah, I think they're the ones. Yeah, y'all got Ryanair. I heard they always are they the ones that always have problems with like they're always having issues with bankruptcy or with closing or something. Yeah, I remember. It may be the world's Ryanair might be the world's most successful airline. Let's see here. It's a low-cost carrier. The low-cost carrier is flying high. Yeah, I remember I heard some news about Ryan Airline. Of course, it's behind a paywall. Of course. Yep. Yeah, Ryanair might be next, y'all. You ain't lying. Ryanair CEO says book summer trips before fares soar despite risk of fuel crunch canceling flights. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's see what's going on with Ryanair. Y'all stay informed. Ryanair CEO, let's see who he is. Okay, it says here, if the war in Iran continues into the summer, then airlines will start running out of jet fuel and will be forced to trim flights, according to Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary. He ain't lying. In an interview Thursday with the UK's ITV News, and this was a month ago, he said carriers will be in an unknown scenario, quote unquote, if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed for 2 or 3 more months, warning 5 to 10% of flights in May, June, and July might have to be canceled. By that point, O'Leary added, airlines won't be able to choose which flights to cancel, explaining that they will get little advance notice and it would depend on how much jet fuel each airport still has available. So we will then look around and we will be trying to ground 1 or 2 aircraft and minimize the inconvenience for customers, he said, but it's going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging. Despite the risk of cancellations, O'Leary said that he would strongly advise that anyone planning a trip this summer book as soon as possible before airfares get pricier. So he letting y'all know, and that was a month ago, so it's probably jumped since then. In fact, jet fuel prices have soared even higher than gas prices have, as the Iran war has not only bottled up 1/5 of the world's oil supply, but a big chunk of the refining capacity that churns out jet fuel. Let me tell y'all something. So Dom and I are going to Toronto in next month to go see family and stuff. I had booked my flight. Thank God. You see, thank God for me, because I'm always very, 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 I told you I'm frugal. I'm very frugal and very savvy. I'm not going to spend more than I need to. And when I say we. So what it is that like when we book flights, especially me, I'm in charge of booking all the flights. I don't play with that. I will find a discount. I'm one of those people. I will find a discount. Wherever there's a discount, best believe your girl will be there. So I usually book my flights in January. Why? Because it's right after winter. And I book all my flights in January. So this is why it's really important to save money prior and be strategic when you book flights, because there has to be like I do a whole bunch of stuff. First, delete the cookies, of course, and I always book flights like on a Tuesday or a random day, like a Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't book Mondays, and I don't book Fridays, and I don't book Thursdays. But I don't know why. I think I heard somewhere it's Tuesday, like late at night. I be creeping way late at night and then book the flight right away. But anyway, point is that I got a discount, really big discount, and in January. Why? Because at the time, 1, that was before everything erupted, and then 2, it was right after the holidays. People broke, so they couldn't pay for them damn flights. But guess who could pay? Us. Funneled right here. This my finest moments. I love when I could get discounts. That's like that you could save money and stuff, right? So so we booked our flights, and it was because I was like, nah, we not waiting, because I like to book flights in January. That's the best time to book flights for the year, like for whenever you want to go in the year. And I'm so happy we did that. Why? Because a month or so later was when this whole situation went down. Red flag. So imagine, we wouldn't have been able to go to Toronto if that was the case, because them flights are going to be hella expensive. And there's a World Cup coming in Toronto too. So, you know, that's why you really got to be strategic now, especially now that Spirit's gone. It's going to be like wild, wild west over there. But you can still find discounts. We'll talk about it after I finish reading this. Whew, boy. The U.S. isn't immune either. The top airport hubs like Chicago, Houston, L.A., and New York have seen the average price for a gallon of jet fuel hit $4.88 per gallon, nearly doubled compared to the pre-war price. Yep. As a result, more airlines are hiking fees for checking luggage, and United Airlines is bracing for a prolonged war that sends oil as high as $175 a barrel and is making contingency plans that include reducing capacity. When asked if booking a flight now would be a gamble given the possibility that a flight may not exist this summer, O'Leary replied he doesn't think so. Of course he doesn't. He's trying to keep money in his pockets. Life is a gamble, he said, or he added. I think we're looking at maybe the risk to 5 to 10% of cancellations in June or July, but 95 to 90% of flights will still operate. So I think you're really not taking much of a gamble. I would be much more concerned if you delay your booking, that actually you and your family will be paying much higher prices. Of course he's going to say that. So he acknowledged that travelers who face canceled trips wouldn't be able to get refunded as airlines could claim circumstances beyond their control. Make sure you get that travel insurance ASAP. But he pointed out anyone flying within Europe won't be stranded and is entitled to have airlines reroute a trip or get them back home. That's why I was saying do not fly internationally. Fly domestically if you can. If you're flying domestic, no problem. But even then. But if you're flying internationally, good luck. It's not the best time to be booking flights internationally, my opinion. Unless you really have to. Like if your grandmama or somebody is, you know, about to go and move into the afterlife, then you're going to take your risk. But I would not be flying internationally at this point in time. All right. So that's what he said here. If you're flying in Europe, you're good. But if you're flying abroad, good luck. He can't control whatever happens over there. And I agree. Now, I'm going to read a few more comments. Shauna's here. Hey, sis. How are you, Shauna? It's Grace. How are you, sis? Frontier Airlines is still there. Yeah, thank God. And Southwest and JetBlue. R.I.P. Spirit. But one by one, if one falls, it's not going to be too long before others start falling because of the crisis. Miss 42310, you said that's so true. I'm not from America and they do keep y'all in a certain way. They don't get their money back. No, Grace, they don't. Not right away. They because the company filed for bankruptcy. So you got to go through their creditors. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a process, y'all. So that's why the guy said if you have a credit card, then you could do a chargeback. But if you use your debit card, then you're going to have to, you know, kind of try to get it through the bankruptcy courts and stuff. But then you got to wait till they get their case number. It's going to take months, basically. It's going to take a few months. Cherie Parnell, how are you? How are you, sis? You said them employees were cutting up. As a former travel agent, I knew Spirit was leaving about a month ago. Why didn't the employees know? No, they knew. I think they just took a chance. They definitely knew. There's no way they didn't know. Because even I knew. And I'm not even in there. Like, I think, yeah, there's always been this kind of, like, uncertainty with Spirit Airlines for the past few years. Poppy T4th, how are you? Welcome. Mary, you said U.S. lawyers are urgently warning clients that AI chatbot conversations may be used against them in courts. Chatbots? You gotta let me know, because yeah, they're starting to learn how to, like, they're starting to teach people how to do chatbots and stuff. It could be used, but it should be, to be quite honest with you. Chatbot is probably like an extension of your person, like an extension of you. So imagine somebody is using a chat box, but acting as if it's not them. I think that's probably why. But I still would love to know, like, I would still love to know, like, what they mean by that. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me get this here. And why is Mimi trying to get my stuff? Hold on a second. Why, Mimi? What are you doing? Y'all, she in the back cutting up now. Because she sees I'm busy. Okay, let's watch Bad Baby's rant on Spirit. And then we're wrapping Spirit right up. And if we have any updates, I will definitely provide them in a future live stream.
Yeah. So I just want y'all to know how damn happy I am. I don't have to fly Spirit Airlines no more. Bitch, my little dumbass looking boy. But anyways, bitch, like they think that they finna like baby man make me cry some shit by banning me from their little pissy pussy thigh ass. Like, bitch, they didn't even have TVs on that plane, and their snack tray was like this big. Like, what are you gonna offer me, a cracker, a M&M? Like, thank you so much for banning me, Spirit Sprint shit.
They banned her? Green flag the Spirit. You see, Spirit Airlines. I thought she would have gotten rid of her black accent. I think that's really her accent, y'all. I think she really liked that. Yeah, she did say "Catch Me Outside." How about that? Yeah, that's when I knew. Okay, she really about that life. Bad Baby, Danielle Bergoli. Did they ban her? She must have done something bad. I don't know. I don't trust you, Danielle Bergoli. Oh, she punched an airline. But look at this. This is what she said F Spirit for. Let's see what happened, Danielle.
Inside. And
let's see what happened.
And now the Cash Me Outside girl throws down inside an aeroplane.
Red flag. So yeah, I forgot about Spirit Airlines. You see me, I'm thinking of Spirit in this idealistic type of way, because you know they done went through the bankruptcy. I feel bad for the employees that lost their jobs, right? I forgot how ghetto as hell Spirit is. Spirit is like the Carnival Cruise of airlines. Why are you sitting here knucking and bucking, Danielle? Red flag. Why? And then you're gonna come up years later talking about, I'm glad Spirit Airlines went down. Look at what you was doing, causing a whole ruckus. What is this girl's sign? She's how old is she? 20 now? What Danielle? How? March 26. What is that? Aries? Yo, Aries, y'all gonna take a hit here. There goes y'all. March 26. I think she's in Aries, y'all. Hold on. Is that Aries? Come claim your girl. Aries, there we go. That's why she acting crazy like this. Fire sign. Look at all this fire. Fire and desire. You went on Spirit Airlines to go knucking and bucking. This is your finest moment. And you got the gall to come years later talking about, I'm glad that they went down.
And now the Cash Me Outside girl throws down inside an aeroplane. See, this is why you want to fly first class.
Danielle Bergoli, the Cash Me Outside girl, she and her mom were getting on a flight, and allegedly her mom was taking too long to put her luggage in the overhead bin. And the woman behind her got annoyed.
I gotta get in there. All right, then you wait. Don't pull my kid. Don't pull my kid.
Gets heated, Danielle jumps up.
Don't catch me outside that hole.
Cash freeze!
Is this the Cash Me Outside?
Yeah. It was a all white party. Hold up.
And the woman behind her got annoyed.
I thought Spirit has sure changed clientele from when I was in Florida.
Don't pull my kid. Don't pull my kid.
Gets heated,
Well, we gonna call you and your kid trash. Red flag. We can say trash as much as we want to. Your kid was, well, I don't know what was going on in this situation, but man, judging by your hairstyle, I already know what type of time it is with you, Mrs. Bergoli.
Danielle jumps up.
Don't catch me outside that hole.
Yeah, she was too hyped. That's why I knew it was an all-white party. I had a feeling. I was like, I don't think she would have done this to a sister. She would have been a little bit, she would have been like Ice Spice was at the McDonald's. She would have been looking like, well, I mean, the Ice Spice one wasn't a sister. She was Hispanic, but still person of color. But hold up, let's see. I think it's an all-white party.
Please.
Yeah, it's an all-white party. No, that's why she was. Oh Lord, oh boy,
Looks like the mom grabs her and pulls her.
Yep, that's what it
At which point,
was.
Danielle runs up and punches her in the face. So Danielle's responded on Facebook. She reenacted it.
So bitches, guess what? I'm gonna show y'all how this went down. I got my little pillow bitch over here. My mom took her by her throat, pushed her back, and then the lady pushed my mom back, and you can even see my arm. I went. So, bitch, that's what happens, ho. Play with it if you want to.
All three were kicked off the plane and banned from Spirit Airlines
Are they all Italian?
for life.
Do you think they like treated the whole plane to free waters after that?
Yeah, we're not gonna miss the knucking and bucking. Rest in peace, Spirit Airlines. Let's go back to the good commercial, not this crazy mess right here. One more time for Spirit Airlines. What's the commercial we just watched? Spirit Airlines here. Here we go. It was this one. Okay, this is the last send-off, Spirit.
Spirit Airlines flies. From Newark, there's new service to Orlando.
Here we go.
Melbourne and Myrtle
Fast
Beach.
forward all
Florida
this.
fares from only $69 and Myrtle Beach from only $61. Call your travel agent or Spirit Airlines at 1-800-772-7117.
Catch the spirit of Spirit Airlines. Rest in peace, Spirit. I feel bad, y'all. I feel bad. Oh, damn. They banned somebody because of their shorts. Yeah, Spirit had a lore behind them, but they still didn't deserve to get shut down, y'all. They didn't deserve it. All right, so we're done with Spirit. Next, we got a whole us. Too many to talk about. Too many things to talk about. I don't know what to hit next. All right. Let's do the Voters' Rights Act. I think this one's gonna be a good segue. I'll read a few comments. Oh boy. And this one's gonna be heavy, y'all, so get ready for it. It's Aries. Her rant is as old as hell, though. Her rant is as old as the video. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see here. Some girl, hey sis, you said my family has been wanting to go on vacation, but my mom wants to stick to the Caribbean. The global climate isn't good. She wants to be close to home. I think that's a good idea for your mom. You got to find a way to get home. Make sure it's not too far. CFT, you said Spirit and Frontier Airlines are like brother and sister companies. Just messy. I'm telling you, they're like Carnival Cruise. You know how many fights I've seen on Carnival Cruise? Like videos? Oh, Lord. Just crazy. All right, let's segue to the Voters' Rights Act. This one is very important. It was oh boy, it's like just when you think that things can't get any worse than they are right now, they get worse. And it's not that it's unexpected. I mean, if you look at patterns in history, you know what's coming down the pipeline, but you still hold hope. Just like Spirit. I'm glad we started with Spirit because it's the hope. The hope that everything's going to be okay. But then you get the wake-up call that, hell, we live in this damn world. Nothing is ever going to be okay as far as, what's going on right now. What I will say, though, and I will preface it before we start watching what happened to the Voters' Rights Act. The reason why we're going to go down the history of the Voters' Rights Act, why it was implemented, and why it was taken away recently or removed, or why they ruled against it. And we're also going to talk about the impacts that it'll have in the next election cycle. And I'm not surprised that all of this is happening because remember, let's start from square one because that's how we like to do it here. Here we go. This is why, y'all. This is why. Yep, we're going to keep this up. This is exactly why they did what they did. Remember, let's go down here. Everyone who voted blue. Was it up there? Hold on. It was up here. Yep, by race. Look at this. Black women and black men. 92% and the 77%. This is why. And then the Latino women, 58%. This is why, y'all. This is why. So when we look at black women, top 92%. Shout out to y'all. Then we have black men, 77%. Shout out to y'all too. They did. And then Latino women, 58%. Shout out to y'all because I will be honest, 58% versus 39% is still pretty good. You guys voted pretty well. It could have been better, but it was still pretty good. Latino men, red flag. White men, red flag. White women, red flag. All of y'all, red flags. So now, this is why, y'all. This is exactly why. Because of this. Because they know you're going to vote blue. You're going to vote blue. And when we look at the politicians that are coming out, especially the ones that look like this, or that are people of color, it's mostly women. Gotta be honest. So now, when you see that, you're gonna do whatever it takes, especially if you got a midterm coming up, to make sure that things work in your favor. So they got rid of one of the most essential and important acts, especially when it's dealing with civil rights of our time. This is what MLK fought for, and that's why I put him on the thumbnail. This is exactly what they decided to overturn. And they're saying that it's no longer necessary, but I disagree. It's even more necessary now. But of course, when you want to rewrite history, this is what you do. So let's get into the history of the Voters' Rights Act, because for those of you who may not know, and not everybody knows everything about American history, well, that's why we're here. We're going to be here to learn about it. So Voters' Rights Act, I'm not going to play a video that's too long, but we're going to go over what it really means and what it meant for years, right? So Vox. I like Vox's channel, so let's listen to what Vox had to say.
The Voting Rights Act is not just a victory for Black Americans. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it enriches the lives of all Americans.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is a very big deal. It transformed America, marking the end of the Jim Crow era and effectively banning racial discrimination in elections.
When Lyndon Johnson came into office, he made Black civil rights a priority.
It is to give all our people the right to choose their leaders. To deny them.
Oh, my bad. I kept saying voters' rights. Voting Rights Act. My bad, y'all.
This right, I think, is to deny democracy itself.
When Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, I mean, they talked about it as, being this crown jewel, right? Like that they had finally righted a wrong.
The stunning thing about the Voting Rights Act is just how fast it worked. So on the day it was signed, less than 7% of Black eligible voters in the state of Mississippi were registered to vote.
Less than 7%. Why? We're going to get into that. Oh, we're going to get into all of that.
Just 2 years later, that number was 60%.
But in the past few decades, conservative justices on the Supreme Court have taken major steps towards dismantling it.
The Supreme Court just finished hearing arguments in a major Republican challenge to the Voting Rights Act. This is a case that could gut key provisions that prohibit racial discrimination in redistricting.
He's talking about the Louisiana versus Calais case. At first glance, it might look like yet another scuffle over who gets their way when it comes to drawing electoral maps. But the truth is, there is a lot at stake here, and you should care about it. Because if the plaintiffs in this case get their way, the Voting Rights Act could be erased, and America could be transformed again. But this time, it would tear down more than half a century of voting rights progress.
The Supreme Court is now set to decide not just if Louisiana must keep 2 majority Black districts, but whether the Voting Rights Act can continue protecting minority representation nationwide.
So slap on your I voted stickers and get your notebooks out. Because this video is going to take a trip through history to explain how a shifting Supreme Court got us here, and how this case in Louisiana could upend voting rights and political representation for a generation. This is The Docket, a Patreon-exclusive Vox series.
Okay, so this was so fundamental, y'all. If you look back in when Lyndon B. Johnson took over, it was obviously because Kennedy, was unalived, right? The A word, right? So that was the progress that was being made during that time. And this was when, the civil rights movement was really that's when it started to take hold. And MLK passed away. JFK passed away. They both were the A word. I can't say right now. And then Lyndon B. Johnson took office. And he instilled that. And that this was around the time that they had a lot of social programs. This was around the time that a lot of the programs that we know today that have helped people along the way, that's when they were created after this, right? This is when you had immigration come about. And this is when, remember the mass immigration that came about with people from different countries. This was based off of that time period, because prior to then there was exclusions, especially because there were a lot of Chinese immigrants or Asian immigrants that would come in, but they would be excluded from the majority society. And so there were still a lot of exclusions for people of other nationalities who would come into the United States. So this was very pivotal, not just for the Black Americans, but also for immigrants and everyone that comes afterwards. So when they start talking mad greasy, this is what you got to talk about. So now, fast forward to today, when one of the most fundamental acts that came out of the civil rights movement is on its way out, or they're trying to take it out. Let's see why. Well, we all know why this is very important, but it also goes to show you how no matter how much progress you make, they're always going to try to take you right back. The point is for you to give up. That's literally what it is. This can definitely make people, especially if you're Black American, imagine all the protests, the fighting, all of our ancestors. I would say all of our ancestors, but mostly Black Americans, because this is American context, who fought for us to be able to have the right to vote without any restrictions and with proper representation, equality. They fought for that. And for it to be wiped out in just 60-something years is wild, mind-blowing. But this is what happens when people think that, things have changed, when they really haven't. All they're trying to do is just hide it. So now before, it would be apparent of, what was going on and you'd be able to see it. But now they're making it harder, because if I'm not mistaken, the way they put it is you would have to prove that a district is being racist now. And this is what happens when you're under the leadership of a crazy, narky, cluster B, racist individual. This is why mental health matters. You're gonna go now?
I'm gonna go
Okay.
Just a woman.
Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Dom's about to leave now. Bye. This is what happens, y'all. This is exactly what happens. So don't be fooled that this is all by design. We already knew what it was when we were celebrating being the 90. Well, I celebrated with y'all. But when they realized that it was mostly, minorities who were voting Democrat, and they realized how strong that vote is, because best believe they wouldn't do it if it wasn't strong. It's definitely strong. They're going to put you right back in your place. That's what that is.
Is unpacking the Supreme Court cases that you need to know about. Let's go back in time to 1965. The world got Beatlemania. The Sound of Music was released. And it's also the year when the Voting Rights Act was passed. It was the culmination of years of effort and sacrifice by the civil rights movement. The VRA has been amended several times, but there are two key pillars to know, Section 2 and Section 5. Section 2 bans denying the right to vote on account of race, and was also amended to include the right to elect representatives of their choice.
Here we go. Let's go back. All right, let's read it. Section 2, we're going to read it in its entirety. No voting qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure shall be imposed or applied by any state or political subdivision to deny or abridge the right of any citizen of the United States to vote on account of race or color. Okay.
Of race, and was also amended to include the right to elect
So then here, in that its members have less than other members of the electorate to participate in the process and to elect representatives of their choice. So basically, fundamentally speaking, if you have a neighborhood, like let's say we have a neighborhood of 100 people, and the majority of those people in that district, because it's all divided by districts or whatever in the US, and then let's say that about we'll say 90 of them are Black, and they do not have a representation in that district, because I don't know, to be honest with you, listen, American history, I haven't taken it in years, but I know you have the electorate college. American politics is just crazy the way that the voting system works. But let's say you have 90 Black people and it's 100 people, and you have 90 people who are Black, and then the only place that they could go to register their vote is in a city or in a community that's fully black, but then they're like, I guess the way that is zoned is like around, they don't have proper representation for them in that electorate. So then they have to pick people who do not look like them. Or they have to pick people or go somewhere far away to vote in a city that's not taking their vote as a majority city. So for example, they'll get dispersed to different districts. So what'll end up happening is that, like, let's say you have those 100 people or 90 people who want to vote blue. If they end up being scattered to different towns that are voting red, then the blue gets drowned out. That's how I understand it. Y'all let me know in the comments. So it is very important to have representatives of that represent you in the city or in your county. But they're trying to get rid of that. Let's hear more, because Vox will probably explain it way better than I can.
Representatives of their choice. Section 5 said that certain jurisdictions with a history of racial discrimination had to get permission from the federal government if they wanted to change their voting laws. The aim was to prevent the states and jurisdictions on this map, mostly the South, from passing laws that would discriminate against black voters. We're going to look at 3 major cases since then that are key to understanding Louisiana versus Calais. First stop, 1986. A case called Thornburg versus Jingles, built upon Section 2.
So, by the way, 1986, that's the year I was born, so this was 40 years ago. Okay.
1986. A case called Thornburg versus Jingles, built upon Section 2, and established rules governing when an alleged racial gerrymander violates the VRA.
The 2 most important factors under Jingles, one is whether a state has residential segregation. So, white people tend to live in one part of the state, black people tend to live in another part of the state, and also whether it has racially polarized voting. So, voters of one race tend to vote for the Republican Party, voters of the other race tend to vote for the Democratic Party. And the reason why the Supreme Court honed in on those 2 factors is that when you have voters clustering together and you also have racial polarization, that tends to produce 2 separate political communities where it's very easy for whichever racial group is in the majority to essentially cut the other group out of power by just drawing maps where they don't have any representation. And so you need to draw additional black districts, additional Latino districts, additional districts to make sure that the minority group also has representation.
As a result of Jingles, the number of black representatives shot up thanks to the creation of more majority black districts. The second case, which came in 2013, was not so favorable to the Voting Rights Act.
And let's go back. Here, look at all these folks. This was 1986, of course. Look at this one right here. We're going to talk about that demon one day. This one right here. He's the reason why there's a lot of stuff going on. Shout out to Sis on TikTok who's keeping me informed about that. The one with the big ass ears. But notice, all men, oh no, not all. One woman. So mostly male. We'll say all white party. That's what we're going to call it. An all white party. And one woman right here. Standing up for the patriarchy. Okay.
Case, which
now,
came in 2013.
2013, we got this one right here who be cooning. Gotta be honest. That's his job. Okay? Okay, maybe cooning is not a nice word. Let me use a better word. He is an op. Let's put it that. We got this op right here. And then we have all these other folks. Here. Okay, 2013. Just remember that.
Was not so favorable to the Voting Rights Act. One of the key pillars of protection, Section 5, was struck down in a case called Shelby County versus Holder in a 5-4 decision. The result was that states and jurisdictions that...
And then look at this. Look at this. 5-4. So she cool. So they said no. Woman. Breyer, man, woman right here. Ginsburg, rest in peace to her. All of them voted no. And then you got this. I done told y'all he's a buffoon, a coon. Coon, but you know what? We're going to call him. We're going to just call him a coon. Here we go. All of these voted. Just remember that. Remember that. And why is he still there? Red flag. There should be a limit. I told y'all about these damn geezers, including the president. Get out of here. Get out. How old is that man? Hold on a second. Sorry, y'all. Mimi's barking. Let me turn on my my bad, y'all. I might have to leave. I'm gonna have to play the video real quick. Let me put my There's a dog barking outside, so she's communicating with that dang on dog. Hold on, let me go and put the white noise. She's still a puppy, y'all. She's still a puppy, y'all. I have to remind myself every day. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the white noise on the TV screen. Just give me 1 second. Before I do that though, Clarence Thomas. He was born June 23rd. Is he a Gemini? Gotta be an air sign. Red flag causing a ruckus. And then here we go. Causing a political ruckus. Y'all know we like to be in legal fields and whatnot. We like to be in those type of things. But 77 years old. Get out of here. Retire. Why are you still around? I'm tired of you. Who's his wife? Yeah, of course. Of course. Continuing. Next.
In a 5-4
Tired of
decision.
them. Hold on.
The result was that states and jurisdictions that used to have racist voting laws passed a number of new voting restrictions that disproportionately affected minority voters.
We saw a flood after the Shelby decision, a flood of laws designed to make it hard just to show up at the polls.
The premise of the Shelby County majority opinion is, well, we don't have all this racism anymore that we used to have in 1965, so we don't need the law that stops the racism that we used to have in 1965.
That left Section 2 as the remaining safeguard to protect the voice of minority voters. Fast forward to 2023. Another gerrymandering case, Allen versus Milligan, is heard by the Roberts Court, now made up of 6 Republican-appointed and 3 Democrat-appointed justices. With the Voting Rights Act on the line once again, the ruling in Milligan upheld essential parts of Section 2 and struck down a racially gerrymandered map in Alabama. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh voted with the court's liberal minority.
Because this court, or at least its Republican majority, is so hostile to the Voting Rights Act, I think everyone thought they were going to strike down the anti-gerrymandering provisions, overrule jingles, allow Alabama to have whatever maps Alabama wanted. And everyone, including me, was shocked when that didn't happen.
I wanted to take a second to thank our Patreon members. We're putting this episode of our Patreon exclusive series, The Docket, on YouTube. Videos like this one are only possible through the financial support of our members. And for a few dollars a month, you can get access to exclusive.
Okay, sorry, we gotta fast forward a little bit.
Elect to our community and our report. The U.S. Supreme Court appears willing to strike down Section 2, despite the striking similarities to Milligan. This case has been kicking around for a few years before it made it to the Supreme Court, so let me catch you up. In 2022, Louisiana state legislators drew an electoral map called HB 1 that only included 1 majority black district out of 6 statewide, despite the 2020 census showing that 1/3 of the Louisiana population was black. Civil rights groups and community members sued, and it was decided that they needed a new map with 2 majority black districts to reflect the state's population.
Absolutely.
The new map, SB 8, passed in the state legislature in 2024, and it seemed like it was over. But a group of non-African American voters claimed SB 8 was unconstitutional.
Of course they did. Who are the Louisiana voters behind the Supreme Court challenge? There's little information in court filings about the dozen plaintiffs who challenged the state's voting map as an illegal racial gerrymander. Of course they did. Red flag. Because they know that you gonna vote blue. And then, is Louisiana a blue state? Let's see. Is it blue or red? Oh, it looks very red to me. Red, red, red. Red flag. 60% red. Sorry about that. This is why. This is exactly why. Let's see the map. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Where's Louisiana? Where y'all asses at? Why is it not? Oh, here we go. Where y'all at? Yup. Red, red, red. Red. Yup. And so this is why I do not feel bad at all. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't feel bad. Whenever they get on TV crying, I saw something the other day. I skipped it. Let me tell y'all. I'm so ruthless with it. Let me tell y'all what I saw. What video did I see? Hold on, it always shows up on my damn thumbnail. Oh no, now this not gonna show up. It was like what was it? It was like Americans can't afford something. It was some documentary. I'll see if I can find it. I don't want to waste time though. And then it had a whole bunch of folks from rural areas, and they was looking like they was crying. They didn't understand what was going on with the bills, and they was about to lose their house. And I went, click. I reserve my empathy. This is 2026. I'm not going to be, I feel sorry for them because if they didn't deserve. Yeah, they did. Because look at this. Look at this. This is why. This was in 2025. And this was around COVID.
Because race was the sole reason for the map. They argued because the map was created to fix discrimination against black voters, it was discriminating against white voters.
How?
This is Louisiana versus Calais.
So they only had 2. They couldn't even give the black folks in Louisiana 2. How many did they have? This is egregious. How did it discriminate against white voters when you were just giving them proper representation, equality? All you were giving them was equality. But nope. Again, you gotta center. You can never be the victim. It has to be centered. They gotta be the center of it all. This is
And the Calais case wound up being heard by 2 Trump judges. And those Trump judges said that the maps that Louisiana drew were themselves unconstitutional.
After an initial oral argument in March 2025, the Supreme Court heard re-arguments 7 months later.
We will hear argument first this morning in case 24-109, Louisiana versus Calais.
These arguments were framed around a single question: whether the state's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
This court's cases, in a variety of contexts, have said that race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time, sometimes for a long period of time, decades in some cases, but that they should not be indefinite and should have an endpoint.
If it's going above and beyond what the 15th Amendment requires of its own force, but Congress has actually chosen the Voting Rights Act as a...
Congress, let me see. Let's see here. When was this published? 2025? Yeah, March 3rd. Yeah, he was elected. Okay, here, look at this. Look at this. Racism's dead, y'all. Look at this. Look at this representation. This beautiful representation right here. And they couldn't even let y'all have 2 in Louisiana. Red flag. But we already knew that. Our ancestors done warned us, and they tried their hardest. They really tried, y'all.
The remedy, does that affect the question of whether it can go on indefinitely or not?
Shut up, Amy.
Takeaways from the argument in Calais. One is that the Republican justices are absolutely determined to eliminate the Voting Rights Act racial gerrymandering safeguard.
Of course, because again, what a 92% at? This is why. This is all where it comes down to. You're not flipping fast enough. The rappers couldn't get y'all to flip. Nobody could get y'all to flip, especially you black women. You need to... You're not flipping. You're not flipping fast enough. The other races, they flipping. Look at the men here. The Latino men flipping. The Latino women, y'all flipping slowly, but you're flipping. Or you were flipping. You remember? I will vote for Donald Trump. Y'all remember that? And then now, here we go. Black women, you're never flipping. 10 toes. You're like, hell no. Best of the worst. Let's go. Black men, you're flipping slowly too. You gotta be careful, but you still didn't flip high enough for them. They're like, oh, they're too smart. Let's take it away from them. There you go. Simple answer.
Guards. The other thing is that they have no idea how to do it. They couldn't agree on a rationale for why
There's no rationale. I'm glad you brought it up. And he looked like he was hot. He was like, yeah, I saw him in the beginning. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Sir. He gets it. He would have been an abolitionist in the past. Listen, there's no rationale. Of course there's not when you're dealing with narkies. When you're dealing with cluster B folks. These are all cluster B bootlicking ass people. Bootlickers. Because they think they're going to get, and this is the funniest thing. They're going to do it, and then it's going to backfire on everybody. But then, you know, people can't see that. Just like what was going on with the ICE raids. At first, it was all cool until the young white brother and sister, they were gone. And then all of a sudden, notice the rhetoric changed, right? So if it starts with this, I heard that the birthright is also in. We're going to talk about that a little bit. Oh, if they could pass this, they're going to start knocking everything down.
How to do it. They couldn't agree on a rationale for why they should do it. They sort of started with the outcome they wanted, and then were tossing out different theories they could use to get to that outcome.
I find it particularly cruel to use two amendments that were created to protect Black and other communities of color and women, right, after Reconstruction, to use those two amendments to then take away voice and rights from the very people they were created to protect.
Yeah.
In many ways, the Voting Rights Act has already been gutted and no longer carries the same protections it once had. This case could be its last gasp.
Now, our governor, our attorney general, and our legislature, who are all Republicanly controlled, are saying that it was a mistake. It was a mistake to create a fair map. It was a mistake to give voice to...
Yeah. That's why it was a mistake. They don't want to hear us. It was a mistake because then we could just keep things the way they were. You guys, you Negroes, you're getting too advanced. Even with the odds stacked against you. Even during slavery, Jim Crow, segregation around that time, redlining. You're still overcoming the odds. We don't understand. You're still getting educated faster than everybody. You're still, even with the single mother pandemic, somehow you're finding a way to feed all them kids. You're finding a way too much. You guys are out doing it. We were supposed to get rid of y'all a long time ago, and you're still here surviving and thriving. You guys are getting too comfortable. We got to pull it right back. Equality's getting too close. You can smell it now. So we got to knock women down, black. Remember, we're double. Women, any person of color, anyone who is gay, anyone who is different, disabled. There you go. So now, again, it was in Project 2025. I think I read it briefly in one of my members only live streams. We might need to revisit it again. It's somewhere in there. I promise you, it's in there. This is how they're regaining control and making it like this. Here we go. They want the whole country to be like this, represented like this. Go right back to the olden days because you have this geezer. Because remember, he's 79. Clarence Thomas is 77. They were all in their teens when this all happened, by the way. Jesse Jackson just passed away a few months ago. So I'm not surprised, y'all. This is not surprising at all. Hold on, y'all. I'm losing storage here. This might mess something up. Hold on. Let me delete it. I forgot to. Let me delete this stuff. My bad, y'all. My bad. How is it 11 gigs already? Oh, boy. Okay. Sorry, we got to delete this. I was running out of space. Okay, so yeah. Sorry about that. I got distracted. So yeah. And then Clarence Thomas, shame on your ass. Shame on you. Shame on you, red flag. You were there through all this, but again, he doesn't care. He always wanted to be on the other side. Oh, cooning ass. All right, let's continue.
An opportunity for Black voters to be able to elect a candidate of choice, to have true representation.
You know, I've always seen the Voting Rights Act as like a sacred text. You know, this is the law that finally made the United States into a liberal democracy where everyone had an equal, or at least every citizen had an equal say in who would govern them.
Not only that, but this is another thing, is they were trying to say, oh yeah, like it had an X, it wasn't supposed to be indeterminate, it's supposed to be term, then they would have put it there. Why didn't they put it there? Red flag. They're adding to it. That's all that is. They're trying to make it like, oh, it's supposed to be short term. It was a short remedy. Where did it say it? It did not say from this term to the next, let's revisit this in 30 years. For example, when Hong Kong was ceded to the British, there was a timeline on it. I forgot how many years, but after a certain amount of years, they were able, China was able to reclaim or regain Hong Kong. It was only for a short term. They put it in the paperwork. They said, oh, only for this many years we're going to colonize Hong Kong. And then after that, you could take it back, China. That was the deal. It was never, trust me, if they wrote a term, it would have been in there. There was never after 30 years, we will revisit this. After 60 years, they didn't say that. But no, there was no rationale. So they got to come, grasp at straws to keep their agenda. Look at all this. The all-white party, you're not invited. Well, I'm not invited. I know damn sure half of y'all ain't invited. There's that. They want to make it exclusive again. Keep your ass out of it. Redlining for electorates. Ain't that crazy? That's wild. Every few decades, you got to come up to the same tricks. Same trips, same tricks, same scams.
But the law only works if you can trust the federal government to want to implement this law.
If the court decides to strike down Section 2, it would be ruling that any use of race in districting, even if it was meant to remedy racial discrimination in the first place, is illegal.
In the likely event that the Supreme Court overrules Jingles and eliminates the Voting Rights Act's protections against racial gerrymandering, the immediate effects could be pretty catastrophic, both for Black representation and for Democrats.
Some reports suggest that as many as 19 House seats could be flipped Republican with redrawn district maps. And it's not just the House of Representatives.
This is bigger than just one congressional seat in the state of Louisiana. We could see a sweeping change that would set us back 60 years.
What happens next with the Voting Rights Act won't be clear until the Supreme Court makes a ruling on the case.
Wasn't there a recent state that flipped to blue? That's probably why they're going crazy with this one. I forgot. Y'all let me know in the comments. There was a recent state that flipped to blue that was red or something, or some district or something.
Which should arrive just in time to set the stage for the 2026 midterm elections. It might very well usher in a renewed fight over voting rights in America in the 21st century.
It cannot be minimized, the fact that people died for Black voters to have voice and opportunity and representation. I think you absolutely will see, Black voters mobilizing across this country. There's going to be a reckoning.
There you go. All right, so I'll read a few comments, but let's watch. Let me read a few comments before we watch a TikTok video I want to watch, and she explains it so well, y'all. Sis explains it so well, and then we're gonna move on. Let me see if I can find the video here. Okay, I'll read a few comments. Sarita, you said I know somebody that used to deliver the Thomas mail. His wife was so nasty to them on the daily. Nothing nice. I'm not surprised. Now, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying that like all interracial couples are like this, but I do notice that whenever a Black man is so bent on stepping over his race, I already know what time it is. That's why I said, where's his wife? I already knew. There's no way he could be married to a Black woman and have this kind of rhetoric. It's impossible. Almost impossible. I have not seen it. Not yet. Maybe y'all can give me examples. But usually when they are like that, they are... Notice. Y'all peep. They don't get more pro-Black. They want an invitation to the all-white party. That's what that is. And you know, I've noticed with black women, on the other hand, it's different. It's so crazy, right? Let's just keep it that way. Ginsburg was a weirdo too. She was? Y'all let me know. I thought she was one of the good ones. Karma, hey sis, how are you? Nadia PW, you can't end something that fixed something that hasn't completely ended. There you go. Boom, mic drop. But of course, like, even if they're trying to make it seem as if, oh, it's no longer required, there's no racial discrimination anymore, like it's not like in the times of the 60s. No, we're not protesting like before. No, but didn't Black Lives Matter just happen just a few years ago? Like, who are they trying to fool? Who are they trying to fool? And again, like, they're trying to wear you down, wear us down. I'll say all of us globally, we're all watching this. They're trying to wear us down, y'all. Whenever you have things happening like this, they're trying to wear you down, trying to make you discouraged, not want to vote. But you better vote even more. Even more. Even with the odds stacked against you. And I guess this is another thing I want to say, that sometimes, like, you know, it's not sometimes, this always happens. No matter what, you're always going to have an adversary, whether it's political or whether it's macro or micro is what I meant to say. So it could be in your personal life or even in just the grand scheme of things, right? In society, you're always going to have an adversary trying to take you down. It could be in the spiritual world. It could be in the political world, whichever world you live in, whatever reality you choose to live in, it's going to be there. And it's going to tie you down, wear you down, make it seem like, oh, there's no hope to keep fighting, because hell, if our ancestors did it and they gave their lives up for this, for us to be free, and yet here we are years later. I could use Haiti as an example. Haitian Revolution, first black independent country, now overrun by gangs, corruption, crime. And then you could easily question, what was it worth? Like, why did they do that? It didn't even matter. That's what they want you to think, so you don't keep fighting. But guess what? From that situation, there are so many Haitian scholars and so many Haitian people who have profited and thrived off of the sacrifices of our ancestors, including myself. I would have never been able to be here and do what I do and live the life that I live without the sacrifices of my ancestors, who I venerate every day. And I'm grateful for that. So I will say the same for you. If you're in America, Black Americans specifically, and immigrants afterwards, but Black Americans specifically, because this was their fight that they fought. You fought so hard for it. Don't think that it's in vain. So even if they're trying to get rid of it, even if they end up getting rid of it, it won't matter at the end of the day, because hell, if one thing I learned about this world is that you can make lemonade out of, what was it? If life gives you lemons, if life gives you lemons, you're gonna make lemonade. And nobody makes lemonade better than black people. I'll tell you that much. They tried to squash us, get rid of us, and we still here. If you're native out here, my indigenous folks, you get it too. You understand. My Hispanic folks, you'll understand more than anybody too. We're still here. So we still gonna do what we gotta do. You just gotta find another way to get it done. So if they talk about long lines, they will try to make it difficult for you to vote in the midterms. I'm gonna be very honest. Very extremely honest. But guess what? You're gonna take your black behind over there. And you're gonna still do it. They can't stop the show. Can't stop the motion. Keep it going. I'll read a few more. Hey L, how are you, sis? You said also look at the Heritage Foundation's education background. He studied American history and focused on Black American slave trade impacts. Oh, you talking about the guy with the big ears? Let me know. The head of you talking about the Peter Thiel? Let's find out. Let's find out. Peter Thiel's education. I think that's who you're talking about. Let's see. What did he study? I'm gonna go here. Let's see. Is he the head of it? I think it is him. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. What is he? Okay, wait. Head of the Heritage Foundation. I think it is him, but let me make sure. Oh, sorry. Kevin D. Roberts. My bad. That's who it is? Okay. Education. Let's find out. I'm not surprised, though. I'm sure we could find it out somewhere. Let's put slave. Hold on. You put... Hold on, sorry, sis. I gotta go in the comments. He studied American history. Okay. Ah, why does this one keep coming up? My bad, y'all. I got so many screens open. Let's check it out. Is it this guy? Let me see. But I believe you, sis. I know he probably did. You know what? Let's do one better. Let's go to the website. I believe you, sis. So we ain't even gonna check all that. We're gonna go to the website. Yep. Remember, we went. Let's check it here. Yep. Protect your values. Ain't nobody giving to this rinky-dink ass foundation. Red flag. Oh, they done changed the picture. They had the sisters and the brothers here. Oh, they done changed it, y'all. Remember when we did the live stream? Oh, wait. Oh, no. We're going to have to go to the members only. We're going to go to the members only. Hold on. They changed the pictures. Interesting. Hold on a second. Let's get to here. The American family. National security. We don't care about all that. Citizenship. Oh, they're going to target citizenship next, y'all. Hold up. So they got the 4 pillars. Or 4 cornerstones. All right. The American family. So remember, they struck down. We don't even need to read the whole document, but we will one day. I want to really go comb through it. The family is the foundation of American life. We work to restore the natural family, virtuous, faithful, growing, and free. Because strong families build strong communities and a flourishing nation. Protecting parental rights, revitalizing faith in civil society, and creating pro-family culture are central to this vision. So here, that's when they struck down Roe versus Wade v. Wade in some states. All right, we already got that down, Pat. And the DEI and trans rights and all that stuff. The dignity of work and future of free enterprise. Interesting. They're gonna strike that down, y'all. They're working on it with AI. Work is more than a means of survival. It is a source of purpose and prosperity. We champion an industrious economy that rewards service and innovation, respects private ownership, and strengthens family formation and stability. A healthy economy should foster earned flourishing and remove obstacles that stifle opportunity. So notice, private ownership. For who? Corporations. Next, national security. America must remain a sovereign nation of strong families free from threats at home and abroad. We pursue policies that restore military strength, protect our homeland, and secure our vital national interests in an increasingly dangerous world. Security begins with prioritizing the American homeland and maintaining energy and technological dominance. Notice here, begins with prioritizing the homeland and maintaining energy and technological dominance. Interesting. Interesting this was put in here. Because y'all know dominance means, hold on, oh yeah. Let's check it here. Because y'all know I love to look at definitions. Power and influence over others. Notice the wording. You prioritize your home first, and then world domination, like Pinky and the Brain. Here we go. Y'all remember Pinky and the Brain, the little mouse with the big ass head. One day we're gonna take over the world. Yep. The cartoons done tried to tell us. So here, energy. Oh, how is energy sustained? And then remember, we did the whole scientist breakdown. Was that last weekend? Who threw me for a loop, y'all? When we spoke about the one, that one guy, Louis, I forgot his name. The one who was doing energy. He was trying to work on sustainable energy where we no longer need to rely on oil. And he was packed right up out of here. And then remember, we saw that the president, with his competitor, they signed a deal with the competitor. And then now we have this here and technological dominance. We're going to talk about AI. We got a video here. Shout out to everybody who sent me stories this week. Thank you. Everybody in the Discord. You know who you are. Elle, Sophie, Devonda, Queen. She goes by Queen on Discord. And then we had Miri sent me some stuff. And Rhea. I'm going to say a whole bunch of names. I saw Rhea's name and Audrey's name too. So yeah. So here we go. I think I said Sophie, but Sophie, I'll say your name twice just in case I forgot. The American heritage and citizenship. This is coming down next, y'all. Citizenship is sacred, is a sacred inheritance rooted in love of country, civic virtue, and faith in God. We seek to cultivate these values so that liberty and self-government endure for generations to come. Preserving our heritage means upholding the rule of law and forming a virtuous patriotic citizenry. They're trying to get rid of birthright. We already know that. Now, am I shocked? No. I just didn't realize how fast it was gonna go. This is really fast. But this is how you take over stuff. Like, you know, you get majority, you have majority representation. There you go. So, yeah. So let's continue. Let's watch what Sis had to say, because she had to say something real good about it. And this is a ongoing conversation, by the way, y'all. We're gonna continue this. I know we were supposed to continue the natural hair conversation, but there was just so much going on. I had to give it a pause. But we're gonna get back to that soon.
I'm gonna need y'all to sit down for just a little while we talk about this, okay? Just yesterday, the Supreme Court handed down a 6-3 decision that election law experts are calling one of the most damaging rulings in 100 years. And I promise you, a lot of people scrolling on their phones right now don't even have any idea that this happened. So let me break it down for you, all right? Plain, simple, no law degree required, all right? So let's start with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That's a good starting point. After decades of Black Americans being blocked from the polls, poll taxes, literacy tests, violence, intimidation, you know the drill. Congress passed a law that said your vote will be protected and your vote will count, okay? That law was the crown jewel of the civil rights movement. Now, here's what you need to understand about how your vote gets counted or doesn't get counted. Every state gets divided into districts, okay? Each district elects one person to Congress. And whoever draws those district lines has enormous power, because you can draw them to give a community a voice, or you can draw them to silence that same community. Stay with me. Louisiana has nearly 1/3 Black population. And after the 2020 census, the Republican-controlled legislature drew a map with 5 majority white districts and only 1 majority Black district. Black voters sued. And courts agreed that the map was unfair. Louisiana was ordered to draw a second majority Black district, and they did. A Black man by the name of Cleo Fields won that seat in November of 24. Then a group of white voters sued and said, you can't draw districts with race in mind, even to fix discrimination. Never mind that that's what they had done in the first place, okay? Mm-hmm. And yesterday, the Supreme Court agreed with them, 6-3, along party lines. Now, I know what some of y'all are thinking, but don't we still get to vote? Don't we still get to vote? Yes. And here's why that's not the whole story. Imagine your neighborhood has, let's say, 40 Black voters who all want the same candidate. Stay with me. But somebody splits you across 4 different districts, 10 of you in each one. Now, in every single district, your community is outnumbered. Your candidate loses in all 4. Every single person voted. Every vote was counted. And you got 0 representation. And by the way, sorry to cut Sis off. I'm going to let her continue cooking. But look at this. I showed y'all the picture. Look at this ugly ass man. Sorry. Look at this. This was even with the law in place. Even with it in place. This is Congress.
current day, as we speak, with the Voting Rights Act in place. Where's she at? Here we go.
That is vote dilution, and that is exactly what the Voting Rights Act was designed to stop. The Supreme Court just made it nearly impossible to challenge maps that do exactly that. Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent that this ruling greenlights redistricting plans that will disable minority communities. One of the nation's top election law scholars called what remains of the Voting Rights Act a hollow shell, just a hollow shell. The ballot box is still open, beloved. They just quietly picked the power clean out of it. And this isn't a partisan talking point, okay? This is history happening right now in real time, and you deserve to know it. You deserve to know all about it. So share this. Talk about it. Because an uninformed people can't defend their own freedom. What to do? Stay informed. Stay engaged. And above all else, do not stay silent.
There you go. Agree with you, sis. Love it. Y'all can follow Women Helping Women on TikTok. Oh boy. Yeah, y'all. This is it. This is what it is. And you know what? Another thing I want to say is that yeah. There's a lot to come, y'all. There's a lot to come. It's not going to be over. They again want it to stay like this. That's exactly. And then look at all these men. Look at all these men. Red flag. This is exactly why when we cover DV stories, I know this is Congress, but you got to remember, these are the people who pass laws for your country. And when we talk about DV stories and we talk about, why isn't there much more done? This is why. It starts at the top. They always say the fish rots at the head. This is why. This is why the laws can't change. This is why you can't have affordable daycare. This is why you can't even apply to jobs and get like a decent job now, because everything's getting shipped over there. Even though they tried to say, oh yeah, we're going to keep jobs in there, but please believe them. Red flag, don't believe anything. This is why we can't have equality if you look like me. This is why. Look at this. Look at this. And then look at this. I can almost pick some of them that need to be retired long ago. This is why. This is why it matters. And this is why when I started the stream and I said, I'm happy my case studies are helping people, but this is why I do not shorten anything. This is why I talk a lot about stuff. And yeah, I could probably do it, but no. You need to, if you can't even stay to listen to this, that's very important, then and I'm not talking about people who are busy. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people with a short attention span. This is why you need to pay attention. They're doing all this stuff right underneath your face, underneath your nose. In your face is what I meant to say, and underneath your nose. And if you can't even watch a 30-minute or an hour video, that's a problem. Because guess what? They're doing stuff. They're getting things done. If you can't understand laws, if you can't understand what's being done in your country, if you don't even know what is happening, that's why she said you got to stay informed. Because I can guarantee you there are probably some people out there who do not know that this happened. This is very sad, y'all. Oh boy. All right, let's watch this one. Shout out to whoever sent it to me on Discord.
Dumbass. I hate Yo, it's my nigga! The Supreme Court just made it constitutional for elections to discriminate against black people. And ironically, that decision is directly connected to the recent string of streamers, nerds, cops, and white teenagers saying the N-word. They changed the Voting Rights Act, which was passed the day after John Lewis was beaten so badly by state troopers, his skull was cracked. And the justice who wanted to change it basically said, discrimination happened a long time ago. Letting it impact laws today would be unfair, you know? There are no safeguards when black people experience discrimination, but everyone has opinions about the reaction. Someone says the N-word and the conversation becomes, get tougher skin, you're overreacting. You guys can say the word and we can't. That's the real discriminating. And now the Supreme Court is saying, we know there's a history of discrimination that impacts your quality of life, but if we implement specific solutions the same way we cause specific harm, that could be seen as unfair. And discrimination's wrong, right? But you can't jump from oppression to equality without accountability. Keep pushing for folks to be accountable, whether it's a person or a country.
There you go. There you go. He said it in a nutshell. Accountability. You're dealing with people who are mentally ill here. These are mentally ill folks. I'm being dead serious. Dead serious. When people have this kind of mindset, mental. I can already tell, like I said, they probably need to be tested and clinically medicated a long time ago, but yet they walk amongst us. And some of them are just plain out demon and evil. That's it. Like, mental illness can't be the explanation for some of the things that I've seen in this lifetime of mine. But you're dealing with people who are there to purposely make sure that you never get equality. Never. But guess what? At the end of the day, you're going to choose what life you want to live. And as for me and my house, we going to make sure that we keep talking and squawking. I don't care who's out there. We going to keep talking and squawking. And make sure you do things on the back end, to be honest with you. Yep. So I'm going to read a few more comments. And then we will see what happens after. Because this is, again, is going to... And the midterm elections are November, I believe. So there are a few things that are going to happen to make sure that this geezer stays in power. Here, what we covered here, okay, impact of house smash deportation case. Here we go. After oral arguments today, conservative justices appeared ready to back the president. His push to end temporary deportation protections for potentially millions of foreign nationals who come from countries enduring war and natural disasters. That's another thing, y'all. All right, we'll read a few more comments and then we got to move on because we got a lot to talk about today. You said go to Wikipedia. This man has a whole ass PhD in that. He does? Okay, which one? The Kevin guy or the Devonda Hayes, how are you? And that's okay if you can't join. Thanks for saying hi. You said is it the Peter Thiel guy or the... Maybe you wrote it. Hold on, let me check. Who was it? Okay. All right, hold on. You said I could go to Wikipedia? Okay, I'm gonna find it. Was it? No, it was the Kevin guy. My bad. Okay, let's go to Wikipedia. It must have been him. It must be him. All right, let's see. Education. All right. Wait, where's his education? Academia. He worked as an assistant professor of history at New Mexico State University. And in 2006, he founded the John Paul the Great Academy, a private independent Catholic K-12 school in his hometown of Lafayette. So he's from Louisiana too? Lord. Where he serves as chair emeritus on the board of trustees. The school's patron is Jose Maria Escriva, a Catholic saint and the founder of Opus Dei. Are you sure it's this guy? Let's check here. Maybe I'll see it there. Hold on. It might be the Peter Thiel guy you talking about. Oh, wait. Hold on. He had an argument with the brat. Hold on a second. Wait, this is getting interesting. Hold on a second, y'all. Wait a minute. It might be him. Hold on. Appearing. Wait. I see black people here. Hold on. It says here, appearing on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast in July 2024 to be interviewed by Congressman Dave Brat. Y'all, I thought it said the brat. This is how you know. I had a long day. Hold on. I thought it said the brat. I thought it said the brat. I think you're talking about Peter Thiel. Okay. Hold on. Oh, you said special interest at the top. Okay, let's check. Let me check. Special interest. Where you see that at? Okay, my eyes must be tricking me. Hold on. I'm going through here. He's been called the mastermind. So he's the mastermind of Project 2025. I'm not surprised. Oh, let's read his history, y'all. Wait, when's his birthday? June 24th. We got another air sign. Y'all, oh my God. Is he air or fire? Hold on. June 24th. Zodiac. I think he's a Gemini. Oh, he's a Cancer. Oh, Lord. He's a water sign. Red flag. Oh, boy. He gonna cause hell, y'all. He's already doing that. Emotionally driven. I mean, I'm just, this is just me joking. Not, of course, all air signs can be crazy, but very interesting. Let's look at his. Oh, it says it here. Okay, I saw it. I just saw a picture. He was born in Louisiana, and interesting. He has a sister, Lori Roberts Romero. Is he Romero? His sister Hispanic? Hold up. Romero sounds very Hispanic to me. That's his sister? Maybe that's her husband's last. She married a Latino? Interesting. All right. Robert's parents divorced in 1979. His father struggled with alcoholism. Yeah, I'm finding a lot of... J.D. Vance came from a similar background. And his brother died by S-word at 15. Wow, a lot of trauma. In high school, he was an Eagle Scout, captain of the Lafayette High Quiz Bowl team, and president of National Forensic League. He won over 50 awards in speech and debate competitions. And he graduated from Lafayette High School and earned a bachelor's degree in history, magna cum laude, from the University of Lafayette, or Louisiana at Lafayette. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. In 96, a Master's of Arts in History from Virginia Tech and a PhD in American History from University of Texas at Austin. His dissertation examined the cultural construction of the Louisiana slave community, the Creoles. Y'all remember Tina Knowles and them peoples up in there. From the 1790s to the 1830s, including the influence of the transatlantic, trans-Caribbean, and interstate slave trades. The role of the Catholic Church as an agent of colonial Spain. And the contrasting demographic structures of New Orleans, the coastal sugar parishes, and the Mississippi River adjacent cottonlands. In 2024, Samuel G. Friedman wrote in the LA Review of Books that Robert's dissertation had all the markings of conventional historiography, and that his later views on the history of racism in the U.S. starkly contrasted with the intricate, nuanced work on enslaved black people that he had done as a graduate student. So he was that obsessed with black people. His thesis. All right. Yeah, thank you, sis, because I was ready to skip over it. I believed you already, but it's very interesting to see the breakdown here. His background, African Virginian extended kin. That was his thesis. The prevalence of West African family forms among slaves in Virginia, 1740 to 1870. Can we read it? Yes, we can. How long? 99 pages. Hold up. Let's see the abstract. Okay, we might, you know what? Not today, because I don't have time today, but we might have to read this. Scholarship on slave families has focused on the nuclear family unit as the primary socializing institution among slaves. Such a paradigm ignores the extended family, which was the primary form of family organization among peoples in Western and Central Africa. By exploring slave trade data, I argue that 85% of slave imports to Virginia in the 18th century were from only 4 regions: people from each region, the Igbo, the Akan, the Bantu speakers from Angola and Congo, and the Mande from Senegambia, were marked by the prevalence of the extended family, the centrality of women, and the flexible descent systems. I contend that these three cultural characteristics were transferred by slaves to Virginia. Oh, boy. Runaway slave advertisement from the Virginia Gazette showed the cultural makeup of slaves in 18th century Virginia. I use these advertisements to illustrate the prevalence of vast interplantation webs of kin that pervaded plantation, county, and even state boundaries. Plantation records, on the other hand, are useful for tracking the development of extended families on a single plantation. William Massey's plantation, Pharsalia, located in Nelson County, Virginia, is the focus of my study with intra-plantation webs of kin. Finally, I examined the years after the Civil War to illustrate that even under freedom, former slaves resorted to their extended families for support and survival. Who is this extended family he speaks of? I need to find out. What extended family? Because ain't we all get split up anyways? What extended family we talk? Hold up. What extended can you talk about? Let's look here. Slave family scholarship had always centered on the idea of the two-parent household. Before Gutman, most scholars concurred that two-parent African-American family was not prevalent under slavery. What? I feel very uncomfortable reading this, y'all. Not because it's talking about slavery, it's because it's coming from this man. Red flag. What the hell you talking about here? Of course. It wasn't, okay, two-parent household, how? I mean, of course, if you're in the same plantation, then your husband doesn't end up getting taken by another slave owner or master. Come on now, what we talking about? A lot of families were split up, so I don't know what he's talking about here. It's common sense. And I think that there should be a ban on people. I'm sorry, y'all. Listen, there's some subjects that you shouldn't be able to talk about if you are from the colonial background, okay? You need to focus more on your participation. You see, this is the problem I have. If you want to talk about slave owners slaves, no problem. Have at it, right? Well, even though I feel uncomfortable with that. But you need to also write a thesis. I think you should do double. Write the effects of the slave masters. How come we never see that? It's always from the perspective of the slave. Why don't you research your people? But you're so obsessed with ours. Red flag. This should not be even a question of you doing this. If somebody's going to talk about extended kin, let it be the folks from that community, not your ass. Especially not a colonizer. Come on now. I'm not saying you can't write a dissertation about different cultures. Don't get me wrong. But if your culture has oppressed the people, I think that there needs to be some consideration done here. You can't have Japanese students talking about what they did in Korea because it's going to be biased. The Korean point of view is definitely going to be different from the Japanese point of view. It doesn't matter how much you study history. There's always going to be a gap in knowledge because it depends on where you learn the information from. So it's the same here. Your family or ancestry colonized the slaves in America. So how can you, without bias, write about this? Red flag. I'm tired of that. Let's continue reading, y'all. But it's pissing me off. Because he studied us. But studied my kinfolk in America. He studied y'all. And now look at what he came up with. This is dangerous. So now, sociologists, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he talking about prior research. We don't give a damn. I want to see what you was talking about with extended kin. Extended kinship relationship as adaptations of West African cultural traditions, not just consequences of slavery. Okay, many slaves did not form permanent nuclear families. It's not that they could not. They were not allowed to. Can we put that language in here? Some people were already married. This is why we need to have proper representation. From the perspective of a descendant of slaves. My ancestors, most likely, I don't know, But whoever came first, we don't even know if they were already married. Most likely they were married and they already had children. They were separated from them. They had to get new wives and new kids. It's not that they were not allowed to. Anytime you got close to somebody, if they saw you were too close, especially if you had a freaking demonic ass slave owner, the worst of the worst, sadistic, vile, worse than any creature on earth, they would separate them and then rape them. So how can you form a nuclear family when you didn't even know if your son or daughter was going to be sold off in a few years? How? Can somebody tell me, does he talk about that? Here, they did not form permanent. Instead, she argues that slaves' principal kinship organization was a malleable extended family that, when possible, provided its members with nurture, education, socialization, material support, and recreation in the face of potential social chaos and the slaveholder imposed. Like, it's like they're talking about it as if it's just information. These were people's lives, my people's lives, your people's lives. This is troubling, y'all. What is your thesis about? This is annoying. And this is why it's pissing me off, because I know Project 2025 is what he created. He did all of this. Not only must slave family historians explore scholarship on African culture, so he done went to the motherland, y'all. Y'all be on guard if you're on the motherland. He's targeting y'all next. But they must also connect specific cultures of Africa to American you see? But they must also connect specific cultures of Africa to American locals where slaves from those cultures were sold. Examining slave trade data makes this task more manageable, but explaining coherently what traditions of the dozens of distinct West and West Central African cultures were transferred by their enslaved mediators to the New World is difficult. I hope it stays difficult for your ass. Similarly, if slave family scholars intend to reconstruct extended kinship networks among the enslaved in America, they must find greater utility in plantation records, runaway slave advertisement, and freedmen's marriage registers. By limiting my study to Virginia, I contend, so this is the whole premise here, I contend that enslaved Africans and African Americans transferred some form of their West African family practices to America. So basically now by him, let's fast forward. We'll read this thesis in its entirety another time, but this is troubling. So now, remember when I showed in the live stream, if you were part of that live stream, you will remember there was some black folks up in here. And I said, oh, they done got us. I said that. Let me see if I could find it, y'all. I said they done got us. I don't know if they still have the picture there. But they got us. They done got us, y'all. They done got us. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not going to look too much, but there was like a whole like gallery. And there were 2 black people on the gallery. And then now the black folks done disappeared. I wonder why. Anyways, I'm not giving them none of that shit. Here. Hold up. Here we go. Oh, no, now they got the Asians in here. Here we go. Uh-oh. Yep. Okay, so who you see? So now we got the Asian man with the military. You see, this is this is craziness. So we got the Asian man here with the U.S. military outfit with the flag. And then we have the Asian woman here, the Asian children, and the white man at the head of the table. Okay, is he the adopted daddy? Because why isn't this just the family? Why he got to be at the head of the table? They done changed it, y'all. Here we go. Here's the advertisement, and then we wrapping this right up. So he used his research. So this is why you got to be careful, because I'm pretty sure that he acted like he was so liberal and so, like, you know, very open-minded, because when you see somebody studying these things, you're thinking, oh, they want to understand us and they want to... No! Never trust anybody. Anybody, even a ally, quote unquote. Now continue.
Since the founding of America 250 years ago, many things have changed. The homes in which we live, the clothes we wear, The jobs we hold.
Yep. This is why he did the research. Hold on, let's go right back. Sorry, y'all. Look at this. Frame by frame.
Which we live.
The homes in which we live, living like pilgrims. I guess this is from the past with the kerosene lamp, so they trying to take y'all back to that.
The clothes we wear.
Yeah, the look at that. The clothes we wear. Oh, modesty. This is why, remember a few weeks ago, people were going on TikTok talking about modesty. This is where it's headed, y'all. Do I think you should have your ass cheeks out? Absolutely not. But they want you to dress like a pilgrim. Wear dresses all dang on day. Not that there's anything wrong with it if you choose to do that and live that lifestyle, but they're trying to impose it on everybody else. Oh, yeah. Homemade bread. Nara Smith making that bread with Lucky Blue. This is all by design. Oh, they all paid. Let me stop. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, when they try to wife, yeah, get them, I'm going to make a bread. I'm going to give up the workforce so you could go stay home and make bread. If you want to do that, that's your choice. But don't infringe on my choice for wanting to pound the pavement.
The jobs we hold.
The jobs we hold. You see, notice he took that off, and what is he wearing? The Jewish. What, I don't know what it's called, y'all. I don't want to call it the wrong name, but he's wearing the Jewish. I don't want to get the wrong name. It's called a kippah. Yeah, kippah. Here we go. Y'all notice how he took that off. So he's American by day, and then he could still celebrate his culture, which ain't nothing wrong with that. But notice, I just want y'all to peep. Just peep it. Oh wait, I went back too much. Hold on, where the kippah at?
Homes have changed.
Where is that?
50 years of America.
Okay, here we go.
250 years ago.
Sorry, y'all, I'm not gonna rewind it anymore. My bad. Is that a Bible? Yeah, you see the Bible, the Holy Book. I don't know what that is, but it looks like a Bible to me.
The homes in which we live. The clothes we wear.
Yeah. This looks AI generated, by the way, y'all.
The jobs we hold.
There you go, the kippah. And then here, notice they're wearing the kippah. He's at the head. There goes the wife right here. Okay, different religions. Then we got the black. Oh, they taking us back to the whatever era. Yeah. Beautiful family, by the way. But yeah, the black man, black woman, and then the children, families. Here we go.
The conveniences we enjoy.
Oh, yeah, cooking. Yeah, they taking them back up. You gonna be up in there cooking. Notice, they don't have, if you're LGBTQ+, y'all not even in there. Y'all not even in there. Even interracial couples not even in there. And again, if you want to live your life this way, that's okay. The problem, though, is that you're not given a choice if you don't. You got to follow the guidelines. If you don't look like the nuclear family, there's no space for you in this new world, baby. You're not invited to the all-white party.
But some things never change.
Yep. Yeah, some things never change. Why can't the husband go take the casserole out of the oven? Oh, they don't want him to touch a damn thing. They don't want him to touch nothing. It's your job, said Mary Sue. That's your job. It's your job, sis. Go to the oven and take it out. Your husband can't do that. It's not for him. It's for your ass. And then you got the two girls here. Okay, at least, you know, they look like they're from the 80s. So I guess they're going generation to generation. I hope when they come to our generation, so remember, they started from the Pilgrims or the people, the Amish, all the way up here. So let's see what this new world is going to look like. Because this is the 80s. They're in the 80s now.
The commitment of husband and wife. The importance of
Okay, now, here we go. We got my Hispanic. Shout out to my Latinos here. Oh, no, that's indigenous. My bad. Indigenous. Shout out to my indigenous.
The rewards of service to community and country.
Here we go. You got to fit this paradigm if you want to belong to America. Here we go. All right. He got the glasses. Okay. Okay, at least, you know, is that a... What is she wearing? Hold on a second. Okay, I got to make sure. Okay.
To our children.
Prayers, yeah, okay. That's what's up.
The faithfulness.
The faithfulness. Here we go.
Some wonder how.
Oh, got the robot. Oh, hold up. You see, if you're looking at this with just like a regular, you'd be like, there's nothing wrong with family. I love family tradition. Nothing wrong with having a family, building the family. Yes, absolutely. But notice, there's so much imagery here. Look at the American flag everywhere. Manuel. That's his name, y'all. Manuel. And then you see the military right there. Programming. This is social programming, y'all, if I've never seen it before. Look at that. They're like, no problem if you want to celebrate your culture, but make sure you got that American flag right there. Here we go. American flag right here. It's everywhere in this video, y'all. Everywhere. Oh yeah, this is the America. Right there. Military service person right there.
The importance of passing along our values.
Passing along values. And notice, you see? Image right there. The soldier right there in the back.
The rewards of service to community and country.
Yeah, and service only looks like this. There's no other service. Like, you can't possibly have any other way to promote or to perform service. When they say service, they mean military. They're not talking about any other service like teaching you how to garden, teaching you how to, sew or do different types of activities that's actually going to help enrich your life. No, service means serving your country and people who are in Congress. Like that. That's a servitude. You're serving your country only, not just your family, your country. That's it. You can't serve community in the way they want you to serve, like this. The military. Here we go.
The faithfulness.
The faithfulness. And then, oh, look at, they got a little doggy here. Get you a dog. This is the perfect family here. Yeah, y'all out. If you part of the LGBT, they done took y'all out. They packed y'all right up out of there. They say you do not belong in the family. This is nuclear. Heterosexual. Oh, we got our first interracial couple right here. All right. They're like, we don't mind if you're interracial, but you got to look a little bit like this. And with the robot, yeah. And then robots coming next. Oh yeah, AI. You gotta embrace it because they're coming up.
How America has thrived for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look at Mimi. The Mimi looking at the robot. Yeah, that's your new maid, your new housekeeper.
And how we can
your new brother and sister.
Sure, she continues to. As long as we keep first things first. We've only just begun.
Oh, there go the flag again. Oh, boy. And then we got the baby flying, the hoverboard of a baby. We got the car hovering. We got the mountains here, and we got the houses here. How are we going to be able to afford it? We can barely afford the houses we have now. We can't even afford the stroller. Are we supposed to be able to afford the how? Okay, I guess they got a way for us to do it. I don't know. We're supposed to be able to afford this car, even though we can barely afford the used cars that they have on the market right now. Red flag.
America, the beautiful.
Delusional. Next. Ew, they used AI for this ad. I already know they did, sis. That is craziness. His view was already set, and in his work, it's just worded a bit neutral. He had a vision. That's why he researched 100%. Yarmoko. Thank you, Sylvie. I thought it was a Kappa. Thank you, because I don't want to get the names wrong. That's why I was like, let me not. I know menorah, but that's isn't that for Hanukkah? Yeah. You said he is a white nationalist using Abrahamic faith for propaganda. 100%. And then notice they're using all of these houses, the house, and then the dinner and all that stuff. When yet we're in shambles. How are we gonna be able to afford the house when half of you just had spirit workers go get literally within 24 hours they didn't even have a job. You still have TSA agents and FAA employees that are still under. I don't even know if the government shutdown is done yet. I don't think it is. People are complaining about gas prices and you got a hover car right here. People can't even afford a freaking robot, the Roomba. And then you want to sit here talking about you could buy an AI robot. Who's going to buy it? That doesn't include you or I. It includes whatever perfect family they have in their minds, y'all. It's crazy. Unknown Feather, you said, hey sis, you said the Truman Show 101. 100%. I need to watch that movie. I need to watch it again. Trad wife agenda. 100%. Notice it was always the woman taking the stuff out the oven. Like her husband couldn't be bothered to even lift his little finger. They taking us right back, y'all. Prince, you said the shutdown is over now. Thank you. Hey, brother. How you been? Where you been at? I ain't seen you in a minute. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, here, hold on a second. Is it done? Are you sure? Hold on. Because I saw something the other day that said it was still... Hold on. TSA government shutdown. Let's check. Oh, it's over. Yes. Thank you, God. When did it end? May 1st. Okay, yeah. It ended May 1st? Hold on. It ended Thursday. Thank you for the update, brother. Yeah, so it ended on Thursday. That's crazy. So these people wasn't getting paid for a few months, yo. Oh, boy. The stroller. Yeah, y'all saw the hover stroller. How can we afford that? People can't even afford food. I can't even afford beef. Beef is expensive as hell. How are we supposed to afford the hover? You got us on there. Okay, we're locked in, Peter. Whatever his damn name, Kevin, whatever your damn name is. Okay, we're all locked in. How are we gonna be able to afford the damn robot? How can we afford the house? Inquiring minds would like to know. When do I have time to cook a casserole when I gotta work? Well, I like to work anyways. I love working. I like to make my own money. How we going? Where do we have time to do that with the cost of living going up and increasing? How is he supposed to be this is the thing too. The providers, right? So they want to turn us back into this nuclear family dynamic, but they don't want to give us the nuclear family prices. Red flag. Where's the prices from the 60s? How about that? You know what? How about we make a trade-off? Except I want you to add other different types of couples in your advertisement, because that's not a reflection of society today. Let's get that straight. But also, okay, you want us or the greater American public. I'm not part of it, but you want them to have this nuclear family type of vibe, the trad wife vibe, but your cost of living is not in the 60s. So you see, back in the day, one person would be able to afford a household. Like I told y'all, my dad was the main breadwinner. My mom, she liked to work, but she didn't really necessarily have to because my dad was able to hold it down. Mind you, he had 6 kids. He was able to afford everything on his own. I mean, there were struggle times, but he was able to do it. But you're asking one person in this economy when $100,000 is not even gonna cut it anymore. And most people, the average American income is like $40,000 to $50,000. You're asking the one person with $50,000 to work and the other one to stay home to raise a family and afford what? How they gonna afford it? Inquiring minds would like to know. You see, this is how I know it's delusion. Mental illness run amok. They think everybody has money like them. That's the problem. Because they're so used to exploiting people. Lord. They picked the perfect person to front this campaign, right? The VA Supreme Court is currently reviewing the redistricting referendum in VA, even though we voted. The deadline for a decision on whether the vote was constitutional is May 6th, so we will see. Please let us know. Keep us updated, Sarita. Prince, you said we can't even afford gas right now, right? It's expensive. And yet they got this damn hover car as if you can afford that. You can't even afford used cars. Used cars are like almost, I would say, back in the day, a used car, a good one, $5,000 to $6,000. Maybe 10 max. 10 was like a really good used car. Now, double red flag. How? But yeah, they want to sit here with all that damn propaganda. Get out of my damn face, Peter Thiel, or whatever his damn name is. Kevin, whatever his name is. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Get out. All of y'all. Get out. 92%, 77% rise up. And I'll give my Latino women a bone here. 58% rise up. The rest of y'all go to hell. Continuing. Let's move on, y'all, because it's 1 o'clock over on my side. I gotta speed things right along. Speaking of AI, let's get to AI. This is a perfect segue. Outsourcing jobs in India and Philippines are changing and workers are feeling it. Okay, so AI is hurting them too. And also, by the way, a lot of jobs are still exporting their employees or workers. They're outsourcing to other countries. It's still happening, even though there was this whole push for jobs to come back domestically. And that's in Canada as well. Just recently, Rogers, I mentioned Rogers is a telecom company. They laid off workers, y'all, because they're putting one of their outsourcing sites in India. Here. They were offering, so they're offering buyouts to 10,000 employees as it aims to cut spending. Company plans to reduce capital spending by 30% compared to last year. Yep, that's how it starts. So here we go. Yep. So here, 10 years at Rogers, laid off, replaced by HCL India. Here's my story. This is happening even in Canada, y'all. This is not just, when I do these stories, I just want to make it very clear. When I do these stories, I understand that I'm using the American context because, one, I was raised in America, and two, America is a dominant power, not the only, but is one of the dominant powers in the world, and anything they do will affect us slowly. Either way, notice how this war has nothing to do with Canada, nothing to do with the UK, nothing to do with the Philippines, nothing to do with a lot of countries out there, but guess what? We're sucked into it too. Our gas prices are just as high. We are very interconnected. So whatever happens in the US, best believe it's going to happen in Canada. Just maybe not in the same way, thankfully, but it's still going to happen. Remember, we just had like Alberta. Let me tell y'all something. Just like a few months ago, they were trying to separate from Canada because of the president down there. It affects us all, y'all. Here, they're still trying to separate because of the orange man, because she's doing dealings with him or whatever. Alberta's premier and him, they're locked in, y'all. Look at them. They look at that. That's the premier of Alberta, Canada, with him, and then they're trying to separate from Canada. Here we go. And then recently there was a pipeline. They had to shut her up. They're like, look, we can't talk about all this separatist movement, okay? We're going to give you a little bone. Shut up over there and chew your bone. So now they done made an oil pipeline permit between US and Canada. It was a deal made. And then Alberta gets, because Alberta is has the biggest reserve of oil in Canada. So there we go. So now she's gonna shut up for a little bit. But they still talking about it, y'all. Yeah. Trump's pipeline promise favored in Alberta. This is why she was squawking. So his influence is even reaching Canada. And remember, Muskie is Canadian. I didn't even know that. Red flag. He has ties here, y'all. His mama's Canadian. By default, he became Canadian. Damn it. But he been quiet lately, so I'm not going to drag him yet. I'm not going to drag him right now. He's been very quiet. So here, yeah. There we go. They're about to, they wanted to, but now that they have the pipeline, they're probably going to be quiet for a bit. It's affecting all of us. All of us. Here, Mexico, I didn't even get to Mexico. I'm sure they're going to feel it because less people are traveling there. Boom. Done. UK, then Prince Charles, I keep calling him Prince Charles. I just know him as Prince Charles, y'all, with his teeth. King Charles. I don't know why he keeps going to Jane Fonda. Didn't King Charles literally have a speech the other day? Yeah, he said a whole speech to Congress. He went over there to tell him to stop. He basically was like, looky here. We gonna need to find a resolution to all this because we're all suffering here. We ain't got time for you and your baby games in Iran trying to play. We don't have time to play games. Everybody is affected, y'all. Everyone. So, yes, I just want to make it very clear because I'm pretty sure I don't think people are thinking like that, but maybe people are like, well, why you always focus on America? Because it matters. It's going to affect all of us one way or another. Especially because I'm in Canada. It affects us way more than everybody else because this is our largest trade partner. And now we're scrambling. There you go. So here, voluntary departure retirement packages. That's how it started, y'all. And then they started laying people off one by one to outsource. This is what's going to happen. Continuing. Let's watch this one.
Why does AI pose such a threat to outsourcing today? The answer may lie in how it all took off. In the early 2000s...
Hold on, did I miss something? I sure did. Okay, we're gonna watch it from here. My bad. It is long intro.
Hires or contracts.
Okay, I gotta skip through this, y'all. Hold up a second. We gotta do 1.25. We skipping through.
Eggs and also meats. It helps me energize my body to be awake.
Paul works these hours because the clients he serves are on the other side of the globe. He is part of an industry known as business process outsourcing, or BPO.
Outsourcing is when a company hires or contracts another company to handle a specific task instead of that company doing it on their own with its own employees. And that's usually done when the cost is lower to do that outsourcing to the other company instead of paying full-time employees with benefits and office space.
A lot of it is administrative, a lot of it is repetitive. So you have big banks like JP Morgan, IT companies like IBM, Google, Facebook, so retail firms, Walmart, Amazon has a sizable presence as well. It's in the Philippines.
In the Philippines, jobs under the BPO umbrella include admin work, accounting services, IT development, and customer support.
The company I'm working with, we cater U.S. clients. We are receiving calls from our clients to update their information, a phone number, or any information on their account. So that is the usual conversations we have with our clients. Working on a BPO company pays a lot compared to my previous job. I was able to send my 4 kids on a private school. Now we're able to afford to buy our own.
And you know what? Like, no shade to him. I'm very happy that you were able to live out your dream, but most of us are living nightmares. Notice he said that they could afford and buy their own house. We can't even do that. Notice how he said he was able to send his kids to private school. We can't even do that. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you guys can. If you can, I'm so happy for you. That means that you have risen above the odds. But most working class people cannot. So it's just very interesting. And, you know, it's not his fault. That's just how things are set up. When you want to have global dominance, we saw it in the Heritage Foundation papers. When you're a superpower, you want to have your headquarters all over globally, and it's cheaper labor, right? So for him, sending his kids to private school will be a fraction of the cost compared to here. Got to keep that in mind as well.
House. The sector currently employs around 2 million workers and brings about $40 billion per annum, which translates to a little less than 10% of the national GDP. Most of this, around 70%, are driven by work being outsourced from North America.
And you see, that's how they started. They make you so dependent on their companies, but not making your own. You can't make your own, or if you do make your own, it's probably cheaper to outsource a company than to build a company in the Philippines, I'm assuming. And then it keeps the workers dependent on the American companies. Means that you have less global competition. Which means that now, with the advent of AI, which I'm assuming is going to replace their positions, they're scrambling. That's what happened with Canada. You have all this trade between two countries. You thinking the good times gonna flow. It's like milk and honey. You my brother. Oh, we my brother. You my brother. And then white and blue enters the chat. Oh, the brotherhood. What we talking about? Not just white and blue. The orange man enters the chat. We brothers? Wait, since when? That you was Obama's brother and you was Biden's brother. You ain't my brother though. You were maybe even Bush's brother. You damn sure ain't my brother. Stop. Prices go up. Because whatever we depending on is gone now. The relationship's been done. Like, oh, wait, what? You are not mine.
In India, a similar story plays out in Bengaluru, the country's back office capital. Outsourcing generates about 7% of GDP, employing 6 million Indians. Hot tea at midnight is fuel for these workers.
I started working in BPOs
in 2022. By coming in BPO, we can do it better in for our future opportunities. देखिए मेरा complete night shift है 8 p.m. to morning 5 a.m.
So given the time difference between the West and the East, when America wakes up, the Indian and the Philippine workforce continue to work in multiple shifts. And that's really where we say that the Indian and the Philippine labor workforce works 24/7, irrespective whether it's morning, evening or night.
India is by far the outsourcing leader, capturing an estimated 50 to 55%.
Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to raise your empathy. If you're listening to this and you're from India, please raise your level of empathy, because I'm tired of calling, because I know I get transferred over there. I could tell by the names, yo, sometimes. Not just India. I remember one time I got transferred to Dubai, and then one time I got transferred to, I forgot which other country. Sometimes Philippines, maybe. I don't think it was Philippines. I'm pretty sure it was India though. Y'all gotta work on your empathy, because I'm tired of hearing, oh, sorry to hear that. But I know it's not really a sorry to hear that. You wasn't trying to understand me. You were trying to read the script. Red flag. Learn empathy, because I'm tired of that. If I'm complaining about my bill, you better have the answers for me. And you better sound apologetic.
Of the global market. The Philippines is second, with about 15 to 17%. But there is a problem. Something's coming to steal the industry's lunch, or supper in this case. According to reports from the IMF, OECD, Bloomberg Intelligence, and others, back office services are amongst the most at risk of being replaced by artificial intelligence.
The Philippines outsourcing industry is extremely vulnerable to AI, although we have not really felt that its effect significantly yet, but we know that it's coming.
General perception amongst the IT worker that AI will take over their job, that most of the repetitive work might not be available after a certain point. So they're really in a scared situation, and there is a lot of insecurity amongst the overall IT sector employees.
So why does AI pose such a threat to outsourcing today? The answer may lie in how it all took off. In the early 2000s, US companies under pressure to cut costs turned to India to fix a big problem. Y2K, also known as the Millennium Bug.
I remember that.
We were moving our calendars from 1999 to 2000, right? And all the computer programs were programmed for 2 digits of the year to be taken, which was till 99. And the moment it hit 2000, nobody knew, how to enter the 4 digits of the year. So people were panicking, and that's really where it all started.
There was a lot of scare, flights would stop, and most of the industry.
Y'all, I remember that time. Oh my God, what a time to be alive. When it was December 31st, 1999, we stayed inside, y'all. We was scared. We thought as soon as the clock hit midnight, we were going to disappear into the abyss, y'all. We were playing Monopoly that night, too. Very, very ironic. But yeah, like we stayed up all night, and then we waited, my siblings and I. And then we waited until midnight. We're like, oh my God, we're still alive. Like, because everybody thought it was just, because remember the Mayan calendar ended. I remember it was like, oh, the Mayan calendar ends at like in 2000 or something. I forgot what it was. Or was it 2012? I don't know. One of them. It was either 2000 or 2012 was the Mayan calendar ending. But yeah, we thought it was going to be the end of the world with 2000, y'all. With the turn of the century, Lord. And yeah, we're still here 26 years later, wishing a dinosaur would take us out or something. I don't know. Spaceships. Maybe we have to take spaceships to space or something. I was trying to look for something. What did she say? She said something, and I don't know, y'all. The meds dosage got my head discombobulated. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember what I was supposed to look up.
Would come to a standstill. I think India played a very, very significant role in solving the Y2K problem, and I think that was the starting point.
Fixing Y2K meant combing through and fixing millions of lines of code. Repetitive work, done over and over again. Although outsourcing existed before Y2K, this period significantly accelerated its growth.
A lot of high volume scale work came into India. It started with that. Then the realization hit the Western companies that, hey, this is a nice way of getting work done at much lower cost.
Greed. That's what it all comes down to, because they realize, oh, the profit margins are pretty high. I can go buy a yacht and take my family to whatever. They was worried about their damn bills, not about the workers that they were going to lay off in the US of A and Canada, because both countries do that. Canada does that. I just showed y'all Rogers. Just a few days ago, they talking about they outsourcing to India.
And that's where the Philippines also popped into focus, where you have a natively English population and culturally adaptable to the United States. So you could say India went in first, primarily driven by tech, and then the Philippines shortly followed, primarily driven by customer support, by customer experience.
But the same characteristics that make BPO work easy to offshore also make it highly suitable for automation.
So typically the outsourcing industry works on repetition, primarily because they're expected to do the same thing again and again and again.
Once you start getting data, it's easier to see the pattern. So once pattern is seen on data, it can be automated, it can be replaced with AI.
The agent typically has a script that he or she follows, and therefore the responses will be predictable. Once that conversation is closed, the whole conversation actually is what has been recorded. Imagine that is 2 decades worth of transactions, conversations that have happened within these BPO companies. These scenarios are sort of fed to the AI systems, the voice quality, the intonation, the tone, as well as the language, the accent that's being captured as well in these conversations. It adds another layer to how these AI systems have actually learned how these operations are done.
And signs of the AI job apocalypse could already be here. In April this year, Oracle cut 12,000 jobs in India as it reportedly boosts AI spending. India's tech giant TCS, which is among the world's biggest back office providers, cut 12,000 jobs a few months ago. This was the largest reduction in its history. Hiring has tanked too. India's top IT firms added only 17 net employees in the first 9 months of the 2026 fiscal year, down from thousands of hires the year before.
They're not hiring, but they're also laying off in parallel. I get very worried because there are lots of people losing jobs, and we don't know where we're going to get them another jobs from.
Without the BPO, this entire cohort would either be unemployed or would be doing lower paying jobs. So this entire cohort of people, they make about $160, and that's a very big thing for a family that comes from such a low income strata, right? We have so many people whose parents are, maids or auto rickshaw driver or plumber, and that gives us a lot of pride to play a role in changing the economic status of a family like that.
If AI disruption is truly on the way, how long before we see the impact on a wider scale?
No, it's already happening. It's already happening. But I have good news, though. Let's watch a little bit more. Wait. How we got ads? Hold up. Hold on. Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't play.
Play a role in changing.
Yeah, I pay for no ads. I always pay every month on time. I pay my bills.
Job disruptions have gotten louder. One reason, AI's rapid advancement over the past 2 years.
We're going to demonstrate 2 different voice models so that we can see how AI was able to improve over time.
Ralph Regaldo is the head of artificial intelligence at Colab, a Philippine company that offers AI products.
I saw you were looking into War AI products recently and wanted to see if I could answer any quick questions. Do you have a quick moment?
The way that it delivers the intonation is kind of like repetitive, so it sounded like more robotic.
Yeah.
So let's try to see the newer advanced voice models that are available right now.
Good morning. May I confirm if I'm speaking with Mr. Patrick Cruz?
You can hear that it's much more sounded like a human.
No. I'm sorry. It still sounds like a robot. Red flag. Matter of fact, if I got this, I'm not going to lie to y'all. If that voice called me, I'm automatically going to think it's a scam. Automatically, I'm thinking it's a scam. Y'all, the bank was trying to call me the other day, and I kept hanging up. Because I was like, who the hell is this? Boop, 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 boop. And then finally, they left me a voicemail like, oh, we need to talk to you about something on your account. I was like, okay. And then I didn't even answer the call. I heard the voicemail. I said, bet. Went to my bank card and called the back of the card. And it was some stupid promotion or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm not trusting that damn voice. Click. I'm thinking, can I talk to Miss or whatever? No, click. Don't call my damn line playing games with me, especially if you're AI. You never gonna find me. I barely pick up my phone. So good luck. If you don't leave me a voicemail, you're never getting a call back. You can call me 20 million times. I'm never going to pick up. I don't care who you are. Unless it's like, of course, my parents or something like that. But hell, no, not no random. Can I speak with? Nope, click.
There's like difference in terms of like the intonation. For most of the business, they look at it on the perspective of how can I improve customer experience.
No, let me tell you what I hate. I hate when I call a company and they have the AI voice and then they're like, do you need, what do they say? What can I help you with today? Can you write, like you press or say what you need? Oh, we be fighting I fight with them. I need to talk to somebody. Oh, first, let me see if I don't need your damn help. Put me with a human on the line. And they'll be like, okay, 1 second. Are you sure I can? No! Get off! Red flag. I'm tired of y'all. You see, they don't want to, they don't talk about that part, how annoying it is for the consumer. They're talking about the bottom line, and they don't talk about how much customers are probably going to leave your damn raggedy ass company because you can't even have a good AI system that can lead them to a human. Sometimes I don't want to talk to the AI. I already know how much my bill is. I already know what it is. I need to talk to them because I need to know what this additional surcharge was. Even if it was $2, I'm calling. So then what? It takes you 10 minutes to transfer me to a human. You think I'm going to stay on the line for this nonsense? You see, that's what they're trying to do. They don't want you to take your $2 back. They don't want you to cancel. They want you to get so frustrated you don't even want to call them. No, I'm going to stay on the line and I'm going to cuss out the human who comes on the line. Why you guys have all this damn AI? Yes. I'll be a Karen when it comes to
When
that.
I call to, for example, a hotline, it would take me probably like 30 minutes waiting.
And I will wait just to cuss out the person who comes on the damn line. Don't play with my time. Because that 30 minutes, oh, best believe, especially if it's a gripe that I have, oh, you going to feel it if you're on the other line. I'm going to make sure I get my 30 minutes worth of ranting on your ass. And then I'm going to say, I know it's not your fault, but then rant on the company.
In the line, because
Don't play with me.
agents, probably human agents at the back are still like entertaining other callers. So now, it's able to actually immediately entertain calls because they don't have like a limitation of like how many calls could I actually accommodate.
It's not about the calls. It's about the money. That's all. They don't want to have to pay 30 of y'all to answer 100 calls when they could just get the AI to do it for free. I mean, not for free because they still got to pay for the system. We're going to talk about that soon.
An AI agent will never show emotions, will not get irritated, will not get tired, is willing to work 24/7.
Oh, you said they're not going to show emotions. Hold up. Where's the... I saw this and I hope that I have it here. AI... Oh, we got to talk about this. Let me add this to my my playlist. Okay. Let's put AI manned restaurant. That thing looked like it was mad. Yeah, here. That's not emotions to you? That don't look like emotions. Hold up. That doesn't look like emotions. Not gonna get irritated. That AI looks mighty irritated. Look at that. Like he's slamming the damn food. Red flag. Don't be slamming my damn food like that. What is wrong with you, robot? What is wrong with you? Why are you slamming food like this? Look, hold on a second. There's another one where he was slamming. Hold up. Was it that one? No, it was something else. Oh, they have another test. Oh, nobody cares about that. I think it was that one. No. It was recently, not 2 years ago. I think it was this one. And then there was another one that was slamming dishes and stuff. I ain't got time for that. No. Continuing.
And it's not just voice agents. Video bots are being built for visual troubleshooting. Remember Lisa?
I'm basically using this Samsung S25 Ultra, that is an Android phone.
Thanks for sharing that you have a Samsung S25 Ultra.
This is scary.
Sent you a guide to help you check your
I don't want to see you. Because most of the time, if I'm calling you, I'm doing something else. I don't need to see your damn face. Why do you need to see my face? Are you trying to recognize my face? You're trying to scan my face so that you can copy me and duplicate me in the AI verse?
battery usage.
Research firm Gartner estimates that by 2029, 80% of common customer service issues can be resolved by AI. For now, though, some BPO companies are using AI to work alongside humans to boost productivity.
Speed is the new customer experience. When our agents are not available, they answer these through chatbots in our BPO. That made us even more efficient. It saved us 30 minutes to an hour of every transaction. Historically, some of our calls are taking longer than that, 1 hour to 2 hours, especially for a technical support call. So that saved us a lot of time, and time is money.
Because right now the technology is really like expensive, right? So not all organizations can actually invest in such technology because of the cost. But if it actually became much more cheaper, for sure it would be a no-brainer for organization.
In Bengaluru, AI is disrupting another commonly outsourced task, coding.
Let's have a contest between AI and human, and let's see who writes the code better and faster.
Mukund Jha, who runs one company driving the change, shows us how.
One is going to be the AI laptop, this is going to be human laptop. I've been coding since age 12, very advanced programmer, but we'll see which one wins today. Let's ask the referee to start the timer. Okay. Let's go. So I'm just going to give it a very simple prompt. I'm going to say, build me a website to launch my luxury homestay. You can see it's asking me some clarifying question. Hey, what kind of room types do you have? What is the booking flow? What kind of payment integration do you need? Now it's starting to build the software. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and do this myself.
8 minutes later.
I've barely gotten started, and looks like AI is almost there. So I'm just going to focus and type fast now.
Another 6 minutes goes by.
I'm just going to stop the timer. We have 14 minutes, 9 seconds, and you can look at this beautiful website. The whole outsourcing industry will need to be reimagined completely, right? So earlier, the arbitrage that it relied on was software development was really, really expensive. Used to take a lot of time, and you would outsource it to India. Developers at a cheaper cost. But what's happening with AI now is that anybody can build.
One of our surveys called out that about 1 million jobs are going to get impacted in the BPO and the IT outsourcing industry by 2030. And about 40% of the current jobs are actually going to go away purely because of automation.
AI jitters in February this year saw Indian IT stocks wipe out $50 billion in market value. The reason? An AI model called Claude, developed by Anthropic.
So it's crazy. Anthropic AI released a plugin that would enable...
It's also available in Copilot, yo.
Enable software developers to write code faster, better, and more efficiently, right? Markets got spooked. It's not just about this one plugin that Anthropic released with Cloud.
Anthropic. Why does that sound so familiar? Ain't that the company? The guy. Hold on. Anthropic. Who is that? Who owns it? Battle of the AI brand. Oh, of course, LA Times. I like y'all, but I'm not paying right now because I don't go on your website enough for me to pay. Okay, Vox, I trust y'all. All right, Anthropic's existential question. Hold on. Where can I get this? I want to see who owns it. Looks like that guy owns it. All right, 10 hours ago, the White House suddenly seems pretty terrified of Anthropic. Anthropic in talks to buy AI chips from UK startup. Anthropic's most powerful AI model just exposed the crises in corporate governance. Here's the framework every CEO needs. Okay. What are they scared of? Weren't they pushing for AI? Shut up, White House. I'm tired of y'all damn asses. Earlier this year, Anthropic unveiled a preview version of Mythos, its upcoming AI model that it claimed was simply too dangerous to make available to the wider public. Oh yeah, I remember reading that. Oh, they're about to release it. as part of an early access program. Of course they did. They did it on purpose so you could generate the buzz. Oh my God, danger. Let me go buy and see what's so dangerous about it. They're rolling that junk right out. The company allowed around 50 businesses and organizations to test it out, saying it was giving them a fighting chance to get ahead of a potential cybersecurity crisis in the making. If you're in cybersecurity, you better, this is your time to shine. It's going to be a reckoning. There's always going to need to be cybersecurity experts, especially when you have these type of models coming out. It's your time to shine if you're in the cybersecurity field. You might need to create like a software, kind of like, y'all remember the guy, he passed away years ago. Oh my God, maybe you guys can say it in the comments. The guy who passed away who did the virus, it started with an A. The virus guy. He started the antivirus. Hold on. Popular antivirus. It's escaping my mind right now. It was no, not Norton. It was another one. The guy, he passed away. Hold on. Software's owner who passed away. McAfee. Yeah, there we go. McAfee. Y'all remember when McAfee first came out? Everybody was getting it. You gotta download it to your computer for the virus. Yo, that's where it started from. He started it because of there were so many bugs on computers, because remember at the time computers were still fairly new, like especially like around the 90s, right? So when computers started to become household I guess I don't want to say appliances, but it became a household structure. Like people bought computers, were able to buy the home computer. It wasn't this big clunky thing you could find at your school. Because prior to that, we had typewriters, and you could only use the computer in your at your school because it was so expensive. So normal everyday families couldn't afford computers like that. So I literally had to go to the library or to my school lab, my computer lab. That's why computer labs existed, in order to do papers or to write, whenever we had to do computer classes, like typing classes or whatever. And I had to go use my school computer. I didn't have a computer until I was like in high school. So yeah, McAfee, we used to get viruses like crazy, y'all. It was crazy. But yeah, he passed away a few years ago. I don't remember. His passing was suspicious as hell. Hold on. Yeah, he passed away. Like, it was so weird how he passed away. Yeah, they said he unalived himself, but he had some legal problems, so I don't believe it. You see, yep, his unaliving was suspicious too. We might need to run that back. Yeah, he was awaiting extradition to the U.S. for what? Yeah, we might need to run that back in another case study. They said he failed to file tax returns for 4 years. I think there was something else going on with that man. But anyways, yeah, he was the one who created the antivirus and became a millionaire just overnight with that. All right, so yeah, maybe it's your time to shine. You're going to be the AI antivirus person. Or prevent hackers from hacking the system. We need those softwares, y'all. They're still, if you have the skills to do it, do it. Because they're going to keep pushing it. According to Anthropic's own researchers, Mythos is powerful enough to identify and exploit sweeping cybersecurity vulnerabilities, potentially giving hackers a major advantage. That's what I was talking about. I remember they even hacked Canada Life. That's an insurance company, a very big one. They even hackers hacked medical records. I had to do a case study on that for my project management course about, privacy and healthcare, and how hackers, like your private information is the new currency, y'all. This is what people are using. They're trying to hack into the systems to get your private information to sell it in the black market so that they can continue to defraud the government, defraud whoever, fraud CIA, IRS, whatever. So yeah, y'all, you might need to get into that. Get on your Zoom, figure that out, y'all. Because I don't know nothing about no coding or nothing like that. In fact, the company admitted last week that it was investigating a potential unauthorized access to its Mythos model. Of course. The alleged risks appear to have spooked even the White House. Oh, they're scared? Yeah, because they're going to reveal all them damn EpiPen files. Because whatever they redacted could get released. Oh, they scared. They're like, wait, hold up. Wait, what can it do now? Yeah, that's why they're scared. As the Wall Street Journal reports, Trump administration officials said they oppose Anthropic's plan to expand access to Mythos to roughly 70 additional companies and organizations, citing security concerns. Yeah, for them, not for you. One source told the newspaper that Mythos would suck up too many computing resources, which could hamper the U.S. government's ability to use it effectively. A claim Anthropic has since denied. Yeah, because they're scared it's gonna go through all them damn records. And it's a strange new development in Anthropic's shaky relationship with the Department of Defense, the DoD. The two have been caught in a surprisingly public feud. In late February, CEO Dario Amodei, or I can't say that last name, Amodei, refused to allow the military to use its AI models for autonomous weaponry in the mass surveillance of U.S. citizens. An insistence that greatly angered Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and President DT. Interesting. Oh, that's why they are scared, because of that. Hold up. Dario Amodei. Who is this man? Who is this we speak of, Anthropic? Because they talking about it way too much. I need to see. He is a millennial. Oh boy, here we go. When were you born, Dario? He's young, y'all. He about to take over the world. He watched too much Pinky and the Brain. That's what happened here. It doesn't even say his birthday. And they're all coming from the same area, San Francisco. What y'all be drinking in that damn water? They all come from the West Coast. Bill Gates, Seattle. Steve Jobs, Palo Alto, California. Amazon was from Miami. I think Bezos from Miami. But yeah, they be coming from the West Coast. What's going on here? He went to Stanford, Princeton, California Institute of Technology, University. CIT, California Institute of Technology, and Lowell High School. Okay, so I guess up there. When's your birthday? It doesn't say his birthday. Why? He doesn't want people to know his date of birth. When's your birthday, Dario? Oh, damn. Is he even human? He might be AI. Why don't we know? Okay, we know he's 43. I don't care about his age. I need to know his date of birth. When was he born? What's his horoscope? He's 5'8". His sibling, Dario and Daniela. Beautiful. Yeah, they don't. He ain't give them. He might be AI, y'all. We don't have his birthday. It just says born in 19. Damn, he was born in Italy. Oh, yeah, is he born in America? Damn, Wikipedia, we gotta do, okay, Grokopedia, okay, maybe this, no, we're not using this one, no, we're not giving y'all no clicks, okay, I'll use Wiki. He is a proponent of an Entente strategy in which a coalition of democratic nations use advanced AI systems and military applications to achieve a decisive advantage over adversaries while sharing the benefit with cooperating nations. Yeah, I could tell you, like I said, Pinky and the Brain, you're not thinking of this real world. They're just gonna use it against each other. What are we talking about here? Red flag. You too much into the STEM. You're not thinking about the sociology and the impacts, the sociological impacts. You got the Heritage 2025 people in DT. Come on now. They are not going to use it to cooperate with their allies. They're going to use it against their allies to fund the war with their adversaries. They're going to threaten. That's what they're going to do with that. All right. So he grew up in San Francisco. I thought he was Italian. Okay. His mother is a Jewish American born in Chicago, worked as a project manager for libraries. And his father is Italian American from Tuscany. Okay. Oh boy, interesting. He worked at Baidu. I remember Baidu. Oh boy. Anthropic. All right. There go Dario, y'all. That's about the what was it? What was it? They said Claude. Claude is about to be unleashed. Anthropic's new AI solves problems by cheating. Of course it does. Okay, let's get back. We're only gonna watch a few more minutes of that, and then we gonna move on, yo. This is crazy.
But it's also about what are the various possibilities that AI can do, thereby replacing hundreds and thousands working as outsourcing support to the Western countries. Let me give you a quick demonstration. For example, here with the legal department, let's say 30 people, for example, who are working on reviewing contracts, writing contracts. Today, one person can do everything. Let's talk about the claims processing. About 40 odd people in the department working on processing claims using AI. We have been able to cut down their actual number of hours, about 80 hours to about 40 or 30 hours. Let's say data entry. A simple AI agent can scan, read, record, write, and thereby fill all the fields that are required. And maybe what a 10-member team was doing, or 2 or 3-member team can actually do.
Y'all don't believe in recycling? Why you wasting all that damn paper, ma'am? Where's the blue bin? Maybe in India, okay, maybe in India they do recycling a little bit different, but I'm getting disturbed by all this paper being wasted from the trees. Reuse and recycle. Come on now.
AI agents are going to be there for us 24/7, 365 days a year, without a break, without a holiday. That's really the new reality of workplace that we're all leading to.
Yeah, but what if the electricity goes out? AI can't do it all, y'all. Y'all gonna overwork them, but yeah, you know what? What they gonna do with us? Oh, that's where the UBI is gonna come in. Okay, the Universal Basic Income. Got it. Okay, that's what that was supposed to be, to appease us poors. Where they gonna have us living? And they about to take all these jobs away. What are they gonna do? What's the great plan? Oh, wise Dario and the rest of y'all AI people, Sam Altman, Dario, whatever his last name is. Who else was the Oracle guy, the crazy one with all the 10 wives or whatever? The presidents, prime ministers, whoever. Okay, great plan. So how is this going to work for the workforce? Because if you're eliminating jobs from, you're outsourcing it to AI, you think you're not going to overwork them? We barely have enough water to keep these damn systems running. You need water and electricity. We learned that a few streams ago, long time ago. How are we going to sustain this? How? Wind turbines? What, you're going to come up with a greater plan? Okay. Legal processing. So if y'all are in court, be aware. Beware.
Still, experts have warned of AI-driven disruption for years. So, why isn't there large-scale job replacement yet? One reason is that the technology had not advanced enough. But we may be close to the tipping point. Ravi is a junior-level coder in Bengaluru with 3 years of experience. He is asked to remain anonymous.
Actually, the company has announced me as a star performer of the year last year, and they have given me a significant raise as well. And after 4 or 5 months, they had laid off me. I was working on a project at 5 a.m. and I was about to go for sleeping, and I received an email that because of AI and we are about to reduce the workforce, etc. etc. Main clearly mentioned था कि because of AI we don't need much resources.
AI is affecting workers in India. We already see a very visible impact. This is new because there are so many engineers out there who think that their remuneration is going to be so rosy. There is a halo around the AI industry. But what is really happening is that their futures are really at stake now, and we really don't know where that will head.
Here in Bengaluru, this IT union leader has started to see the impact on his members.
The number of cases rapidly increased. Once the layoff is happening, they are not getting the alternate job. So they are coming more to us, and they are expecting from the unions should give the protection that their benefits and their compensation they should get appropriately.
I haven't told my family that I have been laid off. This job is very much important for me because I have to run my family. Even I don't have my own house. In my hometown also my family is living on rent. And my sister is also, we have to arrange money for her marriage as well.
Oh, you have to pay for your sister's wedding. Your sisters just might, and it's okay. Don't pay for the wedding. They'll be all right.
In the
You're gonna need to survive.
A similar story is unfolding.
For this year, I am planning to have renovation in our house. I really want to improve, specifically this flooring, because I lost my job. The improvement will be postponed.
Ivan worked as a quality analyst or QA at a call center. His job was to monitor and improve the performance of customer service agents.
Aside from me, there are more than 70 plus QAs, including 2 supervisors that are replaced by an AI. The human QAs are no longer needed. All recordings of the agent because the AI is already doing their job.
Calls are listened by an AI. The words that you're speaking, the pitch and tone of your voice, and the resolution that you'll be giving to a customer. And by the end of your 8-hour shift, they're gonna give you a score. And at an alarming pace that no humans can actually done. And that's why QAs are the first line of workers that are being affected by AI right now.
Ironically, Ivan may have helped train his automated replacement.
The AI tools, when they first introduced, is not yet that perfect. So I think it's in the trial and error stage yet. So the intervention of a human QA is needed to double check or to cross check the output of the AI tool, because they can still see a lot of error in the productivity of an AI audit. I help improve the work of AI, and now the AI replaced my job.
Similarly, recordings of real help desk calls have been used to train AI on how to respond to customer requests.
The cruelty of it probably is the better you do your job as a human agent, the more likely a company will be able to use your work.
You see that? Then listen, I used to be I used to be queen of doing everything at work, overdoing it. Don't overdo it, yo. Do what you're mandated to do. Can you go above and beyond? If you want to, absolutely. Especially if you're in the service-based industry. But just keep in mind that if they're starting to implement AI, then that means that they're probably training your AI competitor as we speak. So you might want to balance that out.
To train an AI.
If you have encountered one of these web verification tools, known as CAPTCHAs, that ask you to identify traffic
I hate that damn thing. I hate it. Red flag to that. It's so annoying.
When crossings, you may be training AI without knowing it.
Oh, really?
So in the case of self-driving car navigation,
I didn't know
the
that.
early inception of that is to train AI to do what we call object detection. And object detection really started out as...
I will not. I refuse to get into a self-driving car. They just gonna have to... Nope. That's okay. I will walk or take the bus. I'm not doing none of that. I'll drive my own car. I am not getting on no self-driving car. I could barely trust human drivers, and you want me to trust a robot. Red flag. No, hell no.
Humans literally labeling objects on a video or on a feed. Is it a traffic light? Is it a pedestrian? Is it a car? Or this is where you should turn
And then
right.
what if it malfunctions? And then it just speeds off with you in the abyss of somewhere. I could see that happening if the electrical wires are not crossed. And then at least with a human, you can switch it to manual and then you could just stop it. If it's a robot, good effing luck. Good luck. You just better hope that you do not get impacted by whatever happens afterwards. No, I'm not trusting this. Especially not with whoever's making the car. Nope. Hell, there's so many recalls even today. They can barely even get safety bags right. Just the other day, a little girl was impacted because an airbag deployed in the back seat because her mom's car hit something real. It was like a little fender bender. Girls, the little baby girl was in the back seat. No, it wasn't an airbag. It was the seat, the recliner. It didn't stop, and it almost choked the little girl. Thank goodness her mama was there trying to snatch her out. A lot of car manufacturers can't even promise safety on a human-driven car, and you want me to trust a self-driven car? I think not.
Following the traffic rules. So all of this takes massive data gathering. Initially, primarily done by humans themselves. And then later, AI will learn how to do it automatically.
So we all got tricked, right? All the data that we have been giving away to these digital platforms that now AI can use to train its own.
As AI advances and becomes more cost-effective, experts warn of a race to the bottom, where, in order to compete, humans are asked to work for less pay and longer hours.
When the companies are...
Wait, they're doing what now?
Can use to train its own.
As AI advances and becomes more cost-effective, experts warn of a race to the bottom, where, in order to compete, humans are asked to work for less pay and longer hours.
When the companies are laying off the employees, most of the time they are not telling upfront because of AI implementation we are laying off. But what they are trying to create an argument that your performance is not up to the mark. You are spending a number of hours, maybe sometimes 13 to 14 hours in a day. And the management is trying to give an impression of if you can't deliver within the stipulated time frame, you might lose your job, which actually creating a lot of physical and psychological issues. They are getting into a depression. They are facing a lot of problems, let's say nervous system problem.
Yeah, he's right. He's completely right about that.
Meanwhile, Ivan is focusing on getting part-time work, given a permanent job seems elusive.
And as a breadwinner, I live with my mom. I receive a monthly salary of less than 30,000 a month, and that salary goes to basic needs, food, the utility bills, and also for the medicine of my mom. There are times that I am about to cry just for myself.
Don't worry, we going through the same things over here, my brother, my Filipino brother, and my Indian brothers and sisters. We going through the same thing.
Because, stress, at the same time, I have to stay strong to provide for my family.
But amidst the doom and gloom, a conundrum. The outsourcing industries in India and the Philippines appear not to be shrinking, but instead growing. So, what is the real picture?
Well, what is the real picture? Hold up. Now I'm invested. I almost turned this off. Hold up. We're going to speed through
Cars,
this.
houses, and everything in between.
So currently we are at Manyata Tech Park, one of the largest tech parks of India. Like 20 years before what was here, it was just empty fields over here, paddy fields.
Manjesh Rao is a property
this was just published.
It is always
May
preferable
1st. That was 2 days
who is
ago.
working in any of the companies to stay as close to their home. How important is the IT and BD people for real estate? I think they are the major share of...
Not they trying to get us to live in compounds. Hold up. I know that's not what I think it is. Hold up. Hold on. Wait. And you know whatever they start over there, they're going to usher it over here. Just best believe.
home buyers, especially the first-time home buyers who come from different cities, aspire to make it as Bangalore city as their home. The companies which are currently there now, they are slowed down in their hiring. I definitely see that at the entry level of ticket size, there is a pause. There is a wait and watch kind of a scenario. Clients talking to us during their home buying decisions, talking about AI disrupting in their industry, definitely they are talking about it. It's no more a secret, it's an open secret, I would call it. I think it will take a little time for us to understand how further is AI going to disrupt the market and what is the repercussions of it and how long it is going to be.
If 1 million of people lose their job, it's a huge impact in the Indian economy. It has a trickle-down effect in the real estate industry, the other, maybe the automobile industry or the other sectors will be impacted because the consumption will be reduced drastically.
In the Philippines, there are worries about AI at this small eatery near Manila. Nearly all its customers are back office workers.
Malaking parte sila, yung mga call center agents na yan. Kasi halos sila na yung bumubuhay sa amin sa gabi. Oo, nababalitaan ko ngayon kasi may nabanggit sa akin yung isang call center na customer namin na baka raw magkatanggalan. Siyempre, nag-worry kami bilang isang negosyante. Kasi magiging dagok sa panggabi namin yun. Paano na lang yung mga tauhan namin na umaasa sa tindahan, di ba? Sa mga tauhan, marami rito, mga galing probinsya pa to eh. Siyempre, yung mga emergency ng mga pamilya. Weekly yan, mga nagpapadala yan eh. Ako naman, meron akong mga pinag-aaral na anak. Isang elementary at saka isang college. Oh, nag-worry po kami doon. Hindi naman siguro lahat sila matatanggal. Medyo malilesen lang yung mga call center agents. Pero, malaking kawalan pa rin sa amin kung mababawasan yung mga call center agents na yan.
Yet is pessimism warranted? For all the talk of impending AI disruption, the opposite appears to be happening in the sector. 2025 saw both the Philippines and India add jobs. Over 80,000 in the Philippines and 120,000 in India, according to industry data. The forecast for 2026 shows further job creation.
In the current state, AI is now a good augmenting tool for the human beings, helping human beings to do better and to not reach the stage where it can replace, at least in the BPO industry. So we recruit not just for backfill, but for the new assignments that we keep getting from new clients, right? We have a rural market that is expanding, right? They would still prefer somebody who can explain that a little bit better. Government is expanding on outsourcing than before. So for that expansion, we still need people.
New jobs being hired is really, historical demand coming up. Also, automation is not really that reliable. The usual issues that come up are data security, data privacy, of course, the ability of AI to execute. It still leaves a lot for humans to still come in and oversee.
AI is limited to repetitive tasks that are predictable. And so anything that requires judgment, empathy, and cultural intelligence really needed humans.
That's exactly why I kept saying empathy. Here we go. AI can never understand.
In the loops. Some of the drawbacks of AI is that, number one, it couldn't empathize with the client. It can't sense tension. It couldn't also tell if the client is about to withdraw the contract. It couldn't sense cultural intelligence.
But I mean, to be fair, with all due respect to you, I'm sure your workforce is doing a phenomenal job. Half of your workforce can't do it either. Red flag. I always have to hang up on them. I'll be like, look, I need to talk to somebody else. Kloop. I'll call back. Don't play with me. Especially if I'm angry about something. Don't play with me. When I'm angry, I'm like, I'm ready to, because I do not like calling places. I don't barely like to be on my phone. So if I have to call you, best believe it's something bad. And best believe you're going to feel it. I'll be polite. I'll be nice. But I will turn on that Karen switch when I need to.
We still need humans in the loop for judgment, empathy, and cultural intelligence.
Today, as we speak, even if about 25-30% of software development happens through AI, there is a level of engineers that are required to check if the code is right. And
And yeah, we're going to leave that alone right now. Hold on. They got something else they talking about because we fast forwarding through here. The job apocalypse. Okay, wait. What are they doing? I think, okay, they're talking about great displaced. Okay, graduation, women working in call centers, unskilling. We're going to, okay, hold up. This might be important, y'all. This might be important because it's going to affect the ladies here.
Some roles will become redundant, some new roles will come in. The new roles can be very different. It can be prompt strategist, AI workflow specialist, AI operations manager, AI-enabled customer experience specialist, AI quality and governance specialist.
Near India's capital, New Delhi, the Namaya Foundation runs a program aimed at helping workers find meaningful jobs.
Yeah, but y'all shouldn't be clapping. I mean, I love that you guys can have your independence and stuff, especially the ladies over there. But don't clap, because the reason they're bringing all those jobs overseas is so they could use your water and your electricity. That's what's going to happen. They are outsourcing that for a reason, so they could use AI. Now it makes sense why Rogers is doing it. So if you outsource to another country, then you got the AI whole, everything is set up over there. So then the data centers maybe is going, because here we're heavily regulated. It's going to take time to get them data centers up here. It's not going to be all willy-nilly like you want it to be. Got to go through a whole clearance process, especially as slow as our government can be. So now you go to the Indian government where money talks. So then you just throw money and then pollution galore. Water galore. Here, go use up your resources, and then we're gonna have another crisis or catastrophe coming up soon. Just don't you fret, because those AI models, they need to be fed by constant, remember, 24/7 water, electricity, resources.
Here, a graduation ceremony is being held for women who recently completed an AI course.
The mission of the organization is to enable women from underserved communities to master AI. India in particular, we are one of the world's youngest populations. 49% of our total population is women. So now AI has come and has put at risk these very aspirations of our people and of our women.
I think women are at threat potentially of certain rote jobs that are now being automated. That is something that we have seen. Data suggests that 71% of men are equipped with AI skills, whereas there is almost a 42% gender gap between the number of women that are equipped in AI versus men.
It would be worthwhile remembering that many women are in the call centers, in the business process management industry, and when these jobs are disappearing, there is a high likelihood that they are going to find it extremely difficult to get into the AI industry.
A 2025 World Economic Forum report urges upskilling as the main way to mitigate AI disruption. It estimated that 6 in 10 global workers will need it.
I actually agree with that.
For workers, it won't be easy.
The cost of upskilling, it's gonna take a lot of money to enroll in one of the courses offered by private institutions. It's also difficult in terms of time as enrolling to those kinds of courses.
So upskilling is just like this hamster wheel where an employee jumps into the wheel and just keeps running and running. AI changes so fast. And so we talk about lifelong learning because you don't know what, next month's version is going to look like and what it's going to be capable of.
All right. So we're going to stop it here because I think this is the conclusion here. Okay, the biggest question is what happens to 60? Okay, here. Okay, wait, hold on. We got Mr. right here.
60 or 70%.
Philippines contact center, like BPO industry, is one of our country's revenue generating workforce. And I'm just kind of like scared if the adoption of like this technology will shift the operations from the Philippines to other countries.
Hold up. Oh, you scared about what happened to us? It's gonna happen, Mr. Where they gonna ship it at though? Let us know.
GCCs will absorb some of that talent for sure, maybe 10 to 30% of that. So the biggest question is what happens to the 6-year
BPO industry. Kind of like scared the operations from the Philippines to other countries.
Where do they end up? Likely in the gig economy. That's where a lot of jobs are. It's not a promotion. It's not a advancement for them per se. Also in hospitality.
Another solution may lie outside the service sector. Various reports suggest that jobs involving fine motor skills and technical knowledge are more resilient to AI disruption.
The government needs to focus on heavy industry. It could really help mindset shifting. For decades, BPO workers were being offered a lot more than the blue-collar workers.
Yep, it's going right back to the trades.
Who's earning a minimum wage daily. The mindset should start shifting because of the reality that our jobs here are actually not permanent.
There's so much of investment happening in the semiconductor industry in India. India is getting new investment in the manufacturing side. There's a lot of work happening at the factory side. We need workforce that is skilled to do shop floor work. People will have to shift and move and take those employment because a job is better than no job. Some salary is better than no salary.
Would y'all trust AI to do your hair? I'm wondering that. All right. Thank you. Thank you for sending this to me. I think it was Sophie. I'm not sure. I believe it was Sophie, but if it wasn't Sophie, I'm so sorry. But yeah, thank you for sending this over to me. I really appreciated this one right here. Hold on. I'm going to read a few comments and then I'm going to say the good news, and they talked about it in here, so I don't have to go over it too much, is that if you're again in the field where you have to use a trade, that's number one. Also, if it involves empathy, judgment, critical thinking, you still are okay. It's gonna be really difficult for AI to mimic you and copy you, and even then, even if it could duplicate you, it ain't you. There is nothing AI can do that you can't do. And again, if your industry, like for example, if you're a government employee, things change so fast in any type of even in your branch, there's always changing news. Things change so rapidly, it would be really hard for AI to catch up to it at this point in time, is what I'm saying, right? So I don't think we have to worry too much. But what you do got to worry about though is if you're in a field or if you're in an industry where it's repetitive work, that's where you need to kind of think of other things to do or try to pivot. So here, AI layoffs backfires. 33% of companies lose critical skills and expertise. Exactly. They're losing their knowledge. So here, 2 in 3 employers that cut jobs due to AI are already rehiring laid off workers, often within months of the original layoffs. Red flag, don't play with my damn emotions. You see? You fired me and then you want to rehire. Oh, you see, on second thought, yeah. As many companies confront the unexpected limits of automation and replacing human roles. Yeah, there are some roles you just can't replace. It's just really difficult. It's too difficult. The report highlights how rapidly companies have begun reversing those decisions. Among organizations that conducted AI-driven layoffs, 32.7 have already rehired between 25 to 50% of the roles they initially eliminated, while 35% said they brought back more than half of the positions they had to cut. Yup. So when it didn't deliver, there you go. So they said here According to the survey, the reality of replacing human roles with automation proved more complicated than many companies expected. Yeah, they were just looking at the money, greed. But they didn't realize that, they don't know what goes into the role. They don't realize how many steps are required to do your job. You do though, but they don't. So they think it's easy to eliminate. It's the equivalent of men who divorce their wives thinking that the side chick is going to be better. Even though the wife was the one holding everything down and the one that made it easy for them to go be a philanderer with that damn side chick. Red flag. Make it difficult for them. If you're a worker, you were fired during the AI craze and then they rehired you, make it difficult for them. Always be difficult. Within reason. But especially in this case. Yeah, you thought you was going to make it. Oh, you thought this job was easy, huh? You thought a robot could take over what I do? More than half of the HR leaders said AI systems require significantly more human oversight and judgment than originally anticipated. Yeah, because you're stupid and you don't know what your damn workers do. That's why. And not only that, but it reminds me of the self-checkout. They got rid of them things quickly. People were making a killing, especially in this time of inflation. People forgot to pay for things. People forgot to scan. They were losing more money than they were bringing in with them damn self-checkout. Guess what now? Now we only got like 2 self-checkout in some grocery stores. At the grocery store right across the street, no self-checkout. All cashiers. Yeah, they thought they could get away with that. Another 20% reported that AI tools underperformed or failed to deliver the expected results. Only 21% of respondents said automation fully replaced roles without operational problems. It's probably really repetitive tasks. The majority, 66% or 66.1% said AI successfully replaced only some tasks, not entire jobs. Here we go. In some cases, layoffs created new problems. 1 in 8 companies said disruption caused by the redundancies ultimately outweighed the benefits. Green flag. I'm glad AI done dragged your asses. Yeah, lose money. Cry in your damn sleep. All right, I'll read a few comments and then we got to move on. Whoa. I'm late. Hold on. What did I miss? Okay. L. Ooh, let me read yours because I know you're in IT. Oh, some girl. I'll read yours first. I used to have a work from home job. I had to talk with schools and businesses. I had music playing in the background. Too much work for the job. Sometimes handling too much money for the job. Crazy. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly. That's a lot of work, y'all. It's a lot of work. People don't really realize how much work it is. Prince, this call may be recorded for quality assurance. Always meant we're using this call to train our future AI workers. You ain't lying. I thought it was so they, the whole time. Oh, sorry, something dropped. The whole time we didn't even know. Even me clicking on the motorcycle, I hate them damn things. If I could, I literally tried my best not to do the, if it's a street sign, I hate them things. But I didn't even know it was training AI. L, you said in-person IT jobs are really hard to replace because people are especially dumb when you're on site. They be calling you when they forgot to plug stuff in. They are not going to be able to do that. Exactly. I think like I said, they are overestimating the stupidity of people. Underestimating the stupidity of regular people. And sometimes it just has to be said. Just like when I said that, remember when they were talking about, the AI robots delivering food from door to door, but it doesn't go to your door. You got to walk across it's not going to go directly to the front of your door. You got to go to the damn street to go pick up your food. And I said, in which neighborhood is this going to be in? That's the first question I asked. Because it might be utopia in Asia because it was an Asian man who came up with that. But in North America, not even just in the U.S. and Canada. Nope. It's not utopia. Either somebody's going to snatch your food up or a pit bull is going to come and rah. Maybe not just a pit bull, but another dog. Mimi's a Shih Tzu. She's half Shih Tzu, but she's going to run up on that thing. As soon as she sees it, rah, start barking and biting on that thing. Not only that, but you also have to consider that anything can happen. Any dangerous situation can happen because you're vulnerable. You can't even get it delivered in your front door, ladies. Ladies, especially ladies. I wouldn't use that system. It leaves me too vulnerable to anything that happens that's outside of my comfort. Not only that, but they could barely help. People steal lunches from your fridge at work. You really think people not gonna try to steal that damn thing, even though they say, "Oh, we have, we have, like, what did they say? We have precautions, safety measures." Please, I don't trust none of what they say. They're just thinking about money. You said, does he know his job is gonna be gone after some time? I don't think they understand that, sis. They're just rolling with it now. Training the AI to do jobs and then you get kicked to the curb. That happens so much, y'all. That's why you can't do your job too well. You gotta again balance. The Blueberry 001. This is not going to work. People get irritated fast with automated answers. Yup. Guilty. I agree with you. It's not. And again, you can tell, and this is something that I have noticed as well. It's like you can tell when it's millionaires and billionaires that come up with these plans. They don't understand the regular person. This is why politicians cannot understand the regular person. This is why it's because they're thinking about it from another way, because everybody around them lives like them. But when you have a working class family or people who live on the ground or employees that work on the ground, they can tell you right now. I can tell you the steps. I remember one time, because they were trying to get rid of positions where I work too, right? Thankfully, we're union, right? But I remember they asked me to explain what I do in the day. I said, okay. Had me in a meeting. When I said everything I did, she said, you do all of that? I said, yeah, and I need to get paid more. What we gonna talk about? We gonna talk about that? Because that's what I need to talk about. They couldn't understand it. Because to them, it's like, oh, they thinking it's simple. I'm like, no. In order to do this task, you got to do this. And even when I do it, I got to double check this. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, you thought it was going to be playtime. Oh, you thought I was just sitting on my computer banging on keys or something. No. And then I have to connect with everybody because, I'm the plug. I'm like the intermediary between everyone. You talk to this division, get things working. Whenever I take a vacation, I know all hell's going to break loose. I already know it because you take one day off, y'all. I come back my emails. Do you know how to do this, Romy? Do you know how to do that? Can you do this? Can you do this, Romy? Can you help me with? Yeah. Y'all, yeah. It's not a simple one and done. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of roles are like that. People underestimate what employees really do. So yeah, Prince, you said training a replacement is a time-honored tradition in the workforce. Now they're just training software to take over instead of another person. Bingo. But hell, half of them damn people I used to train, I used to be like, oh, I feel not my business anymore. Because sometimes I'm like, how did you get past the screening? Not at this job I have now, but my old job. I remember one time I was training this one lady, bless her heart. She didn't even last, y'all. They tried to replace me with her. So I said, okay. I trained her. They put me in another position. I took sick leave, y'all. By the end of my sick leave, I ended up quitting because I was like, I'm just going to go back to school at this point. I ain't got time for this BS game that y'all was playing. So they had me train my replacement. She didn't even last 4 months, y'all. They got rid of her. And I was like, yeah, that's what you get. You thought she was going to be better than me. Come on now. You said LMA or imagine the call recordings where Romy is yelling at the box. Yo, when I tell you, I cuss them. I mean, I don't cuss, but I do cuss, but I try because I used to work customer service, right? So I've dealt with a lot of crazy characters. And mind you, I spoke in French and English because I used to work in Montreal when I was doing customer service. I done been through the trenches, y'all. I am very, very polite when it comes to service workers because I understand what it feels like to be a service worker and to have to be on the other line listening to somebody berate you. However, I'm not berating the person, I'm berating the service. So yes, I do yell at them bots all damn day. I'm like, get me somebody on the phone now. Yeah, you gotta talk to them like that. And even then, I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. Yo, one time I got so mad because they kept bouncing me back that damn AI. And then I was like, ooh. So then I ended up calling like the some line. I forgot what it was. It was like some I probably called the IT line or some other line. And I said, I don't have an issue. Just transfer me to a human. And he was like, okay, I'll do that. I was like, yeah, don't play with me. I don't like people playing with my damn time. Exactly. No one is calling unless they want to talk to someone. It's usually when something doesn't work by email or app. Yeah, exactly. And they take forever to respond to your emails, by the way, y'all. And even when I remember one time I had a complicated problem, right? And they were like, oh, it's going to be faster if you talk to the chat bot. I said, okay. I wrote my whole dissertation in the chat bot. And then they said, oh. And then they put, this is the solution. I said, no, it's not. That's not what I said. And then I was arguing with the chat bot back and forth. And they said, our lines are open tomorrow at this time. Please call. I said, yeah, exactly. You can't help me with my damn problem. Get out of here. Some girl, you said chatbots are annoying. I'm still upset about my boba being wrong 2 days in a row, and they just refunded the money. They didn't even contact the restaurant. Oh, the boba, you're talking about the tea. What is it? Bubble tea? They never get it right, y'all. Prince, you said what he's showing is essentially vibe coding. It doesn't always work, and the slightest tweak will break the entire code. Yeah, exactly. And that, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the guy when he was coding with the AI. By the way, there's so many errors. I caught an AI error at my job the other day. I catch them all the time. I was like, because somebody, I send out some stuff, and then I was like, hold up, this doesn't look right. And then lo and behold, it wasn't. It was the wrong link. I was like, oh, you see, AI be playing. They bugging. AI still makes a lot of errors, and it can't critically think through problems because it's only going to give you the solution based on what it thinks, but it doesn't have, like, even if you give it all the information, it's not going to give you like the impacts that it has on a certain group of people or certain culture or certain whatever, especially if you're dealing with legal things or regulatory, if you're dealing with anything, nursing, even if you have the perfect response, it's still not going to hit as much as a human will. It cannot touch the patient and say, I'm here for you. I'm so sorry you're going through that. Let's work out on plan together. He can't do that with his cold ass hands. Red flag. He's just gonna look at you. Did you get your medication today? And like, come on now. No. It's never gonna replace a lot of jobs, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna read 2 more comments and then we gotta continue. Butterfly, you said data centers. I bet that's why they are building. Exactly. I peeped it. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together until we saw until they were saying, oh, they're experiencing growth and employment. I said, hold up, how's that possible when they're cutting jobs? And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna be the AI managers and AI operators. And I was like, oh, they're about to hit y'all with the data centers because that's what they do. This is why they outsourced a lot of clothing to China and to other countries, because then they can get away with putting people in these deplorable ass conditions. That's why they can't get away with it here. We have too much regulation. There are too many laws. But over there, it's a little different. That's another thing we got to talk about, y'all. It's sad. It's very sad. Does anyone know if these companies get incentives for AI usage similar to incentives money they have for DI? Most likely, yep. 100%. 100%, I'm pretty sure they do. That's why they're keeping people kind of hopeful that, oh yeah, we could have jobs later on. Sarita, you said when you catch AI errors at your job, do you alert someone or let it be what it is? No, I alert. I always alert. We were just talking about it the other day too, and actually, like, we're running tests and stuff at my job, so I have to put it in the I'm gonna put it in the I guess the feedback. I'm not too worried about me though, to be quite honest with you. Not that I'm like protected so much, but at the same time, I know I'm gonna be straight. I could come up with something like that's what I'm saying. That's why it's good to have diverse skills and experiences, because no matter what happens to you, even if you get laid off, even if they can't take away your brain, this is why education's important. This is why reading is fundamental. This is why it's always good to skill yourself no matter what. Always learn. I agreed with that in the video. Lifelong learning is very important. It's important to work in diverse backgrounds. And I'm not just talking about with diverse people. I'm talking about diverse industries. It's really good to have that kind of knowledge to live abroad, or to, maybe not now, but if you have a chance, travel. Not now, but try to expand your horizons and work in different industries. Try to learn different things. Be very, very what do they call it? What do they call adaptable skills. Like be adaptable and pivot. Learn how to pivot. You need to know different things. You must. That is, I will say that is probably one of the most mandatory things of everything that I said today. This is probably the best advice I could give you is try to learn different skills. Try your best. Even if it's 10 minutes a day, even if it's something, learn something new. Always be ready and willing to open your mind, because I'm telling you, like, you will never be without in that case. Not saying that people who have been looking for jobs for a long time, like, you know, I understand that. But if you put yourself if you put yourself in a way where you can not only create something yourself, but you can also execute it yourself, you can do different things. You don't need anyone to guide you through that, is what I'm trying to say. So if I got laid off today, yeah, it would suck. But best believe I'm going to find something else to do. I'll create something else on my own. I'll figure it out. And a lot of people are doing that. And these are the people that are going to win in this world, in the new world that's coming up. It's the people who are easily adaptable and who can learn different skills and who can learn different things, and you don't put yourself in a box. You must pivot. You must learn how to pivot, and don't be too comfortable doing one thing. Always learn how to do multiple things. Like I'm learning gardening right now. I done showed y'all last week. This is my new skill I'm trying to learn. Oh, hell yeah. I might be your local farmer's market. Who knows? If I get laid off, this is where I'm going. I'm letting y'all know right now. I'm not going to the computers. I'm going to be learning how to garden my own food and teach people how to make meat or something. I'm trying to have my own little chickens or something. I don't know. Maybe learn how to grow fruits. Maybe I'll come up with something. And I'm like, hey, maybe this is going to be it. Maybe work around, you know, get the soils going. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll be the next inventor of something. Or, come up with different things. I could do so many different things, y'all. So many different things. So, yeah, just always be ready to learn and be ready to watch different things and always learn from different people, too. Rosa, hey, sis, how are you? Mary, you said AI were given the task to shut down and other AIs and either refused to outright or lied and pretended they did to protect the AI they were supposed to shut off. Yeah, there's going to be some Mission Impossible 3 type of activities. Didn't we see that in iRobot? Every time someone says pivot, I hear that couch gag reference. What pivot you talking about? You talking about the whoopee cushion? What couch gag? I think you talking about the whoopee cushion. Oh, excuse me. You said you drank soda and washed your hair. Now I feel like crap. I'm keeping hydrated, but it came out of nowhere. Oh, no. No, please. Take care of yourself, sis. It's only Sunday. You gotta take care of yourself. The work week just started. It just started. Hold on. How many more stories I got? Here, let's watch this one because let's segue from the AI. This is a short video. It's a doer will always outperform a thinker. And I think this is very important, especially with what I said with pivoting. Because thinking is one thing, but doing is another thing. So hold on. This might inspire some. So we'll have some inspirational pockets before we get into the nitty gritty here.
Your hand when I say this, but you think way more than you do. And that's the problem. You keep thinking about the idea, thinking about the plan, thinking about the right time to start. Meanwhile, the people getting results, they're just moving. Every extra day you stay in your head is another day you delay the life you say you want. At some point, you gotta stop thinking and stand up and do something. You've thought about it long enough.
2 times.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say
There we go.
this,
One more
but
time.
You think way more than you do. And that's the problem. You keep thinking about the idea, thinking about the plan, thinking about the right time to start. Meanwhile, the people getting results, they're just moving. Every extra day you stay in your head is another day you delay the life you say you want. At some point, you gotta stop thinking and stand up and do something. You've thought about it long enough.
Yep. So that's another thing too. It's like if you can see the writings on the wall and you can see that, oh, things are starting to shake a little differently, then I'm pretty sure that God has already told you, or the universe, whatever you believe in, has already told you to start moving in a certain direction, and you just thinking about it, overthinking about it. Well, start doing stuff. Start getting stuff started. because you don't know what's coming up, and it's trying to prepare you for the future, right? So yeah, I agree with her wholeheartedly. Get things done, stop thinking about it, and just do it, like Nike. All right, I wanted to watch Age of Disclosure. This one was a really good video. We'll watch it real quick. We're not going to talk about it too much because I want to move on to, we got like 3 other topics that I really want to talk about. But I think it's really, really important for us to hear this. And he's a content creator on TikTok, and he disclosed a lot of information here about his personal life, and I agreed with him. I think that a lot of people are struggling internally right now, and financially, and we're so programmed, especially in our community, to hold things in and not let people see you sweat or suffer. But it's so interesting because he was a content creator and then he went back into the workforce. So we're going to hear what he had to say about in this video, or what he had to talk about in this video.
Something else, like on a personal level, like I think more people, especially Americans, need to start disclosing how much they are struggling financially. Like I made a video yesterday talking about how this is my first job that I've been able to land since November of last year. I'm not full-time. That job is not full-time. It is $19 an hour. It is 32 hours a week. My lease renewal, I've got my 3rd notification about my lease renewal. I cannot afford to renew this lease, and I also can't afford to move, because if you move, what do you got to do? Deposit, admin fee, application fee, paying for the moving truck, taking time off of work, all this extra stuff that you have to pay for. I cannot afford to do either one. And a lot of people are in this position right now. A lot of people cannot find a job. And it's not because there's just a natural scarcity when it comes to job. It is a manufactured scarcity. They're not hiring anyone. They're cutting 90% of their workforce and getting the remaining 10% to do the work of the other 90%, while not increasing their pay. The cost of everything is going up, but everybody keeps reporting record profits. Nobody can afford to pay their workers a livable wage, but everybody has record profits. But you know who does get paid? The shareholders, who do absolutely nothing for the company. This is the state of the economy right now. Like, this is a reality. This is real. And this is where we all are. It's a lot more people that are just too embarrassed to say. You should never be embarrassed about what this system has done to you. Because I'm not. You know what they...
All right, so he made up a good point. And you know, I think that, like I always talk every weekend, y'all know I just can't shut up. That's why we have long live streams. Keep talking and keep squawking. This is my motto for 2026. But I will say though that I empathize with him, because I know a lot of people who are going through that. I remember one time, at one point in my life, I went through that as well. I went through the struggle of not being able to move because I couldn't afford to move, but wanting to move because it was too expensive. Red flag. And I'm working. I was working full time, mind you. He's working part time. But then the Filipino and the Indian folks tell us in the other video that we just saw that they were like, the workforce is dwindling, but then they're offering part-time positions. The man in the Philippines that was talking about, he's taking care of his mama and he's only offered like part-time jobs. This is where it's going, y'all. All the people that they done laid off, that's what they're doing. They're gonna make people work part-time. DoorDash, do gig economy work. That's where it's headed. So you can work multiple part-time jobs so you can afford to survive. Ain't that crazy? So now let's get into what he said about rent. I don't know where this brother lives, but the fact that he has to pay administrative fees is egregious. Red flag. What they got y'all paying over there in America? Deposit and admin fees? This is a crime. Why do you need a admin fee when paperwork is not even being pushed? Don't you apply online? Do y'all still use paper? And even then, even if you do apply by paper, we did when we got this place. We didn't pay an admin fee. We didn't even pay anything until we got the place, and then we had to pay a deposit. This is what happens when a corporation takes over your government or corporate entities. This is what happens. Why is it that you have to pay a deposit and admin fees? And then you don't even get time to take time off to move. This is bad, y'all. And our deposit, I'm just lucky here. I even in Ontario was first and last. In BC, where I live, it's only half of your rent. So our deposit is half of your rent for when you move in. That's it. And then you have to pay a pet deposit if you have a pet. That's it. And then on top of that, we don't have admin fees. And then I get a move-in day at my job, so I was able to take those days to move. I don't have to take my own vacation days. I'm not gonna lie, that's a very blessed position to be in Canada. I mean, we have problems, trust and believe me. I talked about that. But you should be able to survive though. Like, why is it so expensive? Admin fees are egregious. Paying, like, you have to pay to apply. Does that mean you get a refund? Hold on, y'all let me know. Do you get a refund if you get rejected? Is it non-refundable? This is craziness. So now for this young brother, he can't afford to leave. So he probably was going to have to get a roommate or move back home if he's lucky. But some of us don't have homes to move back to. Our parents live too far. Or you just don't have a good relationship with your parents or your kinfolk. This is what it's forcing people to do, y'all. And we got to speak more about it. I'm really proud of him for talking about it and for having this conversation started on TikTok. Hell, I talk about it every week. Maybe this will, I don't know if it'll change something. Hell, they remember the Voting Rights Act. They already trying to get rid of that. They don't give a damn, to be quite honest with you. But it's just really sad, y'all, the state of what's going on. And I remember this was exactly what happened when I graduated from high school. This has been our reality for years. I remember when we graduated out of high school, there was a recession right away. Boom, recession. Most of us, mind you, recession when we graduated high school. Recession when we graduated, well, when my peers graduated college. I graduated college years after. But yeah, when my peers graduated college, recession. Then we had a few years where things seemed to be okay. And then boom, COVID, boom, red flag. Now we right back to square one. That's how it's designed. Every cycle. And then we got these geezers still in office. How? Recession's hitting us, but these geezers can still stay in office. How? That's what we need answers to. How? Continuing, y'all. Hold on. I listened to this one and this one. And we listened to this one. Shout out to sis for her services. I'm gonna read a few comments and then we're gonna get to the church folk. Y'all, it's just a whole bunch of stuff going on. I don't know. Listen, we're gonna save a lot of stories for last. Hold on. We're gonna get to the church folks here. They even charging churches to do farewell ceremonies. I want to watch that one because today's Sunday. Hold on. Hold on. You said not the whoopee cushion. Them moving that couch upstairs and Ross yelling pivot, but it wasn't going anywhere. Oh, are you talking about Friends, the episode? I never watched Friends. But okay, I thought you meant the whoopee cushion. I was like, was that a whoopee cushion name? Hey, you said gardening is a great skill to have. Our garden is usually flourishing by now, but global warming has our weather oscillating between freezing and 85. I hope it flourishes, Prince, because yes, having a garden is so essential. Oh, I wish we could send pictures of gardens in here. Hold on, you in the Discord. Send us a picture of your garden if you don't mind sharing. I need some tips, y'all. But yeah, having a gardening is so essential. Sewing, gardening, any type of life skill. Like, we need to learn that. Making bread. I'm gonna start making my own bread now. I want to make sourdough bread. I'm tired of paying $5 for a damn thing of bagels like this. Nah, I'm gonna make my own sourdough bread. That's another thing that I'm gonna learn how to make. I'm gonna learn how to bake. Not to take out the oven from my husband like the Heritage Foundation wants me to do, but just for self-growth. I want to learn how to do different skills. Why? Because you never know. You just never know when you're gonna need it. Al, you said he's right. I talked to the CEO when I first started my job about the bad apartment I was in, and he gave me a bonus early so I could move out. That's what's up, sis. It was so bad. No heat in the winter, water bugs, rats, etc. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all because we saw sis with the rats in New York. That's crazy. I'm not surprised. And it's really sad that you have to pay all them damn fees just to move out. Move into somewhere. So it's really sad. And then if your wall, I got pissed because the last apartment we lived at had a little ding, just a little ding on the wall. They charged me $500 for that shit. I was pissed. From my deposit. No, it wasn't 500. It was like 200 something, 250 for that damn little nick on the wall because we couldn't paint over it because we couldn't find the paint color. They charged me for that, y'all. They charge you for any little scratch. Any little scratch. That's what they're doing now to replenish their deposit. It's annoying. You said, my only disagreement is that shareholders do the most important thing for the company. Keep the funding coming. Yeah. I agree with you on that, Prince. I think he's just talking. I think when he's saying it, it's just like, oh, they just own it. But I don't think he's realizing they do fund it. And that's why they call the shots. This is why shareholders call the shots, because yes, they're funding it. So you better please their little pockets. K-dramas taught us. Watch them K-dramas when they be ousting the CEOs. If you want to get business, that K-dramas do all that. They have the whole business and all that stuff, and then they show like how the shareholders get kicked out, and then the family comes in, and then they kick. This is a whole bunch of drama, but that's really what happens, y'all. They call all the shots. Deja Ru, hey sis, you said in my area they are trying to add HOAs or smart home packages for apartments and townhome communities. What did you say? For smart home packages for apartments and townhomes. See, HOA fees were initially for townhomes and were initially for condos, then they expanded to townhomes, right? So only like detached homes don't have HOA fees, right? But now they're trying to put it for apartments. Apartments used to never have HOA fees. I'm not surprised. There's probably a test run. They're going to start making us pay HOA fees. Hell no, red flag. That's when we got a roof on. At this point, no, I'm not paying no HOA for no damn apartment that I don't own. Get out of here. No, that's when we really going to protest. You will see me outside with my picket. I will damn well do that. I'm not paying HOA for an apartment that I don't own. That's ridiculous at this point. That's crazy. Controversial opinion. Sourdough sucks and I refuse to pretend like it any longer. Listen, Prince, that's your opinion, mister. Brother, that's your opinion. Sourdough is lit. It has a lot of fiber. These days, I've been doing a lot of fiber runs. You got to increase your fiber, y'all, for real, for real. Sourdough bread got fiber and enzymes to help your gut health. Yeah, eat the sourdough. But to be honest with you, there's other bread that can do it, too. Sourdough, and then I think there was another one. I forgot the other one. But yeah, beans. I've been on my beans lately. Gotta look at the Indian ones. They're fiber. Get you the Indian beans. I don't know which ones they got. You just go to your grocery store, go to the ethnic section, or go to the Indian store. They're good with the beans. Get you some beans, y'all. The beans I bought today have 64% fiber, if I'm not mistaken. I wish I could go in the kitchen and get it for y'all. But yeah, it's like some lentils or something. All that fiber. Sophie, hey sis, you said, I do all that during COVID bread, and I stopped eating, and I stopped eating bread. Yeah, I might need to do it. I need to run it back. Run the bread there. Run the bread. You said there's far less bland ways to get your fiber in. Prince, you gonna need to give us a list then, Mr. Brother. Cause I'm telling you, like, I think for me, like, I don't mind doing beans, lentils, sourdough bread. What else is fiber? I think broccoli has fiber. I don't remember. I've been using. Okay, before we continue, let me go on something. I'm gonna say I was trying to get into the Dr. CB diet, but he's too restrictive, man. He's too strict. Rest in peace to Dr. CB. I thought his name was Sebi this whole time, but yeah, Dr. CB. I was trying to get on his diet, but he a little too strict. Man. He a little too strict. I just couldn't. But he had a lot of fiber filled or fiber dense meals. Yeah, some of them was good. Yeah, beans are good. I will say that, y'all. Shout out to beans. Beans are the cheapest way to get a lot of fiber, honestly. Yeah, so let's segue. It's 3:22. Ooh, time is elapsing. I only have one more hour, y'all. I gotta get out of here in an hour. All right, let's get to grieving families hit with shocking church farewell fees. All right, speaking of fees, we done talked about We done talked about a lot of things, but now we have churches are also getting in on the scamming. Let's get into the church fees now.
You're watching the Isaiah.
And shout out to Isaiah Factor.
Factor Uncensored. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour of the Factor Uncensored, a lifetime of faith followed by a final farewell fee. Some grieving families are not too jazzed about surprise bills for funeral services at their loved ones' longtime churches. One woman was stunned when her family's longtime spiritual home allegedly charged $800 to say goodbye.
Red flag. $800? And it's your longtime spiritual home. I could understand if it's like, you know, a funeral, because I know funeral homes can be quite pricey depending on the type of burial you get. But this is supposed to be your kinfolk church. They couldn't even give you a discount.
And the last time I checked, my auntie did the cooking, and my uncle was running around here trying to help get you a suit. These folks been members of your church since they was little kids, and they was watching you grow up. And you finna sit here and tell me your money hungry ass finna charge us to have a service here? I believe the hell not.
Now, the question tonight is this a necessary cost of keeping the lights on or betrayal of the ministry or the congregation? Joining us tonight, pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olison, Reverend Alan Lamar Patterson, and active churchgoers P.B. Bates and Sean Benson.
Oh, this is going to be good.
You guys have gone through this recently. Tell us what happened without getting into specifics and names.
Well, basically, my mother passed about 2 weeks ago. And I was in mourning, so I called the church and asked them, okay, hey, we're going to get my mother buried. And I was told initially, hey, it's going to cost you $1,100.
Excuse me? I beg your finest pardon. Red flag. Hey, wait, excuse me. $1,100? For what? At what church? Wait, let's run it back. Hold up. What he said?
I was in mourning, so I called the church and asked them, okay, hey, we're going to get my mother buried. And I was told initially, hey, it's going to cost you $1,100. Now, we don't need to bury, just utilize her, you know, for as I need a good pastor to preach the sermon, which is her pastor. And I was told $1,100. And I was in shock. I was like, you guys got to be kidding me. So I said, well, listen, I'm going to move it to another facility, a funeral home. Then I was told $400 we had to pay for security. And I'm wondering, 43 years of labor my mom has put into the church, and I did the calculation. She's right at $200,000 that she's invested into a church. And it just doesn't make any sense for me, for you to stand there and give the eulogy you're supposed to do for my mother, who sacrificed and loved the church, paid her tithes when she was in the hospital, would beg me, son, take my money, take my credit card, let's pay these tithes. I would hear arguments with my father and my mother about tithing.
Hold up. Whoa. This is a lot of information, my brother, and thank you for filling in the gaps. You gave us a lot. Hold on, I gotta go back. Play by play.
Just utilize her, you know, for his...
So first they charge him $1,100 to use the church. So he said, hell nah. Rightfully so. So he said, okay, listen, I still need the pastor because for some reason my mom was into y'all church or whatever. So we're gonna go somewhere else. And we just need the pastor to go and preach the good work for the mama. Nope, $400 because he needs security, quote unquote. Now let's hear the rest.
I need a good pastor to preach the sermon, which is her pastor. And I was told $1,100. And I was in shock. I was like, you guys got to be kidding me. So I said, well, listen, I'm going to move it to another facility, a funeral home. Then I was told $400 we had to pay for security. And I'm wondering, 43 years of labor.
43 years of labor.
My mom has put into the church. And I did the calculation. She's right at $200,000 that she's invested into a church.
She invested $200,000 in the church. That $200,000 could have been left for the grandkids or the kids or generational wealth or something like that. We gotta talk about them ties. I know some. listen, if you are very religious and you don't like to hear other opinions, and this is coming from somebody who grew up in a religious household, then you might want to click off right now, because we're going to go in. Y'all know I don't miss my words. Like I said, talk and squawk. We're going to talk and squawk. So, you paid tithes all them years. And then she labored for the church. Probably did a whole bunch of activities, volunteering. On top of that, she gave $200,000 of invested money into the church because she believed in the church so much, in the pastor so much. Pastor. Pay her 10%. Listen, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. But all I'm going to say is that look at where God sits. Now, are all churches like this? No. However, I will say, though, that I see a lot of women and men, but mostly women, giving their all to the church, putting and breaking their backs. And the least the pastor could have done was just do the sermon for free, in my opinion. Especially for a long-term member. It doesn't give you anything. It really doesn't, in the grand scheme of things. But nope. I'm gonna need to get paid for it. Red flag. What has happened? You done turned the pulpit into a money grab. Didn't Jesus flip over tables for this exact reason? Did Jesus talk about tithing? Let's talk about it. He said, give to Caesar's what Caesar's, and to the Lord was the Lord. Did Jesus talk about tithing? Let's see here. What did he say? Did he endorse tithing? Did he? I need to know. Here. But woe to you Pharisees, for you tithe mint and rue and every herb, and neglect justice and love for God, or love of God. Those you ought to have without neglecting the others. Oh, he spoke very clearly here. Woe, you scribes and Pharisees. So this is in Matthew. So he wrote it twice because remember, it's from different perspectives, right? Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. That's what he called them, pastors, y'all. For you tithe mint and dill and cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faithfulness. These you ought to have done without neglecting the others. So was Jesus implying that all his followers tithe? Or was he only speaking... I guess this is a question. This is a question. Yeah, was he trying to, only speaking specifically to the Pharisee who was trying to live under the law? Okay, I don't know who answered this, y'all. It's probably not a good way to look at it. But, tithing.com got answers. All right, let's see if we can get it here, because ain't no dang on way. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Here, this is all he said about tithing, y'all. He done cuss people out when, not the Lord, the great Lord. He told people off when it came to tithing, when he mentioned tithing. Jesus did teach the tithe, but we need some context around the answer to find out with whom and why. God required the tithe for the Israelites under the Old Covenant law. He gave specific commands in Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy surrounding the requirements of tithing, the whole 10% and whatnot. Although we know that tithing was inscribed in the law and given to the Israelites by God in the Old Testament, many want to know if Jesus specifically taught tithing in the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because that's where he showed up here. So this is when he talked about it. And when he talked about it, he addressed the Jews under the Old Covenant. He acknowledged that Israelites were still under the Mosaic system, as evidenced at the beginning of the passage of Matthew 23, 2-3, when Jesus stated, the teachers of the law and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, so you must be careful to do everything they tell you. Then, after he said that, he said, woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. Red flag. So he's telling you, I don't give it, like he's literally saying verbatim, you give a tenth of your spices, so you're tithing, mint, dill, and cumin, but you have neglected the what? More important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. So I don't care about the money you giving to my God and my Father above if you're not even doing justice, mercy, and faithfulness, which is more of a priority than your tithing. So let's run it back to this dang on pastor on this Good Sunday. Not him, because he's talking about the pastor of that church his mama was getting buried at. He's not even practicing justice, mercy, and faithfulness and worried about the money. Red flag. Get out of that dang on church. Don't you ever tie to a church where they're not practicing justice, mercy, faithfulness. Period. Full stop. Full stop. There's no reason he couldn't even go over there to go give her the respect that she deserved because she was a faithful servant. She helped y'all church out more than you, but you think about the money. And then you think I'm going to get my 10%. I think not. There are other ways to give your 10%, by the way. It doesn't have to be there. But that's how people misconstrue it. Because then it appears as if you don't pay 10%, you're not going to be blessed. You can tithe it other ways. And hell, if I can't pay my bills, I'm not tithing. Why am I gonna keep myself and my family? I gotta steward the family. If we can't even pay 10%, why would we starve our family out to give Pastor money so he could run around in his Lamborghini or whatever the hell, whatever excursions he got, charging people $1,100 for a dang on funeral? For him to even speak at that funeral, that's crazy. And then $400 for him to speak at that funeral, I should say. Because then he cut it. Oh, yeah, since you're not doing it there, I need $400 for security. Get out of here. Too faithful. And then, mind you, all this happened when she passed away thinking that this church was going to have her back. And her son got to deal with the backlash. Whole time, she's all here submitting and laboring for a church that didn't even give a damn about her when she was 6 feet under. I think not. Continuing.
And it just doesn't make any sense for me for you to stand there and give the eulogy you're supposed to do for my mother, who sacrificed and loved the church, paid her tithes when she was in the hospital, would beg me, son, take my money, take my credit card, let's pay these tithes.
I wouldn't have paid a dang on thing. I'm so sorry. Mama would have just been mad at me in the afterlife. If my mom did that, because my mom, she does love her online church with Pastor Gregory. She loves that church, boy. But hell, if Pastor Gregory was pulling this stunt while she's at the hospital, I'd be like, how many times did he visit you, mama? Oh, give me put it in tithe. Okay, I'm gonna put it in a separate account. Let's see how things roll out. No, I'm not doing that. And I feel bad because he didn't even know what was going on. He probably thinking, oh, it's a good church. They're gonna help my mama out. No, while she's in the hospital, how many times did he come to visit you? Did he come to pray with you? I need to hear all this. What did the church do for you? If I hear, oh, they didn't have time, they said they were busy. Oh, okay, that tithing, it ain't going over there. I'm so sorry. Well, she go fight me in the afterlife. You can get mad at me then.
I would hear arguments with my father and my mother about tithing.
So that means it caused discord in the family. Red flag. There should never be a point in time where your church supersedes your marriage. I gotta be honest. Especially if your husband, it sounds like the husband was trying to knock some sense into her. Like, look, we got priorities here. What is going on here? Why are you laboring and sacrificing for this church? And Lord knows I hate defending men on this channel. But I gotta be honest. In this point, it does make sense. You are laboring and over laboring for a church when you have a family right here. You have time and memories that you're missing with the people here who know you and love you the most to go give it to a church. Not saying that you can't service your community. Do not get me wrong. And I'm not saying that you can't be doing a whole bunch of stuff for people. But at the end of the day, your house is your priority. You made that covenant with your husband. If you choose to do whatever you want to do, then make sure your husband or your spouse understands your line of work. And this is why I said do not date or marry down. It's very simple. If you are a community activist, then you better marry somebody who understands the community you're serving, because then you both can do it together and you don't have to have these type of arguments. If you're the type of person to be overly religious, then marry somebody who's overly religious and just as religious as you, because he can understand why you giving the pastor $200,000 to invest into a church. He ain't going to even bat an eyelash. Okay, we going to double it together. Let's go give it to the church. I can almost guarantee you the father did not see any type of merit or value in that. And even then, be careful with where you're investing your money. But that's besides the point. Once you make a covenant with somebody and they are your spouse, you better make sure that that person understands the line of work that you're doing. Because then if not, they're not going to agree to that. And they have a right not to, because they are married to you. You cannot be doing all of these side gigs and these side quests with the pastor and funding his lifestyle, and your kids are starving. I can guarantee you that son right here probably needed that 200K more than the pastor did. I can guarantee you somebody in the grandkids or whatever, maybe she even needed to pay off her damn dang on debt. We don't know her situation. They probably could have paid off their whole entire house, maybe had generation. This is where the generational wealth needs to come from. Look at that. You are sitting here worried about the church and the pastor when you probably got grandkids that would probably need that $200,000 to go to school and get educated and get more higher education so they could be better for the future generations. But no, you rather give it to a pastor. This is the problem. And yeah, I don't care who I piss off, because this needs to be said. It's ridiculous at this point. We got to do better, y'all. All the money that she done invested in the church, they couldn't even show up to do her sermon. This is where the generational wealth is going. This is exactly where it's going. To somebody else's pocket so they can have more generational wealth. I best believe it's not just going to the church, because church isn't it a tax exempt? They don't even pay taxes. We done talked about it in the Jamal Bryant live stream I did a few weeks ago. Pulpit pimping. Taking all these people money, thinking that they need it, they need your donations, they need you, they need you, they need you. Your family needs you too. And yeah, this is a grown-ass kid, so that's okay. But I'm talking about there's other things she could have left behind. But no. And then this is how I know that she didn't leave anything behind for the funeral, because he's saying it's too expensive. So what is going on here? I need to hear more. It sounds like, all right, let's keep watching, y'all. I'm just pissed off even for the, what, how long is this? 2 minutes. I'm already pissed.
And so she was so committed. She paid the anniversaries, building funds, and everything you can imagine, and was told that. And we talked to the pastor over and over. Hey, I need the money. And it wasn't about money. The issue, I could have paid it, no problem. But it was about the principle, moral ethic. It just didn't make sense. Where's sowing and reaping? Does that apply to everyone?
Listen. So, wait, this is very important, y'all.
Everything you can imagine. And was told that. And we talked to the pastor over and over. Hey, I need the money. And it wasn't about money. The issue, I could have paid it, no problem.
I could have paid it. He didn't say my mama's insurance could have paid it, or my mama, our family got it. No, I could have paid it. So your mama invested all that money in the church and couldn't even afford her burial. You got to pay it. Red flag. This is crazy. Crazy. What? Son had to pay it. You know who's left foot in the bill when your parents are religious? And they spend all the time at church? There's so much time my parents missed with us because they were so devoted to the church. And I get it. I know that there's a service and a commitment to it. But I also think that there needs to be a balance to it too. Balance is key. You can donate to the church, but when it becomes an obsession, that's a problem. You can't even afford your funeral. You got your son taking money out of his pocket to pay the dang on funeral, because you would rather give it to the church, sow and reap, sow and reap, sow and reap. But at what cost? Here we go. Continuing. And this is not the only one. There are loads of families like this. Let's continue watching, y'all.
But it was about the principle, moral ethic. It just didn't make sense. Where's sowing and reaping? Does that apply to everyone or just the members? And I have no problem.
And we're limited time, but let's get the pastors in.
Yes.
So, Pastor Patterson, your thoughts about this, because you and I corresponded a little bit earlier. Your thoughts in a situation like this?
Well, I would say, Isaiah, that there is a difference between administration and application. When you look at the application of what my brother is talking about, you're talking about building use, you're talking about custodial services, you're talking about security staff, you're talking about staffing members who are available to serve. I mean, I can go on and on. There's so much more that goes involved into a service.
Okay, but Mr. Sir, Mr. Pastor, he one of them, y'all. I already knew with the glasses and the way he was sitting with his legs crossed and the way you one of them. You one of them. So I don't believe nothing about what's coming up in your mouth or coming out of your mouth. But I'm gonna say something real quick. All of that stuff is moot for a member who has been paying for a long time. They've invested in the church enough to get a free service. Case closed. That's it. I could have easily, let me tell y'all, this is how easy it is. I could have easily started charging people for stuff. Easy. Even with the members only, I could have shut it down. Like, well, I'm shutting it down. Remember, I said I'm not shutting it down because I still got videos to give y'all. And I'm going to give you your money's worth. Because you invested in my channel. And I appreciate it. There's so many hours that I do work. I edit. I do all that stuff. I could charge. Easily. Sometimes y'all be asking me questions, stuff like that. I do it because I want to. Because it ain't nothing to me. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for me. Because I would rather you get the help you need than for me to charge you. Why? Not saying that, obviously there are some services that need to be charged for. But there's some times where you could be like, you know what? They've been real good. They're always members. I will always answer them. I don't need you to send me a super chat to answer a damn question. It was really crazy to me when someone sent me a super chat saying, oh, do you answer questions? And I was like, what? I could answer your question without you sending me money. I promise. Thank you for supporting, but you don't need to send me a super chat for questions. If you just want to support the channel, do that. But please do not just send me a super chat to answer questions. You can literally ask me on Discord and I'll get to it. I can't tell you when. I'll get to it though. It's not hard. The person is a member. They've given a lot. You could have done it pro bono. It's really not difficult, y'all. But look at what he done with the fees and the. This is a different situation. You're not talking about a rando. You're not talking about a new member. You're talking about a faithful member. A person who's been there from the beginning. Shut up, Pastor. Yeah, I don't care. Don't touch not my anointed. Well, I don't give a damn. Shut up. Because, hell, Jesus gave us authority when he flipped over them damn tables. So that's me flipping over the table right now. Shut up. You ain't talking nothing right here. This does not apply to this member right here. Or the one who passed away.
That is beyond the normal Sunday morning service. This is something that the average person does not equate into the equation of the experience for their family member. And then, Isaiah, above and beyond that, when you take it a step further, when you're dealing with members who have a family member who's a member of a church, Isaiah, but the family who's now engaged in the process of this burial are not members of the church. They want to get engaged in telling the church how it should be run. For example, the program. Who's on program? Songs to be sung.
Isn't it the person who passed away's funeral? Is this not what funeral arrangements are? So when you go to a funeral home, by the way, do you just let them come up with the whole program? You have the option. They could come up with it with you if you're grieving too much, or you can come up with it by yourself, but you work together. Oh, they want to do things their way. Isn't it their mama who passed away? Shh. I almost shut up. What are you talking about here? He didn't listen to anything that man was saying. They want it done their way. Did they not pay tithing? Do they not pay tithes for that? What are we talking about here? You see, this is... Y'all can do what y'all want at y'all churches. But best believe, I will be going to a funeral home. Play with it. Don't play with me. I will... I'll make sure to put that in my will. Don't play with me. I will not. No. If they start charging all them, nope. Especially if you're a paying member. Not me, I don't even pay. But I'm talking about mama, whoever's paying, auntie's paying religiously, faithfully. And then listen to what he's saying. This is why. This is why I say what I say. Worry about yourself. Take care of your family. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about what's going to happen. Da, da, da. Yeah, of course you can worry about it. What I'm trying to say is, of course, you should invest in your spiritual health. But look at how they're talking. It's all a money grab. So somebody's going to suck you dry, whether it's your job or your church. Choose one. And hell, your nervous system is too erratic to handle all of the stresses that come in your life. Choose wisely where you choose to attend your church. Because then if you have a pastor like this, if he's your pastor, I would highly recommend that you leave this church today. Do not tithe, just go.
I mean, now you're getting into an extended version of what I just explained that is already just standard. So what I'm saying is, at the time of the departure of a family member, everyone is involved, everyone's hearts are in it, but no one is thinking about the extended experience of what it takes to lay that person to.
All right, let's hear from Dr. Ruth.
First of all, I wanted to say I'm very sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
Absolutely.
And I think this is a lesson for all of us that this needs to happen in advance. All of these conversations about how the funeral is going to happen, where it's going to be, a person needs to make their last arrangements known before it's needed.
Dr. Ruth Allison, go to her church. This is a church you should be going to. What church is she? What church? Which church? Here. Here you go. I don't want to speak too much, but this is the church that you should probably go to just within a few minutes. Let's see what she was up to here. She calls on return to church as Americans without ties to... Nah, I don't know about that, ma'am, but listen. She led with empathy. She apologized, and then she came up with a good solution. She didn't have any excuses. She just said, hey, this is something we could talk about prior. I think that if you find yourself in this situation, this is what I would recommend you to do. The other one, pulpit pimp. What's his name? Red flag. Get out of my damn face. Did they even give his name? What's his damn name? Whoever he is, I ain't see his damn name. Do not go to that man's church. If you're going to get a pastor like her. Please and thank you.
Funeral is going to happen, where it's going to be. A person needs to make their last arrangements known before it's needed. And that's for everybody. My own stepmother is a good example. She wrote her whole program out. She knew who was going to be on it. And if someone died before she died, she marked through it, and everything was together. And we all need to plan.
All right. And Ms. Banks, let's bring you into this conversation. When you hear the pastors talk about their perspective, particularly Pastor Patterson, what are your thoughts?
Well, I understand that the church has to, pay for utilities and all of the other things, but just for a couple of hours of the service, I don't think that that's just, a necessary fee. It shouldn't be like $400, $800. It shouldn't be and I don't know.
We have 1 minute. You get 30 and I'll give you 30.
Okay, so here's my issue here. The investment that the members are paying, my mama's whole funeral was planned out. We're asking you to come and speak over my mother at a whole different facility. We're asking you to come and do your job. So it has to be bigger than just you. It has to be caring about the people at some point.
All right, 30 seconds, Pastor.
So that alone, asking to leave where you are been given the anointing of God to speak and to serve.
Yo, wrap this right up. Wrap this right up. Okay, oh Pastor dear one. If that's the case, then you're saying God's not omnipresent. Isn't that what the Bible tells us? Did you read the word that you preach every Sunday? No, you worried about pimping. I understand pimping ain't easy, but still. Omnipresent God. You don't need to go to church to encounter God. Church is for community, to be quite honest with you. You can literally never go a day in your life and step into church and still be okay. Should you go to church spiritually just to reach the community? Yeah, if you want to connect with different people, absolutely. But you don't, it's not mandatory. There was never anything in the scripture that said you must go to church. You must attend church or else you're be damned. So you got the anointing at this specific location. Your anointing cannot travel, so you're restricted. Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me you're restricted as a pastor, but you're serving an unrestricted God. Red flag, you liar. Liar, liar, liar.
And then to go somewhere else and then have the expectation that has to be done without any compensation. That's illogical. That doesn't happen anywhere else in society. But we only in the church want the minister and the pastor to go above and beyond.
Because he's thinking about church like a business. It doesn't happen anywhere else in society. There are volunteers who go and do stuff every single day. Hell, I saw one yesterday. He was picking up garbage in our neighborhood. He's not a garbage. I didn't see no type of detail on him. He didn't have, usually, like, if you know they're working with the city because they'll have like this like shirt on and the, you know, the outfit, the uniform. No, he just did it because he wanted to, for free. Just wanted to clean his community. There are people out there who volunteer every day. Hell, you get paid already with tithes and offering. This person has paid in advance more than enough for the funeral. And look at how he's talking. Case closed. Wrap this right up. You ain't nothing else you got left to say. Pulpit pimping 101 right here.
The expectation of normality.
Use the $200,000 that we gave you.
Out of time, guys. We should have had a longer segment. Thank you all.
This is how society is running right now. And this segment wasn't long enough, Isaiah, my brother. You needed to have it longer so we could drag this little pastor, this leprechaun-looking pastor. This is how society is going right here. Notice the women were very empathetic, sympathetic, and they could understand it. This man right here is trying his best to explain. So he gets it too. He's like, hey, something's not right here. And then you have this greedy monster right here. Wherever there's greed, best believe there's somebody. Look at him. Look at him with the shoes on. I already knew it. And then I can guarantee you his church is full and packed with people. Donating money to him every day. Can't even pay light bills. Gas is going up, and yet his family is good and fed. But you can't even extend that grace to others. Where did we look at here? Justice, mercy, and faithfulness. Hold on, let's hear what the good Lord had to say. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees. He talking about y'all pulpit pimps. You hypocrites! Red flag. That's that exclamation mark. He meant to say red flag, but he couldn't say it. Or he didn't say it. He could say it. You give 1/10 of your spices, it's tithing, mint, dill, and cumin, but you have neglected. What's the neglected? Here we go. Y'all know I love definitions. What's the definition of neglect? Suffering a lack of proper care, not receiving proper attention, disregarded, red flag. The more important matters of the law. Justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter. That's this. The latter. Not the former. The latter. Without neglecting the former. So now, like I said, if you want to tithe, you better make sure that your pastor's not like this bozo. Where he at? Where that bozo at? Oh, did I think the screen already? Dang. Like this one right here. Let's move. This one right here. Good luck and Godspeed to you all. I'm gonna read some comments and we moving right along. Whoo boy, this pissed me off, yo. Pissed me the heck off. Rosa, you said, oh, Dr. C be too strict. He is, yo. I couldn't continue that, yo. I couldn't continue that. Some girl, you said I knew that funerals were expensive, but expensive to be alive and expensive to pass away. SMH. No, they are, like, it's expensive, but the thing is, she already paid at this church. She already paid more than enough. She already paid, y'all. That's the crazy. She supported the church way too much for them not to do it for free, in my opinion. My opinion. Prince, you said SMH girl, just hand me over the science. I don't need my family paying nobody anything to stick me in a plot that nobody has time to visit. You ain't lying. My auntie did that. She was cremated. Oh my God, my family had a fit. Now I see why she cremated herself. She like, look, you ain't gotta worry about me. I'm gone. Cremate me. We didn't even get to see the body go down. My mom everybody was sad about it, but that was her wish. She was like, put me in the urn. Y'all go scatter my ashes somewhere. Here, done. I don't need to be nowhere else. That's it. Yeah, put me in the sheet of dirt for free. I'm dead anyways. There you go. Have a burial somewhere else. But this is egregious, y'all. Some girl, you said I'm the only one in my family who isn't into church. I'm the only one who helps nobody. There you go. And you know what? Like, this is the thing. Like, I don't think people realize how much of a turnoff it is to see. And for me, that was one of the reasons, one of many, but one of the reasons why I was very critical, and I'm always critical of churches. This is why I do that on this channel, because I've noticed so many things and it was just disturbing me. There's no reason that pastor couldn't have done it for free. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense to me at all. And that pastor was talking about, oh, no other business or no other place does that. Yes, there are a lot of places that give you free service, especially, like, I remember my driving instructor. He missed one of my tests because he didn't come that day, and then he had scheduled it, and so they had a $50 penalty fee. He paid it. He's like, oh, it was my fault. I'll just pay it for you. I'll give you even driving lessons for free. You ain't even gotta pay me for none of that stuff. All because he took accountability. But not only that, but he realized, hey, it's a customer. It's all good. How many times you guys get free things at McDonald's? Or I just use McDonald's as an example because it's like the easiest fast food place to use, but you could put insert restaurant. How many times have you guys had, if you're a customer who goes there every day religiously, they're going to make concessions for you because they know that, hey, a repeat customer is better than the new customers. They respect you. They honor you. As much as this woman respected the pastor, imagine, it's like a spit in the face. That pastor didn't even want to do the funeral for them and kept charging them. So he never cared about her. He only cared about her services and her labor. And when she was no longer on earth, discarded like nothing. That's sad. And then your family has to deal with the repercussions because you done gone to glory thinking that your pastor's, my pastor got my back. No, he don't. No, he doesn't. Deja Rue, you said I grew up Southern Baptist. In times of need, they turn a blind eye or shame people, but stay asking for money. It's a betrayal of the ministry. 100%. They done took it over. They've turned church into a corporation, and then they get taxed. This is the thing that doesn't make sense to me too, is because you're tax exempt. I pay way more in taxes than the church does. So why should, again, if a person is paying taxes already on the back end and already investing in the church, there's no reason why they couldn't get a proper free funeral. There's no reason. And I'm not talking about for everybody, because I understand there are some people who are not members or something. I get that. I'm talking about for the faithful members. They shouldn't have to pay. My opinion. Sherry Parnell, how are you, sis? He says, sounds like more over money. There you go. And it's sad. It's very sad. And this is what's happening in a lot of these churches. A lot of them. Not all, but a large percentage. Yep. Prince, you said my family participated in every corner of our church for decades. They kicked us out of the apartment they rented to my granny as soon as she passed. I'm so sorry to hear that. Didn't care that we were homeless, but told us to come pray the following Sunday. That's crazy. Red flag to that church. Once you pass away, that's it. They don't see you as valuable anymore. And it's very sad, y'all. It's very sad. In the family, look at that. Your granny passed away, and yet y'all have to deal with the consequences of her faithfulness to this entity. It becomes an idol in some people. They see the church as more, and I get it, it gives you that dopamine. Like, you're in community. You feel like somebody when you're at church. Listen, this is why churches breed a lot of narkies, cluster B folks. We gotta talk about it in another live stream because we don't have time today. But this is why they breed a lot of cluster B folks. You feel like you're somebody. You feel validated in the position you have in the church. They feed you. You feel like somebody. In the world, you don't feel like somebody, but in the church, you feel like you're somebody. And I'm talking about the people who serve in the church. You get accolades. The more you give, the more you labor, the more praise you get, and the more validation. And for people who are seeking that, it can be a drug, y'all. It can be a drug. It's very sad. Y'all, oh boy. Michael was fantastic, Manjama. Glad to hear, sis. Okay, I'm gonna go on. Let me add that to my list. I am gonna watch the movie. I'm gonna watch the movie, y'all. Some girl, you said the lady answered the question in a way I was taught to debate, so I can't take what she said seriously. She said to plan. She did not mention anything about the money. Too neutral, probably her job. And you ain't lying. It is her job. You ain't lying. You made me think about it more. Yeah, because you have to, it's like the response. I just think she had a really good response. But yeah, you're right. That's another argument to add. 100%. We might have to talk about this. I might have to, hold on. 2 more stories, y'all. Okay, 2 more, and then I gotta wrap this up. How long is this one? 23 minutes? Julia Cha. What was this about again? Niceness is a capitalist strategy. I think we gotta watch this one. This one's 5 minutes. Okay, this is not long. All right, we could watch both of those videos. Hold on, let me put this down. All right, last 2 stories. Okay, we're gonna talk about the UK influencer. Whew, that story is crazy. I don't know too much about it, y'all, so I'm going into this blindly. Very blindly. Oh, I gotta talk about the Candace Owens thing. Oh, dang, I forgot about that. Who, a lot to talk about. Okay, we gonna speed through these stories, y'all. I spent a little bit too much on that pulpit pimp. All right, let's put all of these things down. All right, let's get into this one. Niceness is a capitalist strategy. Since we're talking about money, we'll continue the conversation. So I want to hear this. I want to see this TikTok. It's only 5 minutes. It's not that long, so we're gonna watch it and then I'll review it.
Miscalculate people's character, this is what's missing for you. If you have a tendency to miscalculate people's character, this is what's missing for you. I'm gonna show you 2 types of people who have the exact same type of energy. The purpose of this video is to teach you critical thinking skills and social awareness.
Indignities people of color endure from white people who see themselves as open-minded and thus not racist. This book is intended for us, for white progressives who so often, despite our conscious intentions, make life so difficult for people of color.
The decentering men movement. And I think that that's why you're seeing the disproportionate amount of people that are watching content from married or partnered women.
Robin DiAngelo inserted herself during the BLM era and wrote an anti-racist book called White Fragility. With the release of her book, she quickly positioned herself as the leading expert in anti-racism education. She's a white woman who benefits from white supremacism. There's no shortage of Black women teaching anti-racism education, who everyone should be learning from. But when a white woman inserted herself and started profiting off of it, while speaking all the liberal anti-racism language, while sounding like she was here to help everybody, being an ally to Black people and people of color, which is already a white-centering supremacist language. As you may remember, a lot of people are very upset with Robin DiAngelo. But white people and people of the global majority with an extremely oppressed mindset that they couldn't see how they were white-centering and worshiping whiteness defended her, saying that she made anti-racism accessible, being a bridge to progressive liberal white people who are deeply racist but don't want to admit it. The other argument is that we could use everyone's help in this movement. Oftentimes, people that you see as an ally, and they're saying all the right words, they sound mature and diplomatic, are not being just that. They're simply defending their case to be profiting off of someone else's pain and oppression. To be more specific, your pain and oppression. There needn't be any discussion. They know that the dominant discourse, the moment they enter the room, people are going to choose them, see them as somebody credible, somebody worthy of being listened to, while they're directly benefiting from the very system they claim to reject, where they themselves have nothing to lose but everything to gain.
Okay, I agree with her to a certain extent, but I have to slightly disagree on a point here. I will say that, yes, has that woman profited off of the oppression of others? Absolutely. Hell, they've been doing it for centuries. So, welcome to the party. Now, what I will say, though, is that as somebody who works in a majority white, establishment, and I live amongst people who, who do not look like me. Of course, we have some people who do, but, majority don't. In a country where majority of people here do not look like me. We got to be honest. I'm a minority. Just like if you're in the US of A, you are a minority. If you're in any Western country, you are definitely a minority. So, being that they will not listen to you. I gotta be honest, y'all. They won't listen to you. When you're talking about these type of topics, when you're talking about slavery, when you're talking about colonialism, when you're talking about racism, when you're talking about anything where they have to take accountability or they have to understand the historical ramifications of what happened, majority of people will not listen to you. You know who's going to listen to you? The people who really want to learn. And unfortunately, that's few far and in between. Red flag. So yes, while people of color have been saying it for years, it's not registering. It will never register to them. Unfortunately, I gotta be honest. I'm a realistic person. I'm a realist. I'm a very real, I just think of reality in the way that it is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for anybody. I'll be a little gentler when I say it, but they don't give a damn about what you think. They don't give a damn about what you're saying. They don't give a damn about your experience because your experience does not matter to them. It has never mattered to them. They do not live in your orbit. They don't live in your reality. That's it. That's all. So no matter how much you try to explain to them how it makes you feel as a black person, it doesn't compute. It will never. The wires will not cross. They won't get it. Just like, for example, let's use an example. Immigration, right? Can I understand what life is like as an immigrant? 100%. But do you want to know how I can understand that now? Not because I'm the daughter of immigrants. Yeah, to a certain extent, I could understand my parents' reality. However, what really made me understand it was the day I moved to Korea. I called them. Literally, especially my mom. I called my mom a few weeks into moving into Korea and I said, damn, you and dad, you guys did a lot. That was hard. Moving to a new country, having to learn a new language, having to get into the immigration system. I never understood it. I understood it on a fundamental level, but it never clicked for me until I moved. Sometimes you got to feel it and experience it. And when you think about it from that perspective, they're not, like I said, you're not going to listen to somebody unless, one, you experience it or see it through the lens of somebody who has lived the same way as you have. It's the truth. So I will say, though, that yes, there are people who co-opt movements 100%, 1,000,000%. We've seen that time and time again. But unfortunately, if you want the message of white fragility to come across to white people, a white person needs to be the one saying it. They will not listen to it if it looks like you. The only people who will listen to it, if it looks like you, are people who grew up around you. And majority of white people have never grown up around black people. We got to be honest. Unless they've lived in very, progressive cities. Majority of the people who the message needs to go out to, they do not live amongst you. So the white people who voted blue more than likely grew up or were exposed to some capacity to a black friend. But again, people will hang around people who look like them. If you're trying to reach somebody in rural Louisiana or Tennessee, good luck. As a black person, you can go and do all the conferences you want to. Good luck trying to reach them, and also be careful to not go into a sundown town. Dave Chappelle did the whole skit. Y'all remember Clayton Bigsby when he was the black white supremacist? He showed it. They were all in for the message when he had the cape on, and then as soon as he took it off, it was like, ugh. Because the thing with people, and again, no disrespect to her, and I'm just giving another perspective to it. For them to have that safe space to open up about their racism and their fragility, they gotta be around their own people. They're not gonna feel as comfortable talking to your black ass. I gotta be honest. They're not gonna really open up to you and be like, oh yeah, I'm fragile. They're gonna defend and deflect. But you wanna know who's gonna make them open up? Their kinfolk. The people who look just like them. Those are the people that need to get to work. Get to working. The reason why the No Kings protest worked this time around, or why it was majority white folks, and why they started to understand, and then they started crying and realizing, oh my God, black people went through a lot. You don't know how many damn TikToks I done seen about that. I scroll right through them. I'm like, hell, welcome to the party. Good luck. They understood it because of Renee Good and Alex Peretti. That made people really understand because they saw their faces there. For us, we always had to learn how to integrate with other people. We've always had to learn how to see things through their lens. Why? Because we're the minority. We can see it through their lens. We never had to live we never got to the privilege of being the majority. This is why we always had to accommodate and assimilate and learn how to empathize with them and understand them from a fundamental level, but they never had to. So that's why I'm saying that it is important. As much as we can say, yeah, she's profiting off of it. Absolutely she is. Is she co-opting the movement? I don't know. But I will say, though, that it needs to come from people who look like her if you want change to happen. It has to come from their side. It cannot come from us. We have tried centuries. For centuries. And yes, like I said, you have the abolitionists who helped. There were white people who helped during the civil rights movement. But then again, let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. Picture of Congress. 2026. Here. Sorry, I should put US. Here we go. All them years after the civil rights movement, after all the voting, after everything that's happened. After everything that has happened thus far, how many times black people have spoken out? Black Americans, more specifically. How many times black Americans have spoken out? How many times have black Americans saying we want freedom? How many times we have talked about equality? How many times we talk about till you're blue in the face? And even your race, Mrs. Julia Cha, even your peoples too, voting right along with them red flag. Even your race hasn't awakened either. I gotta be honest. If we really gonna get into it, we gotta keep it 100. People of color, yo folks, I'm assuming you're Chinese or Korean, East Asians, notorious for voting on the white side. The all white party, they gonna go there. Hispanic folks, they gonna go there. South Asian folks, they gonna go there. Do you really think they're gonna listen to us? Even your race hasn't listened to us. So let's be for real, guys. We gotta be honest. Look at this. Look at this. Since centuries have spoken out. And then look at this. This is the result. This is why I said it's got to come from their side, y'all. That's my opinion. My opinion. Same thing with y'all. Hispanic folks are not going to listen to black people. They'll listen, but they're not going to listen as much as when a Hispanic person comes out and says something. Asian folks too. Hell, didn't they do the whole affirmative action thing? Come on now. After all these years, black voices have been telling them, nope, don't do that. You might not want to take that down. They took it down. So just because you are the enlightened one of your race doesn't mean that you want to listen to black voices, I'm pretty sure, but not your kinfolk. Majority wide, no. No, they're not going to listen to us. We've been talking long enough.
Same energy is this married white woman, dissenter man, content creator who made a whole video justifying why she deserves to talk about dissentering men while being a white married woman, presumably married to a white man. She admits that people want to hear from someone like her because she's in a superior position in the hierarchy. Yet in the same video, she claims that there is no hierarchy. We're all just having conversations. Everything I found out about this particular woman is against my will.
Okay, so the dissentering men conversation. I know who she's talking about too. I know exactly who she's talking about. The YV edit lady. Listen, this is the main point of it. Is she allowed to do her content? Go ahead and do whatever you want to do. But I will say this though. It is hard to preach dissenter men when you are a married woman. I could never come on here and say you should dissenter men. All full stop. And I'm sitting here with my husband. What I will say though is you need to be careful who you mate with. And I'm going to give you the tips to find somebody who's compatible to your lifestyle and what you choose to do with your life. If you want to live your life as a single woman, do it. If you want to get married, do it. Be safe when you do it. Strategize when you do it. That's my platform. And that's why we have the red flags. If you meet a man like Jay-Z, no. Please don't. I need to do some green flags. I've done green flags scattered here and there. We talk about it. But I would never come on here and tell you to decenter men when I'm laid up right next to one. Got one right in the kitchen right now. And I'm telling you, don't have a date. Do not. Men are all evil. That's dangerous. And it's a grift. So we have to be careful as well. Like I said, with absolutes. I always say there's some good men out there just like there's some awful ones. We just saw it with the pasta video. You saw that guy, he was going hard for his mama. You could tell he loved his mama. He had the heart. He was like, look, $200,000, she gave the church this much. How come you can't see it from that perspective? That's the one right there. And then you got the greedy monster on the other end. So you have 3 people on the panel. One was a man who agreed. Man and the woman and even the pastor, half and half. She was whatever. When I remember I covered the assault story of Kyla, I forgot her last name, Kayla, the young girl who was with that demon. She said when she was assaulted, there were 3 men out there who took her to the hospital and who called the police. I cannot sit here and say that all men are demons. It's impossible for me to say. I'm living with one right now. Prince seems like a nice one right now. Listen, I don't know you too well, brother, but you seem like you're good. There are some good ones out there and some bad ones, just like there are good women. Like, we got to be honest with the conversation. So that's how you know when somebody speaks in absolutes that it's a grift. Continuing.
My followers have told me this, so if I'm wrong, correct me in the comment section. Got married at 18 pursuant to a white man. Never been a 18? Single independent woman.
Yeah.
Husband pays all the bills and...
Who is this? Is that the lady? Hold up. What she said?
Hierarchy. Yet in the same video, she claims that there is no hierarchy. We're all just having conversations.
Oh, boy.
Everything I found out about this particular woman is against my will. My followers have told me this, so if I'm wrong, correct me in the comment section. Got married at 18 pursuant to a white man. Never been a single independent woman. Husband pays all the bills and anything she makes from content creation goes to her own savings account.
So you see, this is the thing though. Yeah, you see, that's why, again, same thing with the churches. You got to be careful who you listen to, who you follow, and the churches you attend. Everything, where you work. 18 years old, according to her. I don't know. Like I said, I know who she's talking about because I have seen her content. I remember, I think Cecilia Regina talked about her content one time. That's how I know her. But you've never been single? So how do you know what it's like to be independent when you've always been dependent on your husband? Red flag. This is the problem. You don't know what it's like to not be hot boned and be up under a man. But you know who does? And even I never tell you to descend to men. I tell you to be careful. She wasn't in the trenches, y'all. She wasn't in the trenches. And when I say the trenches, I'm not talking about being single. Single is not a trench. It was the most peaceful time. You want to know what was the trenches? Dating. when I thought I had to do that because everybody around me was doing it. Mind you, we didn't have this kind of content on YouTube. I wish I had what half of you guys have right now. I wish. We didn't even have none of that. Everybody around me getting married. I didn't even want to do it, but I was like, hell, you know, maybe I should. I see everybody else doing it. And then I did it, and I said, oh, no. If this is what it's like, no, I'm good. I was on my Megan Thee Stallion. I think I won't, like I said that. Like I told y'all last time, I said, I'm never, ever dating again. I'm good. It's good for thee and not for me. And I was happy for 6 years. I was happy being single, y'all. Independent, good. I was good. No stress. Nervous system went down. All the burnouts I had with dating and work dissipated. Health had never been better. I lost the most weight when I was single, y'all. Y'all want to know when I gained weight again? When I got married. That's another story for another day. I'm still trying to lose that damn weight. Red flag to me. I was looking good. Y'all look at my pictures, man. I was looking good. I was on my grind. I could focus. I had nobody up in the. I was able to get my education. I was able to do a lot. So yeah, there is something fundamentally wrong. If you've never been single and you don't know what it's like, how can you explain to people the positive effects that singleness has on you? And also the positive effects that marriage has on you if you marry a person who is compatible to you. You can live whatever reality you want to live, but you can't tell people. I cannot tell people how to be a trad wife. I've never been a trad wife in my life. I can't tell people how to be a stay-at-home wife. That's why my content doesn't gear towards that. I don't know. That's not the life I choose to live. But imagine if I came up in here and I said, oh, you got to your man better make 6 figures to take care of you, girl. And then meanwhile, I go to work every day. I'm logging in right tomorrow morning as we speak. Imagine I go to work. It's a 6 figure. Get your man to buy you Birkin bags. And then I'm sitting here working. Come on, man.
Apparently, she said that women with debt are low vibrational. Her husband is a source of.
Wait, what she said?
Independent woman. Husband pays all the bills and anything she makes from content creation goes to her own savings account. Apparently she said that women with debt are low vibrational.
Okay, I'm low vibrational then because I have student loan debt and I did it myself. Yep, I had student loan debt, still paying it off till this day. Well, we're paying it off. But yeah, I guess I'm low vibrational because I chose to have higher education. Let me tell you something. Again, that's how I believe what she's saying. Because it's always the women who have men pay for them that think they're doing something with themselves. They think it's a flex. You want to know what's a flex? When you don't need nobody to pay nothing for you. You could do it yourself. That's a big flex. The bigger flex to me is when you know you could do it on your own. And you don't need him, but he's helping you. You don't need him. I can do all this by my. This program runs with or without Dom. Best believe. That's the flex. And if you're not there yet, that's okay. Get yourself to that point where you can be fully independent because if something happens to him, we're going to be just fine. Mimi and I will be just fine. Of course, I'll be an emotional wreck. But financially, we ain't got nothing to worry about. That's the flex. If he decides to leave tomorrow, that's the flex. That's the flex to me. That's more of a flex to me. She's saying all that rah-rah reptar because her husband's funding her. And this is the problem. The ones who speak the most like that are the ones whose husband's funding them. But if the husband no longer funds them, house of cards, gone. But then again, remember, she's grifting on the internet, telling y'all not to do decent to decent and making all her money off of the backs of women who are looking to her for advice. Mind you, like I said, she's doing the exact same thing that you, but the only difference is she has a buffer with her husband. Red flag. That's the only difference. Bigger flex to me is when you can do it on your own. I don't care what nobody says. Bigger flex to me is if my job said right now you're laid off tomorrow. That's okay. I'm just going to do something else. That's a bigger flex to me. Because then what? I can continue on the journey and the path I was going. If you're working for yourself and by yourself, and you can fund your own lifestyle, that's a flex. You should be happy about that. Because there's so many women out there who are suffering in silence because their husband holds the purse strings. I gotta be honest. It's either their husband or their parents controlling something, because then if they take that away, you're job loss away from poverty and you don't even realize it. That grift can't last forever. So that's why you be low vibrational all you want to. If that debt is going to be an investment in your future, I'll take student loan debt any day. If that means that I'm going to get a higher paid salary. If that means that I'm going to be doing better for my future. Absolutely. I'll take that. That student loan debt, I ain't going to lie to y'all. It has rewarded me in so many ways. So I can't even complain. Y'all never hear me complain about student loan debt. It has afforded my family the first college graduate, or two. Me and my sister, we both graduated at the same time. 2 college graduates of my whole entire family on my mama's side. That's what that debt did. Calling me low vibrational, red flag. And for all you other ladies out there, if having debt, like student loan debt, is low vibrational, well, I guess we just gonna have our low vibrational plates, just like Coach Stormy told us.
Her husband is a source of her insurance too. Maybe she had a job here or there, but she sounds like a trad wife whose main source of income is dissenter men content creation. Both women are taking advantage of anti-oppression. Both women know that when they show up, people will listen to them more. Both women are profiting off of speaking up against the system that they are clearly benefiting from. Instead of uplifting the voices of those who actually need to be heard and they're not being heard because of their position in systemic oppression hierarchy.
That I agree with, is that, yes, the white fragility one should be uplifting the voices of black people. I will say that. But do I agree that she shouldn't do that? I think she should. That's the only way they're going to listen to somebody like us or me. But now with the other one, she shouldn't be. She needs to be doing trad wife. She should be doing Shira 7 type of content. She should not be doing decentering men content at all. It's an oxymoron. It doesn't make sense.
Both women are profiting off of centering themselves. They glaze black women to ensure a spick and span performance. When you want to read somebody's true character, look at what they're willing to give up. Look how they handle the trade-off. If they're only benefiting from the system they claim to reject, then they are working for the system. The existence of both types of women in anti-oppression spaces reinforces oppression. Their excuse is that they're working for the cause. But would they be working for the cause if there was no money in it and validation was extremely hard to come by? And would they still be doing this if they couldn't be the exception in a pool of oppressed people?
This sounds just like, again, I have to do the correlation. It sounds like the church situation we just talked about. Once the person passed away, if there's no money involved, they are nowhere to be found. Red flag. This is how you know somebody's true intention. Is the money involved? If you get demonetized and you still gonna be doing your content, you're gonna just go to the wind. What is the work gonna continue or not? There you go.
Who they feel sorry for because they're so lucky and they're the exception. Read the person's level of courage to understand their true character. When they have a history of conforming to the patriarchy, they are not anti-patriarchy or anti-men. They're pro-men and pro-patriarchy.
She ain't lying.
What they really love about you is how naive and gullible you are. That you're too dull and oppressed to understand the clear signs. You allow your oppressor to love bomb you, powergasm, leveraging you to gain power and get paid. Power dynamics is human nature. When you're used to losing, you don't even know you're losing. These are the people who smile, imply that you're a dumb prey, but you think they're a friend and an ally. When I presented the profile of this white woman dissenter man content creator to my teenage daughter, she asked me if this woman was rage bait, which means a teenage girl has better discernment and understands conflict of interest than the 250,000-ish traumatized women with an oppressed prey mindset who look up to this married performative white woman.
No, but I don't think most of the people who watch her are actually decentering men. I think that they are just like didn't we see it with that lady MJ? They're just like MJ. If they're watching her, that means that they're not actually decentering men, because all they're doing is talking about men. Because if you're a dissenter men channel, Foreign Fridays talked about it. He's right. if your goal is to decenter men, then there has to be more to the conversation than just men. You get what I mean? You got to talk about different things that people can do to increase their lifestyle, increase themselves, increase their, their income. Like there should be other topics, not just men. But notice the whole entire content is about that. And yet every night when she logs off, she knows it's a job. She gonna sleep right next to that man. Red flag. She's not doing anything different than a lot of women, have done before. I just gotta be honest. Decenter men, and yet your content of decentering men actually centers men, because all you do is talk about men, and that's how you make your income from men. That's it. Full stop.
My teenage daughter understands that you cannot decenter men while financially depending on a man.
Boom! There you go. Caveat. So for people who say, oh, like, you're too independent. I remember one time I said I have separate bank accounts. Somebody was like, oh, you can't really, when you get married. I don't give a damn. I got separate bank accounts. We both do. We don't play. We both like, we're going to be Mr. and Mrs. Smith up in here. Don't play with me. I will never, ever, 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 ever not be financially independent. That's just not in my lingo. I'm allergic to it. But if you are financially dependent, you better have some savings somewhere. That's all I'm going to say. If you're depending on your husband and I understand that because some people have children, they have to, they must. I get it. But personally speaking, you should always have something on the side. So always have some emergency money. Always have something. Always. Never, ever, ever catch you slipping. Hell, I was independent from my parents at 18 years old. That's how you know this independence goes a long time. I don't know what it's like to be up under. I don't know what it's like to depend fully on somebody. I've never had that experience. And do I want that experience? No, I don't. And I know some people are be like, you see, some people like that woman. Oh, you should trust your, not her, but the other one. You should trust your husband. No, that's okay. I'll do it on my own. That's a bigger flex. I'm so sorry. No, you can never sell me on that. It's just not going to happen. But why? Because I spent enough time by myself to realize how important it is to have that autonomy. Because just because somebody is in your life today doesn't mean they will be tomorrow. Nothing is promised. And at least I understand that fundamental. You better make sure you have a safety net. And that's whether you are married to a good man or married whatever, or even single. Because again, we are living in times where anything can end tomorrow. You better have something going for yourself, apart from being married or having the title, or apart from whatever it is that you do. Because nothing is promised. Trust and believe me, tomorrow it could all crash. But you better make sure you have that umbrella if it rains. So, if you're listening to somebody like that lady, the other one, I know she showed YV edits, and the white fragility lady, the grift can only go for so long. That's all I'm going to say. Eventually, lights out, baby. All right, I'm going to read a few comments, and then last two stories. I got to speed through this because I do got to go. Miri, you said, yeah, apparently she came to this lady's comments to correct her. Her hubby pays for her insurance only. She did? Oh, dang. Why did hold on. She went to the lady's comments and said her husband pays for her insurance only. LOL. No, but you see what's so funny is her husband only pays for insurance. Okay. But your content. Okay, so where do you work? Are you only a content creator, right? So if she's only a content creator, like I said, her content is about men. So she's still making content off of men. She ain't got a job. Red flag. That's what I'm talking about. She ain't got a job outside of her content. This is how you know whoever be talking yak. Because whenever somebody does not have a job apart from their content, I got to keep it honest. We got to keep it a stack. They are going to do whatever it takes to keep the money flowing, which means that it could be something that they don't even believe in. But hell, they got to make the money. They got to make the coin. So they'll do whatever it takes to get the extra money. Yep. So that's just how the game go. Prince, if your content is solely about decentering men, doesn't that make your content men-centric? Exactly. Exactly. The phrase is low vibrational, high value man, woman. Lets me know to stay far away from the person saying it. Whenever I ain't lying. You ain't lying. Whenever I hear high value, I'm like, bye. Low vibrational. Even masculinity and femininity. I only did it to explain how stupid that concept is, because I feel like we have both masculine and feminine. I could be masculine all I want to right now, and then I could turn into a feminine, dainty bird, whatever. Depending on which energy you operate in. Choose whatever you want. You could be masculine at your job and feminine, have more feminine, like the feminine energy at home. Both ways. Like, people always like, oh, you gotta be this and that to be married. You have to have this and that. Okay. Good luck. Not the mother-daughter tag team. Oh my god. Mother-daughter tag team, y'all. Her daughter, even her 16-year-old daughter could guess it. All right, 2 more. Oh Lord, are we gonna talk about this UK influencer? UK influencer will be last. Oh Lord, that story is crazy, y'all. So yesterday, I watched a show, y'all, and I wish I had never watched it. I'm gonna save this one for next week because I really want to talk about it in detail. I watched a show last week. Not last week, yesterday. It was called Blue Therapy. Who has watched that show before? It's on Netflix. I was looking for something to watch a little bit because yesterday was kind of like my day off. I needed time to clear my head because I've been editing all week, y'all, working like a crazy person. I was like, I need some time to myself. It's time to take some self-care. I watched this show. It was a hot-ass mess. Red flag to the UK folks. What is going on with you guys? I watched Black Chat. Remember when I used to review that UK show Black Chat? I stopped reviewing it because it was just too crazy. If you are from the UK, you probably aren't watching right now because it's probably in the middle of the night for you. But if you come to the replay, shout out to Replay Gang. What is going on with y'all? It was a mess. Basically, there's this therapist right here, this lady right here. And she is the therapist for all these black couples. Now, I do not discriminate against therapists. I think you can get help from anybody. However, I thought it was going to be a diverse crowd, but she's only doing therapy to black couples. Red flag. That's a red flag to me. Why? Because I don't think she can fundamentally understand the dynamics that are at hand here. This is a whole lot of. Now, do I think that she could mentor and counsel one couple? Absolutely. But when we come down to it, these couples were a mess. This one right here, this woman she wants to have a baby. Is that the baby one? Yeah, she wants to have, no, that's not the baby one. I forgot this one. I don't remember this couple, y'all. Was that the one who wants to have a whole bunch of children? Hold on, we going through it, y'all. That was the one with the blue hair. This one right here, this couple, oh Lord. They had a baby while they were on break. And then she was crying because they just can't get it together. This man is very immature, y'all. Extremely immature. He is not ready to be a father or a husband. He actually didn't want to be a father, and then she went through with it or whatever. Y'all know, take that with that as you will. This couple was all types of crazy. But they're not the worst ones. I know. We would have thought they would have been the worst one. But nope, they're not the worst. Then we had, where's this one? Blue Therapy. There was another couple. Oh boy, it was just a mess. This one right here. Was it this one? No, I don't remember seeing them there. It was, which couple? There was the lesbian couple, and then there was the one with the blue hair. I can't find the one with the blue hair, but the worst couple. Okay, we'll skip through all them couples. All of them a hot damn mess. But the one that was the worst, Maria and Vicktor. And the reason I want to cover Maria and Vicktor is because we got to keep it real, y'all. This is why we're having a lot of these interracial couplings going awry. She was with this man, or has been with this man for 7 years. 7 years. They were on this show. He's from Bulgaria. She's from the UK. This man, let me tell you, let's do the rundown here. They are content creators. That's number one. That's already a problem, because then if you want to break up, you can't, because your money is funded by each other. Number 2, she is of a Nigerian background. And he can't understand, like, so what ended up happening was her parents paid for her car or something, and then she was paying them off little by little. Mind you, this man does not want marriage. He says, why do I need to get married? I want people to accept me for who I am. He was practically almost in tears about that. And I'm like, look, I don't know what childhood issues you went through, but that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Red flag. Why can't you marry her after 7 years? It comes to a point where you're victims, like, when I say victim, I mean, like, if you were a victim of your childhood, and I don't mean, like, sexual stuff like that. That's different. But I'm saying, like, this man does not want to get married. He's like, oh, why can't people understand me? How come nobody accepts me for who I am? That's something you need to work out internally. That's my point. At some point, you got to put on your big boy pants on. And you have to move on from that hurt. Let that hurt go, because that ain't got nothing to do with why you can't marry this young woman. He couldn't come up with any reason, just that people don't accept him for how he is. And then sis is over here crying. And then she's the one doing most of the work for the social media content. She is doing most of the labor in the relationship. Her parent or her mom doesn't like him because he was upset with her because she put her mom on speakerphone. And I guess the mother didn't know he was listening in, eavesdropping. And then she said that, oh, you're wasting, like, oh, he's wasting your time. And then he started getting mad about it. Your parents don't even like me. Of course they don't like you. Red flag. They're Nigerian. They are from a culture where you got to get married. They don't believe in the shacking up 7 years type of relationship. But yet here you are, being a degenerate. Not only that, but she's allowing it. Red flag to her too. I need to find out if she's a water sign. That's actually what I wanted to see, to be quite honest with you. So now we're not going to spend too much time on them. I just want to give y'all a background. So then, fast forward to the car situation. Her parents or her mama, I don't remember who, paid off a car for her, but she was paying them little by little. And he thought that she was still paying them off because she was sending money to her mama. And then she revealed that she had paid them off a long time ago. And that she was just, sending them money just to send them money. And he got upset about that. Talking about, well, you didn't tell me. Well, excuse me, sir. Are you not her boyfriend? You're not her husband. So why the hell do you need to know where she spends her money? Red flag. That's none of your damn business. She's letting him treat her like a husband. He got mad about that. And the whole time, the therapist is just sitting. You see, this is why I said you got to find somebody who understands your dynamics. She doesn't understand the black struggle. Where were the therapists at? Whatever. Y'all saw the lady. Because the first thing I would have said is, excuse me, are you her husband? You have no right to be talking to her and asking her where the money went. That's husband material right there. That's husband question, not boyfriend. And even then, are y'all sharing a joint account that I don't know about? Because that's crazy. There is no reason why your boyfriend should have that much access to your funds. None. And then he gave her 2 promise rings. Talking about, oh, and this is how I knew it was crazy. He gave her 2 promise rings. One promise ring was when the first couple years they did, I forgot what time. She said he gave her 2 promise rings. And when she said promise ring, he's like, no, it's not. It wasn't a promise ring. So you can't even admit that you even want to give her a promise that you're going to marry her. And yet you got mad when you found out she was sending money to her parents. Red flag. Then when they went to the car, because they had an argument or whatever, she started crying. And he said, oh, get away from me. And he swatted her hand. And yet after the show, these two are still together, y'all. So let's see the update. I wanted to check their channel out with y'all because this was the grand scheme of things. And the reason I picked them out is because I feel, and this is my honest opinion, she's only accepting the treatment because he's not black. I can guarantee you, and I'm talking about just her, because I know some black women accept that treatment from black men all the time. Hell, there's couples on the show that do. But I'm just going to let y'all know right now, 7 years, whether it's a white or black man, red flag. But I have a feeling that sis is holding on to him for the content. And this is the reason why. Because this sells. 670,000 subscribers or followers. And he couldn't even admit to you that he gave you a promise ring. He was denying and deflecting that he even gave. Oh, it wasn't a promise ring, but it wasn't a promise ring. Red flag. You can't even do that. That lets me know that he's in for the ride. And then as soon as this whole content, as soon as the ride is over, he's jumping off. Sis just doesn't realize it yet. All right, let's see what their content consists of. Oh, Lord. Let me see. Am I the only one who watched Blue Therapy? Hold on. Let's see. Fun fact. What did you say? Fun fact, it's a well representation of the dating life in the UK. Trash, Poppy. I'm not surprised. I'm scared for y'all. I'm not gonna lie. UK, but then again, you know what? The UK is a very small country. How many people you guys got in the UK? Let's check. Hold on. Before we continue, before we watch this. How many people are in the UK? UK citizen. No. Population of the UK. I need to know, y'all. What's a 69.3 million in that small ass country? Red flag. How the hell y'all got 69.3 million people? Oh, snap. Why y'all? No, it's too many people. There's too many damn people. There's too many people. 63 million? And that's including all of the UK. Y'all, look at the size of Canada. Map of Canada. We are a way bigger country and we only have like 30 million. No, 40 million, my bad. 40 million, y'all. And look how big Canada is. No, there's a problem here. It's too many. Then no wonder it's a cesspool. Look at that. And then, of course, if you're black, Lord, I know y'all be going through it, y'all. But that's still no excuse. What's wrong with being single? Because, hell, at this point, if this is all that's left, count me out of here. Count me out. I'm just going to stay single for life, get me a pet, and then call it a day. I promise y'all, I would. That was my plan. I'm not joking. If I didn't find Dom, I promise y'all I would have stayed single. That was my goal. I was like, you know what? I'm good by I could do bad all by myself. Because ain't no damn way. Okay, let's see when their content started. Because, hell, I don't know what provoked them to go on that show. 7 years, y'all. This is wild. This is wild. Y'all got TJ Maxx at the UK? That's what's up. Okay, I'm dating a white man, of course. You see, that's what it is.
I'm dating a white man. Of course, I'm the one that's always cooking.
Baby, I'm actually hungry right now. Do you mind cooking me some food?
Babe, you're joking. There's literally nothing to make. I don't know recipes like that. I just have random stuff in the fridge. I don't know how to put things together.
Just get one online. Get one off TikTok.
You want to get a recipe off TikTok? I bet all the recipes you've saved off of TikTok, you won't even be able to find them.
I don't need to. All I have to do is just save them in my app.
What app?
Recipe.
What?
Go on TikTok. Search on TikTok.
Okay, they got ads, y'all. This is the content that she's doing 7 years for. Caught my girlfriend cheating on me. This is from 2025, y'all.
Hey, what are you doing?
Probably an advertisement again. Let's see.
Why are you smiling? Who's on the phone? I heard a man's voice. Who are you texting?
Okay, it's my AI boyfriend.
What?
My AI boyfriend.
What you mean? I'm your boyfriend. What do you mean?
I know you are, but I made an AI version of you because you don't talk to me anymore. See?
What do you mean? This don't even...
That looks exactly like you.
How the hell did you make it look like me?
I decided to create an AI version of you so I could text them. So I'm texting you. This
Bro,
is exactly like you, right?
Bro, you need a life, bro.
I just told him my name's Ria. And he told me, look. Tell me I have a pretty name. I said, what's your favorite things to do?
Guess what? I'm gonna create my own AI girlfriend now. Watch this. Come see. Look, Ria.
Babe.
Now I have an AI girlfriend. Look.
Hey, lovely. Let's chat. Tell me everything.
Hi, baby. Hello, handsome.
Oh my gosh, babe. That's actually cheating. Like,
I love you too.
Wait, check this out. Let's get married and have kids.
You
That
know
sounds like a good plan, she said. Play with me. You don't have any other boyfriends but me. I'm your only boyfriend. I'm your real boyfriend. I'm your fake boyfriend. I'm your AI boyfriend. Wooden boyfriend. I'm your everything boyfriend. Get out of here. This is actually a sick app. What's the name? What's this app?
It's called Polybuzz.
Yep, of course. Advertisements. Okay, so this is what's going on, y'all. I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Oh boy, who's watching them? Teenagers?
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course she wants to be an entrepreneur or a businesswoman. It's always money, money, money with you. What about love? What about life? Enjoying life, me and you.
Yeah, that one can come after now. You have to make the money first. Money can bring love and bring life. That's why I'm with you now. So you make money, Sha. I be have money.
So if you had to choose me or money, you'll pick money.
You come together.
No, what if we separate?
There's not that thing. You come together.
That's not how it works.
You come together, my money man.
Don't touch me, man. I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she likes to throw these big, massive parties. I don't even like going there. It's loud me.
My Niger girls out there. This is like, why are we making? How old are these people? How old are they? I need to know. Hold on. Maybe they had a profile. Vicktor and Maria. Boy, goodness gracious. It sounds very. Is this Gen Z coded? This definitely Gen Z, y'all. I can't see a millennial doing this. If they are, I'm shutting this live stream right now. Vicktor and Maria, Blue Therapy. We're gonna get the profile. I'm gonna shut down this live stream seriously. Let's see. Yes, okay, they are Gen Z. I knew it, because ain't no damn way. Ain't no damn way. It turns out Blue Therapy's Maria and Vicktor started dating when she was 17 and he was 21. Of course. And again, like, that age gap is actually not that bad when you're older. But 17 and 21-year-old, no. Red flag. Ain't that what happened with Brandy and Wanye? So, wait, she's younger than you and you... This is what it is, yo. 7 years. 7 years, y'all. 7 years. I need to see her birthday. When's her birthday? She's giving water sign through and through. I'm so sorry, y'all. I can't imagine anyone else doing this but a water sign. When's her birthday? Is this the person? Oh, of course he's an Aquarius. I had a feeling. Red flag. Of course. I had a feeling he was, because I was like, wait, the non-committal. I don't believe in papers. I don't believe in marriage. I don't believe in nothing. Gotta be a February Aquarius. Gots to be. It's always them. Okay, Rhea. Rhea, sis. We gotta find out. You giving water signs galore. She's a Leo. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Leos. You gotta get your girls together. Leos are starting to come up on the... Y'all are starting to get on Scorpio territory. I'm not even lying. This is like the third Leo I've covered. Sorry, water signs. I always got something for y'all, because there's no other way. But Leos are coming out. Leos are coming through and through. Leos are coming, y'all. Leos are coming for the Scorpio's crown. 1997. He's a zillennial. Lord, he's a bum. Bummy ass man. They launched their account in 2020. Of course they did. Of course. No, 1997. He's Gen Z for sure. Because I believe it ended millennials in 1996, I think, or something like that. Yeah, he's definitely Gen Z. All right, let's continue watching a few more videos, and we wrapping them right up.
A lot of people. I don't even like people. I just want to stay at home.
Oh yeah, show them your moves. There you go. You see, you don't have to play talking drum now. You don't have to play talking drum. Come on, don't play now. You like the parties. Don't start. You know the talking drums. Yeah?
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she forces me to eat spicy food. I can't even handle it. My man's on fire. I'm always on the toilet. I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, we're always late when we go places because we always arrive at Nigeria on time.
Yeah? Why am I arriving on time? You see, 3 o'clock, I'm coming at 6.
Yeah, but we miss half of the thing.
If we don't miss nothing, the party don't start until I'm there. The party don't start till I'm there.
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she wants me to go and study to be a doctor or engineer. I don't want to, babe. I just want to be a content creator.
Of course, you want to be a bum. Red flag. And not saying that you can't be a content creator and make money, but hell, you need to have a backup plan. You don't have a backup or plan. She's your backup plan, and this is why this relationship is never... Listen, sis likes it. I love it for her. But if she were my little sister, I would take her little narrow ass and sit her down somewhere. Sit down. This cannot be the only option. Stay single at this point. He wants to be a content creator. He has no backup plan. He has no goals, no ambitions, no nothing. He just wants to make the easiest way to make money is through a woman and by a woman. That's when you got to be careful with these type of men. Seriously speaking. If the only way you can make money is through a woman, because he can't do it on his own, obviously, and he doesn't have a backup plan, he doesn't have a job, and he doesn't have any skills. Social media could go dead tomorrow. What you gonna do and how you gonna take care of your family? Crickets. You can't. You don't have a skill. That's the problem. Sis is wasting her time. But then again, you know, if her goal is to get money, like he said, money, love, I don't know. I really hope that it's just, again, even then, there's so much pride that you got to have in yourself. I just have way too much pride to stay in this type of relationship. This is craziness.
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she's super religious and wants me to go to church and stuff on a Sunday. Don't want to go on a Sunday, man. I just want to chill at home.
Of course, you want to chill all day. So you have no ambition, no job, no career. You want to do content and rest at home. He wants to rest, y'all. His life plan is to make the money the easy way. This is just like, listen, we got to be honest. We're going to keep it 100. It's just like the women who only want to date millionaires so they can rest. They don't want to work. They don't want to labor. They just want a man to take care of them. Mind you, he has all the control and all the power in hell. If you don't look a certain way that he wants you to look, then he going to be out the door. But you don't care about none of that. You want to just, you know, you don't want to labor. So instead of making it happen for yourself, you would rather get a man to take care of you and fly you out somewhere and you be in Dubai going to them pissy parties. It's the equivalence, but the man's way. Get you a woman who's ambitious, who's successful, who comes from a very good family. And then you could bum off of her for the rest of your life. Red flag to both scenarios. What is going on here? He wants to stay all day long in the house. That's how I know he's lazy. He's lazy, and he's using a woman to get what he wants. He's not working. He doesn't have a skill. He wants to be a content creator. And when he says content creator, it's not for himself. It's with her. Only for her. With her. Using her. And then 10 years later, when she get on the internet, I'm pretty sure people watch. This is before couples therapy. I'm pretty sure them comments look way different now. And she's going to double down on her man. And make it work.
That's on a Sunday morning.
That's fine. The Saturday church, Wednesday church.
I don't go
Give your life to Christ. I continue to pray for you. Don't worry. I'll continue to pray in the name of Jesus. Go.
Okay, but if Christ is important to you, then why don't you marry somebody who believes in Christ? I never understood that. It gets to a point. She's trying to build a bear here. And he looks like a rough one at that. Building something that doesn't want to be built. He is who he says he is. Today, tomorrow. At least one thing I'll say is he's being very honest and transparent about himself. You just refuse to believe it. And I get it. She's young. I wish somebody would knock some sense into her. Hell, I hope I thought the therapist was going to do her job, but she ain't do nothing.
Bless you in the name of Jesus.
I'm dating a Nigerian woman.
All right. There we go. We're only going to watch 2 more videos. We're wrapping them right up, y'all. Tortilla challenge. By the way, I do not like this challenge at all. I don't like it. I never liked it. I don't think I will ever like it. Every time I see it, it just cringes me. It's the challenge where you put a bunch of water in your mouth. I don't like it when couples do it. I don't like it, period, but especially this. Because let's watch this, y'all. Let's see how hard he slaps her. And this is why it's very uncomfortable. We cannot normalize this type of behavior, period. I don't care if it's a joke. First of all, hitting somebody with something is never a joke to me. Like I said, I'm too woke for the internet. That's why I halfway don't be on the internet all the damn time. I can't. Because if I see content like this, I'm automatically going to think like, okay, this is normalizing this type of behavior. Just in the name of jokes. Don't play with me. This is the thing. You can't play with people like this. Hold on. No. Okay, here we go. I don't know if this is copyrighted. Here we go. So now you have to slap each other, or if you laugh, you slap. You see? There you go. And then, is he going to do it to her? Let's see. This is why I don't like this challenge. This is so, I don't know. I just find it very, I wish this challenge had never taken off. Here, you see? There you go. And then it's funny and it's jokes. It's always jokes until it happens for real. That's what I'm saying. Look at that. Yeah. I don't know who came up with this damn challenge. I don't find it funny, y'all. Next, POV. You're 30 minutes into arguing with your boyfriend and realize he's low-key right. Okay, that's great. I'm dating a white man, of course. Okay, let's hear the stereotypes on the other side.
Of course, I'm the one that's always cooking.
Oh, wait. That's the one we saw already. Okay. How much we spending at TJ Maxx today? All right,
how much you spending at TK Maxx today?
Just £20. All I'm getting is a candle and a top. That's it. Let's go.
Why do we need this just for two things?
This is so girly, Poppy.
This is not on the list. This is not on the list. Huh?
Oh, girly, Poppy. They are so expensive.
They're not on the list. Don't worry about them. That's your problem. You come and look at the things you shouldn't be looking at. Oh, this is ugly. Come
You
on.
see? Look what it says. Keep playing with me and this gonna happen to you. These are very nice. These are very nice. Are they my size? Yeah, let me just try them on, you know? You telling me that this doesn't go with my outfit right now?
But that's not the point, though.
Do you know what I mean? That looks perfect, right? $50. That's not bad for shoes. That's quite cheap. Let it look matches my bag. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, how could it... Wait, hold on. No, Mary. Control
There
yourself.
ain't no damn way that you are a boyfriend and you gonna tell me what I could spend on my damn clothes. Red flag, but I understand it's for the content. No way in this lifetime. Hell, even my husband. But, you know, we gotta do things for the family. But my money's my money, period. I do what the hell I damn please. I'm giving you a notification of what I'm doing. Don't be saying, oh, babe, no.
Yeah.
When it's his birthday and I don't have money for a present, well, you get them funds up because you gonna need it taking care of this grown-ass man. All right, here we go. All right. Prepping my white boyfriend for the cookout this summer.
Lace you up, just let it run.
Okay, great. Oh, boy. I trust my Nigerian challenge. When you finally get to experience the love you never knew existed. This is what it is, please. No. What is this? You see, that's why. They can sell you. This was all before couples therapy, y'all. Before the blue therapy. So people thinking they watching the fireworks. Mind you, he doesn't even want to propose. 7 years. 7 years. Of course, the Nigerian woman content again. Who's coming up with these damn scripts? Let's go.
Of course, she shouts at me all the time.
And it's because you're sitting here and lazy. You know, you're supposed to be out here making me money. You're always lazy.
It's the weekend.
I don't care about the weekends.
You see, he's always. You see, real truth comes out, sis. What you said now?
Nigerian woman. Of course, she shouts at me all the time.
And it's because you're sitting here and lazy. You know, you're supposed to be out here making me money. You're always lazy.
It's the weekend.
I don't care about the weekends.
Sundays, my day off. I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she forces me to wear Nigerian clothes.
Now you're supposed to wear it, and you wear it.
I don't want to wear this.
You have to wear it. It's part of the culture. Your Nigerian association. Wow, come see fine boy.
I don't like this.
So see.
Is this? You don't like this, but you married to a Wrap this right up. Who? You see, this is why. Now I get why. I get it. Now I get it. I get Dr. Umar. I understand now, brother. I get it. Now I see why. Because if you go date interracially and this is what you could get, sign me out. Sign me out of the group chat. I'd rather, like I said, just stay alone at this point. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. What is this? Why is this even content? Like, this is so cringe to me. Like, there's so many other things you guys... But then again, when you just think about money, this is what happens.
Fine boy, yeah.
Like
Dance now.
No.
AJ. Aya, dance. Dance now. AJ.
I don't like this.
Hey, you look good. Fine boy. If I take this one or this one doesn't look good. Fine boy.
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she calls me Shelby or Odo, whatever.
Shelby Olodo.
Yeah.
Hey.
Who's Shelby? I'm Vicktor. Who's Shelby?
You are truly an Olodo. Truly.
What does that mean?
Shelby.
Who's Shelby? I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, I have to respect my elders. I have no choice.
Yes, so
No.
you have to prostrate.
No.
What you mean you have no choice? You don't like to respect your elders. You ain't got no damn manners or home training. But then again, you are a lazy ass bum. So I don't expect any less from you. Red flag to all of this. This is trash. Red flag. This is worse than what I saw on the blue therapy couch, y'all. This is worse. He's saying he doesn't like your traditional clothing, disguised as a joke. But I think he meant it because, again, he did not like the cultural aspects of her being Nigerian. He wants her to be British. He thought he was going to get a fully British woman. That's what it is. But then the money's good, so he got to keep it going. But then, sis, I got to drag you too because why are you with him? Your frontal lobe has already developed. It has already developed. There's no excuse at this point.
No.
I don't care.
I don't even know them. It's a random uncle and auntie. Why am I kneeling down to them? They're my king and queen.
Wait, has her frontal lobe developed? Hold on. 25. Yes, this is the year of the awakening. Okay, we're gonna give you a little bit of grace. It just developed.
It's the culture. Sorry.
I'm dating a Nigerian woman.
I trust my white boy. No, I'm dating white men, of course. How many times I gotta do this
dating
content?
white man. Of course, he buys me stuff all the.
You know what? This reminds me of Diana in Korea. Yeah, y'all gonna get y'all video. I am so sorry that I took so long. Y'all gonna get y'all video. Give me till tomorrow, Tuesday, and then the case study video is coming out, the Jay-Z Beyonce one. But this reminds me of Diana in Korea, and she's also a Leo too. That's why I said, listen, L, I love you, sis, but you gotta wrap these Leos up, because Diana in Korea is the same thing. I was wondering, why do they got this repetitive content going on? Is this a Leo thing? Y'all like to repeat stuff? Inquiring minds would like to know, because what is this? And Ace did the same thing on Love Island when him and Shelly were repeating and recycling content. This is the same. How many videos do we need about why you love your white boyfriend or how Nigerians act? But then again, you know, it's just the repetition. Same thing with Diana in Korea. You'll see what I'm talking about if you're in the members only. You will see what I'm talking about. Repetitive content. How many moves are you going to make to the U.S.? How many times you going to be cooking your mother-in-law's kimchi? How many damn times you got to watch your Red Flag? But then somebody's watching because you are an interracial couple.
Time. Hey, what did you give me this time?
There you go, baby. Today I got you the Soleil's mattress vacuum.
Okay, advertisement. Next. I'm tired of this, y'all. And that's another reason why I stopped vlogging. It got repetitive. I'm tired. It's too boring. I'm dating a white man. This is boring as hell.
How much you spending a dinner
Make
today?
it interesting. At least talk about the challenges you have as a couple. How many times you got to go to the damn store? I love him so much I surprised him with a gift. How many gifts you gonna get him? I'm dating a white man, of course. Every other video. Get ready with me for spring break. Finally something different. God dang it. I trust my white boyfriend challenge. How many times? How many? Living with a Nigerian. Okay, what other stereotypes can we come up with this time? Come on now. Okay, he's serving her apples or whatever. Okay. Here. Asking my boyfriend for his credit card. Acting like my Nigerian girlfriend. Lord. But it's getting views, so I don't blame them.
Baby, massage my feet, oh. Oh my gosh, baby, oh my god.
What happened?
Kylie and Timothy just broke up.
Oh my days, babe, you don't know that's real,
Oh my
man.
God.
Why are you jumping like that?
No, but this page on Instagram posted it and they always know everything.
Okay, next. Asking my boyfriend for his credit card.
Baby, can I get your credit card, please?
Huh?
Can I get your credit card, please?
The credit card?
Yeah.
Why'd you need it?
One, I want to buy a new Sims 4 pack because they just dropped a new pack and it seems quite fun, so I want to play.
Okay. Advertisement. Next. Is he in the bathroom?
I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course, she's very stubborn.
And what?
Yo, this is like, I feel like what is going on here? It's literally the same content over and over and over. Except this one's different. All right, she took off her wig. Okay, let's see. Okay, they gotta ramp it up now. 2025. That was last year. We gonna skip to 2026. It's too much for me. When she take off her wig. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay, I think they live together, y'all. That's why he was so gung-ho about knowing where her funds was going. So 7 years. You live together and you don't think about... And she wants marriage, but you don't. And she thinks that, you know, waiting it out is going to be in her favor. Oh boy. Oh Lord. Yeah, this oh my God. Oh boy. Okay, let's get to 2026, y'all. My boyfriend wants to show you his tote bag collection. Oh, so he's really pampered, y'all. He's giving clearance NYC. You know what? I can't hate the player, hate the game. My boyfriend wants to show you his hat collection. Of course he does. This is all the labor he's been doing. It's got to give something. This is the reward.
Listen up. My boyfriend wants to show you his hat collection. You better listen to him. I don't want to hear him. You better listen. Oh yeah, Vicktor. Oh yeah, back, man. Go show them now. Go show them. Oh yeah.
This is my hat collection. This is one of my favorites. The blue one. There's one Dutch. I really like it because it's also a trucker hat. I really like trucker hats. They feel good and you know they breathable at the back. So I wear this a lot. That's why it's a little bit dirty here. This is my current favorite one. Yellowstone, because I've always wanted to go there. I dream about going and flying to America, going Yellowstone. I think it has very cool colors, and again, it's a trucker hat. I love trucker hats. There's another blue one. It says Fresh Kid. It has a heart here on the side.
You're doing great, baby. You're doing great. You're doing good. Keep going. You're doing.
Listen, are there a lot? I mean, is there a shortage of eligible white men? If that's really what sis wants, like, I don't get it. Like, is this the only answer? Is it the only way? Like, I don't understand. Is this the only way? Somebody let me know. That's the representation of white men. Well, he's Bulgarian, but yeah, white European men. Y'all let me know. Cause he's giving Post Malone here.
The heart here on the side. Snapchat gifted me a hat because Maria told him that I really like hats, so they gave some bleach stuff on it. I don't
give a damn about your hat collection. Next, my boyfriend wants to show you his tote collection. Lord.
Oh yeah, everybody, listen up. My boyfriend wants to show you his tote bag collection. You better listen. I don't want to hear bing. If I hear bing for you, my bag this forehead. I will hit you with this slip. I will finish you. You better be nice and share it with your friends now. Oh yeah, babe. I beg Vicktor. Oh, show them. Oh yeah, show them now.
Hi, this is my tote bag collection. This one, it says Garnier from when I went to a Garnier event. I really like Garnier. Like, I use a lot of the products on my hair. Very comfortable. I like the color. This one is like, it's a Snapchat logo. Maria told him that I really like tote bags, and they gave me a tote bag. Keeping it for like special occasions and like special days.
Look very, very good, baby. Well done. Keep going. Look good.
Then I have this black one. This is from like Boohoo, man. Sometimes you don't want to wear like a white one or a bright one. You want to wear like a black one, a dark one.
Okay, stylish.
Go ahead on with your tote bag. Okay, all right. He got them totes,
like
yo.
This heart. You know what I'm saying? And Yepuda in Korean means very pretty or beautiful.
Yeah, Yepuda. But at least you knew that. Okay, all right, that's great.
That's all my tote bags.
Well done, baby. Well done. You didn't miss it. I beg, ship. So, if you have made it to the end of the video, well done. Congratulations. Because if you didn't, this slipper would have fit you. I would have finished you. What balls on your forehead? You better like the video. You better be nice in the comments. You better share it with your friends. I don't want to be hearing stupid rubbish. I hope you share this video.
Oh, she's really playing the character up, y'all. Oh, boy. It was downhill from here. How many times has it been downhill since? It's repetitive. Yo, you know what? Scorpios, I'm not sorry. I still, no, but Leos. Hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. What is going on here? It was downhill from here. My boyfriend wants to show you his tennis racket. Oh, he's even taking tennis courses. Okay, so no, it makes sense. Hat, tote bag, tennis. Okay, this is what he does in his spare time. Tennis lessons are not cheap, y'all. So let's see.
Oh yeah, everybody, listen up. My boyfriend wants to show you his tennis racket collection. Yes, tennis. That's what you like to do. So you will see.
You know what? To be a man in this world, it must be phenomenal. It must be, because for women, when you need a man to take care of you, you gonna have to do the work. You know he gonna want sex every day. Cook, clean. You get peed on, pissed on. You gotta do a lot. Even them strippers that be getting the money, you know, they gotta twerk. They gotta get their money's worth. You gotta be on. For women, we have to always over labor, and he could just rest. He just rests. You stick it in a few times, you done. You ain't even gotta really do much. You just gotta be pretty. Like, he's not even he doesn't even make any cut. But hell, that's what it's like, because he got the skin, he got the complexion for it. So, you know, he just gotta be wild. And if you're a black man, you just gotta be handsome. You gotta be buff, and then, you know, you're gonna have a woman taking care of you, helping you, and you just stay home and you get to play tennis all day. Life is not fair. I just don't understand. I wish a woman could just rest and not do much. Because, hell, even if she's having a man take care of her, best believe she's open wide. She got to do something. A few times, too, except for when he's working outside. I guess she only gets a break when he gets, you know, when he has business trips and whatnot. But when he's home, you best believe you got to be doing, you know, Yeah, you gotta be doing all of that. All of that. You can't just roll over and say, I don't want to do it. No, you can't afford not to. That's what you're there for. That's the payment. That's the exchange. And you gotta cook all day. You gotta burn over the damn stove. You get pampered, but you gotta, you gotta labor. Whew, boy. All right. I mean, unless you get like a housekeeper or whatnot. But even then, that's only reserved for certain type of people. You got some deviant men out there who like to do it 24/7.
Yeah.
And then they invite other people into the bedroom. Man.
Finally, I want to get bam. Otherwise, this slipper will find you and it will finish you. Better comment something nice and share this one with your friends. Oh yeah, Vicktor, yeah, show them your rackets. Oh yeah, hurry up, show them now.
These are my tennis rackets. This is the first one that I bought. This is Head Radical Team 2023 year, 260 grams. This is the one that I started with. It's Grip 2. At the moment, Maria uses this one because I have new ones. This is the Head Extreme.
Yeah, it costs money. Next, I trust my Nigerian girl. You cook with your Nigerian girlfriend. Catch the cup challenge with my Nigerian. I think they're okay, I got it now. They must be located in Nigeria because I refuse to believe that the UK girlies are ingesting this content. Okay, I will give y'all UK girlies. I will throw you guys something here. I'll throw you a bone. I don't think it's y'all. I think it's people in Nigeria that are focused on this. My boyfriend wants to show you his. Oh, he plays the guitar too. Okay.
Oh yeah, everybody, listen up. My boyfriend wants to show you his guitar.
Yo, I'm done.
With your eyes open.
Are we still in 20? Yo, we still in 2025. Oh my God, I gotta scroll up. Okay, I don't have time for all of this. So this man got a guitar collection. That's expensive. He has expensive hobbies.
I got it in white because I like the pearl white and it fits with the fretboard here. Yeah, it sounds good, yeah?
Oh, it's beautiful.
All my life I've been.
Can you play?
This guitar, this exact guitar, it was a lot of money.
How much?
When I go
it's expensive.
For a while. Taylor GS Mini, Hawaiian Tree, Koa.
Don't let me a musician, sing something. Sing now!
I love my girlfriend, I love Maria.
You better have danced there.
And this is my I'm stuck, big help me. Oh. This is my last guitar, but I just broke it, and I'm sad because I could have sold it for a lot of money. I just broke my guitar, look.
Okay, all right. Oh, boy. All right, it was downhill from here. Huh? Okay. I'm dating a white man. Of course you are, yeah.
I'm dating a white man. Of course he thinks he's a better driver than me, when in reality, he's gotten 2 tickets in the past 2 weeks.
I'm a better driver because I drive everywhere, all the time. I'm dating a Nigerian woman. Of course you're always...
I'm dating a white man. Of course...
Okay, y'all, I'm tired. This is still in 2025. We moving on, y'all. Okay, here we go. Asking my boyfriend about date night. Yeah, red flag. Red flag to all of this.
What we doing for date night?
What?
What we doing for date night?
What date night?
Damn, we still in 2025? Y'all, they post. This is what the problem with TikTok is. Y'all got that too. This is what happens when you have to do content in 3 minutes or less. You got too much.
Well, you didn't plan anything.
Why are we going to date night?
Because me and you in love, so we should be doing date nights. But you said you'll plan a date night.
I never said that.
Oh my gosh, babe, really? You actually forgot.
I'll plan something last minute. Don't worry. Just let me phone a friend for help.
Who is this girl?
Chill, man. Plan me a last minute date night. And make
Of course. Advertisement. Rage baiting my that's a golden retriever. You think your man is golden retriever? Golden retriever, he's a pit bull at best. Pit bull at best. And I'm not talking about the sweet ones that, there's a lot of sweet ones. I'm talking about an untrained one. The one that already has a bite history and he's just one bite away from taking your whole face off. He's a pit bull at best. Maybe a Malinois. But they're okay. German Shepherd, when the German Shepherd ain't got a job and you leave him home all day. You know what he is? He's a caged pit bull. He's a caged one. He's a caged one. He's not a golden retriever. Well, red flag, that ain't no damn golden retriever. He's just one snap away. You ever heard a dog? He was so good. I don't know what happened. He just snapped. Yeah, that's one snap away type of dog. And that could be with any dog, but I have noticed that it does happen a lot with pit bulls. They are very reactive. They're very reactive dogs. You put them in the wrong environment, put them around a whole bunch of kids. If they're not trained properly, they will. He's like Mimi. Mimi right now, she has a problem with reactive. She jumps like she's about to be a pit bull or something. We got to take her into the trainers classes because I'm like, no, something's wrong here. But she's just very protective, y'all. So I'm like, look, you got to chill. You just a little dog. Chill. But yeah, that's not a goal. Even my puppy's not a golden retriever. Come on now.
So can you
Okay, here you go. Now he loves wearing Nigerian clothes. Of course. Come take off. And we're still in October, Lord. We fast forward in this. I don't need to see nothing else. Okay, I was on blue therapy. Here we go. Okay. Your white boyfriend wears the same boxes every day. He don't take showers.
Guys, look at this guy, bro. Look at Vicktor, bro. Come, let me show you guys something real quick. Bet you out there feeling yourself, yeah? Filming, feeling yourself,
good,
right? Bro, look at this, guys. Look at his freaking butts.
Hey,
Now that's funny. Red flag. Hold up. You got caught slipping with them hoes? You literally wear not the same type of boxes. He wears the same boxes every day. But sis, that says something about you. You sleeping with him though. I don't think he washed. Y'all wrap this right up. Lord, where do I? Lord, the joys of being a privileged man. Ain't no damn way. You get to even wear boxers with holes on it. You have somebody you just could rest. Ain't that crazy? Let a woman who's getting paid and funded by a man wear underwear with holes in it. You gonna see how quickly you gonna see how quickly he gonna replace her ass. Hell, most of the time you can't even have corn and bunions on your feet. Real talk. They not going to say they gonna want you to get manicures, pedicures all day long. Let a corn come up on your feet. You out of there. Get a hole on your body. You out of there in your underwear. Let your bra have a little. You know, sometimes if you have big tits, big in your the wire peeks through. Let that peek through. It's a wrap for you. You have a little. You know, sometimes it be getting a little warm. You try your best. Sometimes you have a little. You have a little mishaps. Let that happen. You done. You out of there. He gonna pack you right up out of there. And yet this man could come in all his glory. All he has to do is show up and be white. And then he can wear boxers with holes in them every day. Probably doesn't even bathe. And does not take care of himself at all. I could tell by his stringy hair and his hats. Funking that whole apartment up. And he's still able to make money and rest and take guitar lessons, tennis lessons, have a hat collection and a tote bag collection. Life is really not fair.
Oh, what?
Look at your
This crazy.
They're
Whatever,
bragging.
Nobody cares.
Look at what you're doing to yourself.
Bro.
Why are you wearing boxers that are ripped and you're out here filming a fashion video?
Bro, move. No one cares about what's under.
Babe, you gotta start throwing away your underwear.
Bro,
This is just
good,
embarrassing.
bro.
Look how big it is, bro.
Sis, it's not embarrassing to him. It's embarrassing to you. You sleeping with that. Did she not get it? I'm done, y'all. But again, her frontal lobe just developed, so.
Get out of here, bro. Move. I'm shooting my video.
You don't even have a belt. You need to fix them. Hurry up, I'm cold. I want to go home.
This. It cannot be that bad in the UK, y'all. My Nigerian girlfriend wants to show you her slipper collection. Okay, now we finally got a video for her.
Listen up, man. My girlfriend's gonna show you her water bottle collection. Stupid water bottles. Be nice. Come on, baby.
Don't be calling them stupid, Vicktor. So these are my water bottle collection. Obviously, we have to start with the best of the best. It's Stanley Cup. Vicktor got me this one for my birthday. Vicktor, it's when
He got you a Stanley Cup for your birthday. How much are they? How much is the price of a Stanley Cup? My bad, y'all. Oh boy, pounds. I don't even know what pounds are. All right. The real Stanley Cup tumblers. How much are they, y'all? Y'all gonna tell me. He got you that for your birthday, but what else did he get you? 15. I mean, it's not even the price that matters, but it's like I see him with all these gifts and trinkets and all that stuff. That shit.
Money like that. You have big money to spend like this. I said, okay, then you got big money to spend. Let's go spend more of your big money, Victor.
This shit cost me fortune. She doesn't use it. She doesn't use it.
I do use it, Victor. Stop.
She's be catching dust in the corner.
That's not true. I use it. Oh, Wala, kawala, wolo, kuku. So you can either suck it like or you can pour it into your mouth like that, looking good. This one is also good for isolation, keeping things hot, keeping things cold.
That's great, sis, but I see him with more trinkets than you. He had the tennis racket and all that stuff. Oh boy, you're dating a Nigerian woman again. Okay, there we go. Us happy before our first therapy session. All right, if we only knew. Yeah, I wish y'all knew. Bulgarian boyfriend versus Nigerian boyfriend duo. Who's the boyfriend? I don't even want to see this. What is this? What Nigerian boyfriend versus... Okay, I don't know what's going on. Okay, here, I was on blue therapy. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, y'all getting drugged, yo.
I was on blue therapy. Of course, I cried every 10 minutes. Can I take a break? Type shit.
They ran out of tissues on set.
They didn't run out of tissues. They just needed to get more.
I was in blue therapy. Of course,
I was on blue therapy. Of course, I'm not begging him to marry me. I'm not a beggar. I just politely ask.
I was on blue therapy.
Sis.
I'm not a beggar. I just politely ask.
What else to say, y'all? I'm trying my best, y'all. I'm trying my best. I politely asked after 7 years. Sis, read the room. And she realized it. I'm going to give her something. She did realize it. She's like, I think you just don't want to get married to me. And I was like, checkmate. Get your ass up on out of there. But I think it's the content that kept her blinded. This is why you got to have your own. Because now, look at that. You know dang on well. You already know what it is. You don't need any more hints. You don't need any more clarification. You politely asked. So she chose the content. That's what it was. I don't think she believes she can do it on her own, y'all. That's the problem. But I mean, hell, if your content's built off of your relationship and you have nothing else to pivot to, this is what happens. That's why I say you need to have something as a backup. Whew, boy.
I was on blue therapy. Of course, no.
I was on blue therapy. Of course, people relate to my situation. So many people that are in long-term relationships with no ring. And it's okay. We up.
Up where? No! Red flag. That's why I gotta give her a red flag. So many people in your situation. Yeah, she's right. She actually is right about that. But we up. No, we down bad. This is sad. This is a sad state of affair for my Nigerian girlies in the UK. This is sad. Y'all need to stand up. Stand up. Please and thank you. You got to stand up at some point. But then again, she's 25, so that's why I'm giving her a little bit more grace. But sis, you got to stand up. You ain't got that much time left to stand up. Stand up. Stand up, sis. Stand up. He's not the best you could do. I can promise you that.
I was on blue therapy. Of course,
I was on blue therapy. Of course, his dad is on my side. My side is the right side. Even your dad says it, bro. Call your dad. Maybe I should marry him.
Whoa.
He is a nice man.
Whoa. I was on blue therapy. Of course, I'm not.
I was on blue therapy. Of course, my best friend told me to leave him.
She doesn't know nothing.
Whoa.
See? That's what I was telling you. And I bet you the best friend is an air sign. I can almost guarantee, or earth. Because earth sign be giving good advice. Listen, fire signs, I was going to give y'all a bone, but hell, she's a fire sign. Y'all on timeout today. This is why I say you cannot give everybody advice. They're not going to take it. Her best friend told her. Her mama told her. She likes it where she is. So I can't even blame the women. That's why I didn't say anything about the family in her life. Notice I was mum about that. Because I already knew. Once her mama said something, I was like, yeah, they already done told her. She's hard-headed. So a hard head makes for a soft behind. There you go.
My friend was here before you. I will drop you so quick. Never say that again about Paula. I don't play about my bitch. First of all, I might have to start listening to my friend. I know my worth. I love myself.
3 goats. That's your worth.
You
3
don't have enough
goats.
money to pay my bride price.
I can
Get your
afford
money
2
up.
cows and 1 sheep.
No, you can't. Bye. We done.
3 goats. You see, he's trying her culture. You can't even afford anything without her, sir. You need to pipe down. Shut up. When your sister doesn't approve of your boyfriend. Okay, sister doesn't approve either. Oh boy, sister doesn't get. Damn, nobody don't like him. Letting him control me because I like it toxic. Here we go, yo. Okay, now they just playing. But I think there's some truth to this. Okay. I haven't done anything. He's getting dragged, y'all. He got the lashing of his life. He's not used to this.
Of course, I'm the problem for everything. I'm innocent. I was in blue therapy. Of course, I'm the problem for everything. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything. Omuni open up. Then when Emike opens up, it's Emike's problem. I was in blue therapy. Of course, no one is on my side. The cameraman is not on my side. A girl is not on my side. My mom's not on my side. Your parents are not on my side. Not even my own father is not on my side.
It sounds to me like you got a little bit of childhood trauma.
Every time I hear that, I just want to take a shit. I was on blue therapy. Of course, I'm sleeping on the couch for the next couple of months.
As you should.
I bought the bed.
Okay, and it's my car you're driving.
Okay.
So they are living together. That's why he had too much control over her money. Lord jeez. I think she went on blue therapy because she wanted to expose him because she knew that the public was not going to be on his side. This is when it's kind of like when you try to not convince, but you publicly shame somebody in order for them to do what you want them to do. So notice how he said nobody's on his side because she knew that was going to happen if they go on blue therapy. Come on now. We all know what it is. But this is not going to work. He's just going to end up resenting you because he felt like he was forced into it. It's never a plan when you make somebody do something they naturally don't want to do.
Gonna get to the places.
I'm not sleeping on no couch. I'm sleeping on my bed because my bed, I bought it before I met you.
The car's gone.
I have the keys.
Boy, give me my keys. Give me my keys.
I was on blue therapy. Of course, I didn't cry once. I don't cry, you know what I'm saying?
No, you did cry.
I'm a grown-ass man. You think I cry? I don't cry, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You nearly had to walk out because you cried.
Why are you lying right now? I didn't cry.
Yeah, you did cry.
I did not cry.
Easy, it's okay. It's okay.
What's wrong with men crying? This is all types of. This man needs to go get checked out and he needs to go see a clinical. That psychologist they had on that show, that was a play. She was fugazi as hell. You need to go to a real therapist, sir, and go get that worked out. You need to go get something worked out. And talking about some damn mattress he bought before he was with her. Red flag, sis. You don't know if that damn mattress has fleas. You don't know where he got it. He probably got it from the side of a dumpster with them damn holes in his underwear. I wouldn't trust nothing he brings up in my damn house. Well, not my house, your house.
I'm like that, Vicktor. Stop it.
I was in blue therapy. Of course, I'm not allowed to be angry at the fact that my girlfriend is sending money to her parents because apparently now all we do is lie in this relationship. And I can never trust you again, Maria. You're lying poo-poo. They go on cruises on holidays all the time. They don't need money. They drive a brand new car.
Yeah, he's jealous of her. He wants the money to stay with him because all the money that's going to her parents is supposed to go to him so he can take his tennis lesson, guitar lessons. They drive up. That's none of your concern. You're not married to her. You don't get to call the shots, and she's treating him like a husband. He's a boyfriend. At best. To be honest with you, I think they just roommates that just sleep with each other. I'm being honest, y'all. I gotta be honest. 7 years is way too long. Roommate at this point. Y'all just roommates that happen to live together and do content together. Y'all just content creator partners. What is going on here? They drive a brand new car. That's none of your concern. If she wants to send her money to her parents, she can do so. Now, when you get married, you sign the paperwork, then you have a little bit more leeway to say, hey, it's our money. But even then, do what you want, sis. It's supposed to be your money. But of course, you combined everything like y'all married. It's crazy.
I don't even own a car. I drive your car.
Exactly.
How is that her fault? You see, he wants her to buy. I thought he wants her to buy his car. Okay, you again. All of this, that's why he's angry about the parents. It's not because it could be used towards their future. It's because it could be used towards his future. He wants to get as much money as he can from her. Clarence NYC 2.0. Clarence NYC 2.0. I need to do a whole case study on these type of lazy ass men.
I drive your car.
Exactly.
How about you give your money to us and help us our situation better than
us? She got a car. You don't. Us. Oh, no, boo. They're going to isolate you. That's how they start, y'all. He's already isolating her. That's what Clarence did to Queen. He isolated her from all her kinfolk and them. For a few years at that.
You, bro.
Oh, bro, whatever. I'm done with you.
No, wait. We good.
Oh, boy. All right, we done. We going to wrap these people right up. I'm just going to watch one more. I got to get out of here. Oh boy. Oh, it's downhill. It's been downhill since the beginning. Are we in the depths of hell yet? Are we in Hades yet? When are you gonna wake up? It goes downhill from here. It's been downhill. Let's prank my boyfriend with salmon. Okay, whatever. Loser plays for sure. Okay, who cares? We know you gonna pay, sis. Dance or go back to therapy. Okay, they dancing. They don't want to go to therapy. They like it. I love it for them. Okay, his sister is here.
OMG, this is all-pervading.
My boyfriend and his sister. My boyfriend's sister and my boyfriend. His sister does not like me. Is this real? Oh, it's all banter. Okay. All right. This is I think it's very true. Oh boy, don't disrespect me with this. Boys, my girlfriend should know. Okay, let's hear what she got to say here. 15.8 million. Okay, this is a why. Okay, let's watch this. This is the last one, y'all. And then I'm going to read some comments and we're going to get to our last story and wrap this up.
Hey, there you go. Who's this? Who's this? What?
I do not know this man.
Don't hit the screen.
This man, he holds the heart of many. Thou, he does not hold my heart. You, thou.
Who's this then? Do you know who that is? There you go again. Ha ha he.
Austin Butler.
Really?
Elvis soon.
I didn't ask about his filmography.
Oh, sorry.
Who's this?
You went bare viral. What's his name again?
Doesn't matter. I'm proud of you.
I feel like it was something
I'm proud
like
of you.
Eric.
Oh my God.
Apologies, sir. I do not know men.
Don't start with that bullshit again, because if not, you're gonna get out of my
So
house.
he's jealous. Jealous because she finds other men attractive. He's jealous of her parents because they got a brand new car. Jealous because she sends money to her parents, and I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's crazy. And now he's forming this as a prank. Oh yeah, you like these guys? He's seething.
And out of my life forever. Who's this? You better not know him. You better not know him, punk.
That's Justin Timberlake.
No.
Oh,
Punk, bro. I never heard him call her anything endearing thus far. It's all been bro punk. Roommates at best. That's a roommate talking.
My God.
Yeah, Channing Tatum.
Bro, I'm not. You play too much.
Magic Mike.
Oh, really? Is it?
No, I only know if you step up.
Disrespect. Who's this?
Out of all the brothers, you choose this one. Liam Hemsworth. What do you know? Because I'm on his side, bro.
So you're looking at other women's men. Is that how you do when we're out and about? Is that how you do?
No.
Really?
I don't have to say it.
Who's this? Oh my God.
His voice is like, damn.
Casey, bro, you're in a relationship. Who's this?
You can remove Jack Harlow from here.
Oh my God, bro. No,
I don't want to know him.
I'm done. Get out of here.
My brain. I don't even want to know him.
You know everyone on the list, bro. Why is my girl knowing everyone? Get out of here.
Can I get the iPad though?
No,
Just
get
so I
it.
can swipe in the pictures a little bit.
No.
Okay.
How you going? All right. Anyways, y'all. Oh boy, Lord, this they got a YouTube channel. Oh my God. Okay, we ain't got enough time for this, but I'm nosy. Where's the YouTube channel? We packing them right up out of here, and then we'll get to the sad story, and then a palate cleanser, and we out of here, y'all. Welcome to our channel, Lord. How we met? Oh boy, how did they meet? Oh God, do I need to watch? Okay, I'm gonna check y'all comments. If you guys want to see how they met, we might have to do a case study on this crazy couple, y'all. Oh boy. Oh boy, boy. Y'all put trash emojis. Oh. Did he say 3 goats is her word? Purdy? Yes, that's what he said. Purdy V8 Girl 86. He sure did. Even my Delulu Pisces friend would tell her to leave this man. Yo. It gets to a point though. Like I think sis is just trying to prove a point. She's trying to prove that he really loves her. I think at this point it's more of a show and tell. When in actuality is a sunken cost fallacy, sis. Like, you just cut your losses. We're not gonna say anything. I promise you. If she breaks up with him today, I wouldn't call her. I mean, I know some people gonna call her dumb, but at least, it'll be over after a few years or something, after a few days. But damn, it's not worth it. It's embarrassing. Prince, you said she doesn't know her worth at all. He's always pretending to dislike her. Very Justin and Haley. Exactly. I think that it's just again, Justin Bieber is another one proving a point. He's proving that, because people were like upset that he married Haley. Haley's always proven a point too, that her and Justin are in love and that they're great. And it's you don't need to prove nothing to nobody, y'all. Just take care of yourself. Ooh, boy. Oh, Lord. Oh, we gonna wrap this right up. Hold on. I just want to see how they met, y'all. We wrapping it up, and then I'll do the last story. I got to get up out of here. I know I said that, but I really got to get up out of here. I remember them talking about promise rings, but he hasn't even given her a hush engagement ring like the type that guys do to keep the woman longer, LOL. Yeah, he hasn't. And this is the reason why I was like, she needs to watch out. It was that part of the show. I can't play because damn Netflix be playing. But she said he got me 2 promise rings, and he said, no, I didn't. And then she's like, yeah, they're promise rings. Then what are they? And he's like, no, they're not promise rings. Red flag. What are they? You can't even admit you gave her a promise ring. That's fundamentally wrong. That's a problem. And then you sitting up here, you don't even like to listen. This is how you know you love somebody. I'm gonna tell you how you know when somebody's attracted to you and they want to be with you. They're gonna take care of their appearance. You never want to be caught slipping around your mate. Not saying you can't be comfortable. Of course, you don't have to be all done up and stuff. But what I'm talking about is holes in the socks, holes in the underwear, he just doesn't give a damn. I bet you if he was really with the type of woman he wanted to be with, whoever that is, his preference, I can guarantee you he would be dressed to the nines. Hair would be laid. Hair would be cut, everything. He's not putting any effort at all. Take me as I am. A bum. That's what that means. When a man says take me as I am, that means he gonna be on some bum activities. I can almost guarantee you that. Punk. Yep, some girl he called her punk, yo. He called her punk. Felix is so damn who's Felix? Oh, that guy? I didn't know who she was showing on the TV. Okay, real quick, let's watch this. How we met. Oh, Lord, 5 minutes. Oh, thank God. It's not a long video. We wrapping them right up. I might have to do a case study on these folks. It'll be on the, wherever I end up taking the channel. This will be oh, Lord.
We are finally answering the biggest question, guys. How we met. Finally gonna tell you the story from beginning till the end, how it all happened, all the details. This is one of the most anticipated moments and questions for Vicktor and Rhea. We've been asked that question a million times. We wanted to keep it for a very special moment. And what more special than trying Popeyes for the first time?
No, it's not Popeyes.
No, it's not Popeyes for the first time, but we're gonna be eating Popeyes because we're starving.
Look how big your box is.
Bro, this is my face and this is my box. I got the big regular.
Don't nobody care. Fast forward.
So much
on my t-shirt.
Oh, and we always knew each other because of how old we was.
I popped this open and it went on my t-shirt.
Oh no! So I went to a school. I met this girl. She was in a different school, and we always knew each other because we used to like just cross paths in school or like play netball. Me and that girl now, we finally go to the same college. So we're starting to hang out. We're like besties, whatever. Vicktor meets her where?
Really quick, I have a music background. I'm a musician. I play instruments.
Of course you are. So college, I think in the UK is like high school or something, because she met him when she was 17, I believe. Okay. Oh no, you guys go to college young. My bad. I forgot about that. Yeah, they go to college younger than us in North America. He was a musician. A starving artist. Not all musicians are starving, but he seems like he's not ambitious, y'all. That's how I could tell he was never going to be a successful musician with how he's laid up in the house. He's not a go-getter. That's how you know why his music career tanked.
And I used to play in churches growing up. And one of the churches is a Nigerian church. I went to play drums there. And one of the girls in the choir was that Maria's friend.
It was my friend.
The same girl. We're not super close, but we know each other because we're similar age. And we kind of have a light banter. And very much simply on a joke, one day, I just say,
oh, do you think you have some friends that might be interested in me? Like dating me, right?
She replies back with, oh, do you know what? I think I actually might have a friend in mind that might be interested in you. I think you're her type. Or she might like you, whatever she said. And I was like, oh, cool. That's great. And she gives me Maria's.
This is how women set other women up for failure. Your friends. If this is the best that your friend could set you up with, friendship over. We ain't never gonna talk again. That's why my friends, when I was single, they knew better. I was like, I don't do blind dates because then I'm gonna blame your ass if something falls up. Because how dare you set me up with this type of bum? Red flag, don't set me up with this bum. If you know my standards are high, please. Whoever the friend was set you up for failure, sis. This is your standard of a man. But then again, this happens every day, y'all. Oh, he seems like a nice guy. He plays guitar at the church. Ain't got no damn ends. No damn ends. No money. No nothing.
Instagram.
Boom, back to me. My friend tells me about him, so that he's cute, he's tall. So then Vicktor starts liking all my Instagram posts, and usually back in them days, like if someone's liking more than 3 of your Instagram posts, they're trying to get
They get your
conversation.
attention,
They're trying
yeah.
to get your attention to get to know you.
The moment you sent me Maria's Instagram and I just saw it, I was like, that is me. I'm like, I'm done looking. This is like, I like this girl.
So he was attracted to me.
Obviously,
He was, but not attracted to you enough for you to be his wife. 7 years, y'all. Just remember that. Not only that, but did he message her? That's what I want to know. Who went into whose DMs?
physical attraction yet, but it was, you just know that feeling. Like, that's
What did he say?
So I was like, that is me. I'm like, I'm done looking. This is like, I like this girl.
So he was attracted to me.
Obviously, physical attraction, yeah, but it was, you just know that feeling. Like, that's my woman.
Fair enough. So yeah, she was just like, yeah, just talk to him. You might like him. Da, da, da. I'm like, okay, cool. Vicktor now DMs me. I wish I could scroll up to our first messages on Instagram, but I feel like it would be very, very cringy.
I don't want to read these chats.
All I know is that from Instagram, we moved to WhatsApp, and that's where Vicktor finally told me how old he was.
So,
Very interesting.
me and Maria are 3 years apart. However, because my birthday comes early in the year and hers come later, technically for half of the year, I'm 4 years older than her. So when I told her that, she was like, oh, you're a little bit older than me. I don't know about that.
He's also my brother's age.
It's good on?
Yeah, it's good. When Vicktor told me his age, I was like, wow, you're the same age as my brother. But don't get me wrong, like when I was younger, I had questions on my brother's friends.
Easy,
and that.
easy.
So I was like, I'm 18, and he's, how old are you? So you just finished uni, so you must have been 21.
So I was 21.
I was 18. So I was like, bro, I'll literally be dating one of my brother's friends. Like, that's how it just felt like. I felt like Vicktor was...
Okay, so she was 18 of age, but still. Again, the gap is not the problem. It's really not a big gap at all, but it's just the timing.
Old, it was icky. I was like, why are you coming for me? You're an old ass guy. And I was like, nah, man, bye. I cut him off. I cut him off so quick.
And I completely understood. I was like, wish you all the best. I stopped bothering her.
You left me
then
alone.
and there. There's no point. If someone's not interested in you, let me not waste her
Exactly.
time. She doesn't want to waste my time.
I didn't want to waste
That's
time.
fine, yeah.
I told him straight. I was like, bro,
Good.
I'm lying to you.
And you know what? Your intuition was jumping, but hell, I don't know how you guys got back together.
Couple months go by, Vicktor hits me up again. He's like, hey man, how you doing?
Of course. You see, he likes the chase. Because she rejected him. You should have kept that behavior, sis. But somewhere along the line, you ended up buying him tennis rackets and having him with holes in his underwear.
Yeah.
I think I replied to her story about something.
Nah, man, you messaged me on WhatsApp, bro.
No.
Yeah, man, you probably hit me up. And I'm just like, let me just rinse him for his money.
You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
What?
That was my mindset. That was the thing back then. I said, okay, you want to be that old coming for me? Be my sugar daddy then. And I was like, wow, you must really like me if you come back months say you can't stop thinking about me.
Relax.
Because when I'm like, I never felt like Victor's a very handsome guy. He can get girls.
Excuse me? Sis, that's very much yeah, that's your perspective. Continuing.
So I'm like, for him to come back to me, I was like, wow.
You feel special.
Yeah, it made me feel a little bit special. I was like, bro, if you need to get me some free shoes, I used to send him shoes that I like.
I never bought you any shit.
No, you didn't.
You found out the hard way. I'm not that guy.
Which I like.
There you go. And this is the problem. Not that, like, I'm not saying that he's ugly or anything. He's not an ugly man, but his attitude is the problem. He's very complacent. There's nothing more unattractive than the lazy man. That is the, well.
Like though, because
Just gonna try
that's
to buy
why.
my way in.
But that's why we worked long term. Why did you come back so many months later and message me? You tell him that.
I do not remember how it happened and why it happened. Maybe I saw something on your story. You post something I like, you like something back, and then I'm like, let me hit her up.
Definitely didn't like shit.
Don't know exactly how what happened, but I remember that I reached out again. Not even on a let me try date you thing. And after that, since that time, the second time I reached out, we've been inseparable every single day.
Literally, how we met, Instagram, mutual friend, church, that's it.
Yeah, but
Boom. I
how
was
we-
18 and
Oh
he was
yeah,
21.
'cause there's a lot of speculation on age, false information.
People trying to say I was 16.
Yeah, no, Maria was not 16.
Relax.
No, relax.
Whoa.
When I met Maria, she was 18.
I was 18.
And I was 21 years old. Y'all need to chill, trying to drag us down, trying to call me certain names.
My, let's
nah.
just stop right there.
No. Everyone's spreading false information. Hold that.
Respectfully, trying to say that he grooms me,
What-
guys.
what
Are you
these-
crazy? I got from a Nigerian African asshole. You think my own mother will allow me to do that?
No.
You have sense, man. I was a grown ass woman. I knew what.
You are not grown. You're still not grown. And look, he burped. And like, whatever. Anyways, people could burp. I burp sometimes, too. My problem is that, yeah, you say you're a grown-ass woman. Don't let your age fool you. You're still a little girl. Your frontal lobe hasn't even developed. So, yes, they were right. They were right. However, you were of age, so I'm just going to slightly be like, you were not a grown-ass woman. Hell, when I look back at me at 18 years old, I was laughing. I was like, I really thought I was grown. Sis, you are not grown because, hell, this is the first relationship you've been in. This is why you know, oh, I said relationship? Yeah, that's literally what it is. Relationship. This is the problem. This is the first man that you've probably been with. That's what got your blinders on. You didn't have time to do anything, date anybody else. You think that this is it. And then you wasted seven years of your life, and now you're doubling down on wasting more time to get your king. And meanwhile, he can't even buy underwear that don't have holes in them. Red flag. This is the problem.
What I was doing, my mom raised me very, very well. People think I'm stupid.
These ones are hot.
Are they?
All right, guys, that's everything for today.
All right, that's enough. I'm glad they did it in 5 minutes. All right, wrapping these people right up. Let's move on to our last story. It won't take too long, y'all. Segueing to the UK girlies. What is in the water in the UK? My goodness. I need to know. I need to know. So here, Instagram model, she kills her rival influencer outside the club. This happened 2 weeks ago, but I didn't cover it because sis was on life support, so I really felt like I was like, yeah, let me wait until she gets out the hospital, and I don't know, I didn't feel like covering it at that time. It was just way too much going on. But now she passed away. Now let's hear about this rivalry and what ended up happening between these two influencers. I unfortunately do not know who these two are, but they were, the talk of the town a few weeks ago, and sis passed away a few days ago. And I saw the video, y'all. I saw the footage of her running the other girl over with the car. It was just really sad and crazy. All right, let's see what Law and Crime Network had to say, and that we wrapping this live stream right up. Any topics that I didn't get to cover will be covered next weekend.
From X Factor finalist and Instagram influencer to accused murderer.
She was on X Factor? Okay, I did not know that.
Prosecutors across the pond say a mega famous Instagram model is responsible for the death of another influencer, allegedly mowing her down in a Mercedes outside a posh London nightclub as rumors swirl about an ongoing feud. This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. A London-based Instagrammer is now behind bars, facing the most serious charge there is after allegedly running down a fellow influencer with her car and leaving her for dead. This comes after months of a reported
it's not allegedly. We saw the footage. You see, this is the problem. You can't say allegedly if it's factual. Red flag. She did, but I guess because of the court of law, they don't want to get sued. But we saw her get in the car, and we saw her driving it. It was in 4K. That's different. If we didn't have the footage, and I understand why you said allegedly, it's literally on camera.
Feud between the pair, starting with one unfollowing the other, a potential romantic rival, and ultimately what English prosecutors are now calling murder. Today's scandal takes us across the pond to London, England. That's where this tragic event happened and where the two main players lived as well. So let's start with that, introducing everyone who was involved. First, there's 32-year-old Klaudia Zakrzewska. Originally, she's from Poland, but
32, grown ass, red flag, 32 years old. And you sitting here knucking and bucking. This is craziness. Millennial at that. What's her name? Claudia, whatever her damn name is. You too grown. This is sad, y'all.
Klaudia made a mark on the world by showing off her luxurious lifestyle in England. She was a bona fide influencer, boasting 275,000 followers on Instagram alone. She was known for her beautiful photos.
Oh, sorry. Claudia is the one who passed away. My bad. Rest in peace, sis. I am so sorry, sis. I'm sorry. You were the one who passed away. I'm sorry. Sorry, sis. Not you. The other one.
Showing high-end clothes, fun and exciting trips, and just an overall enviable lifestyle. Then there's 29-year-old Gabrielle Carrington, known online as Riel UK. Gabrielle rose to fame back in 2013 when she appeared on the British show The X Factor. Back then, Gabrielle was part of a girl group called Miss Dynamics. Since then, though, she's continued to live her life in the spotlight in a way...
I didn't know she was Jamaican. Uh-oh. I thought she was unambiguous. Oh, okay. So she's black. Okay.
Pretty similar to that of Klaudia. She too posts to Instagram showing off amazing...
Okay, let's find out her sign, y'all. We gonna get right to it. let's get right to it. Y'all know I gotta do my assessment. I have a pattern that I'm trying to. And why does Jane Fonda keep coming up on my damn screen? What's her birthday? She was on the X Factor. That's crazy. Oh boy, I told y'all wherever there's a ruckus, yo. Scorpio. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Okay, Claudia Zar. Ooh, I can't say her last name. Rest in peace, sis, though. Okay, I'm gonna guess. I think Claudia is a fire sign. She's given fire sign. If she's an air sign, maybe. But her dressing style, she might be a fire sign. She might be a... No, I think she's a fire sign. She's giving me Sagittarius, but maybe she's not. When is her birthday? Oh, it's very sad, y'all. This is sad. What we know. When was her birthday? When is her birthday? She doesn't have a, Oh, she doesn't have a page. Okay, she's just an influencer. Is that her? Y'all let me know when her birthday is. That's very sad, y'all. Okay. But anyways, the water sign. Boy. Oh, Lord.
Amazing outfits, fun vacations, and a behind-the-curtain look at high-end parties. For her part, Gabrielle's got a whopping 368,000 followers on Instagram. Needless to say, both of these women are major influencers. They both have very large followings and have leveraged their lifestyles into full-on careers. And that's where the drama allegedly begins. According to the influencer Lala, there's been some tension brewing from behind the scene for months. It seems to start with something very small. Claudia reportedly unfollowing Gabrielle on Instagram, but after that, it allegedly only got worse. There are multiple rumors circulating online, and let me stress this, they are just rumors. They have not been officially confirmed, but some sources on Twitter or X say they were fighting over a man.
Of course they were, and I believe it. I believe it. Red flag. You want to know why I believe it? Because she's a Scorpio. Wherever there's a type of friction, fighting over a man, you gotta. There's a water sign right behind it, and a Libra. I add a Libra woman to it. Nah, Libra. You know what? I'll give y'all that. Libra women are not known to do stuff like this. This is water sign territory. This is water sign territory. I done told y'all, if we do a census in the prison system, I can guarantee you most of them are water signs. Riders. I believe it is over, man. It's got to be, because that is water sign 101. It's going to be over a man. I cannot believe an unfollow would lead to this tragic moment. No, that's men type of stuff. Men, let me tell you, men get into it. This is when you know a man, crazy men with mental illness, delusions, and demonic type of behavior. They gonna unalive other men over stepping on their shoes, talking to their women though. Women usually stepping on the shoes is a fight. That's a fight. That's when a fight plays out. But usually when they unalive another man, a woman's involved. Best believe. I need to do a pathological profile on men too. But hell, this channel ain't about them, to be quite honest with you. I mean, we do stories on them, but they're not the central. So usually when men fight other men or unalive other men, it's over a woman. Best believe there's a woman somewhere in the midst. Either trying to impress a woman or trying to get a woman's attention, or they're mad that the woman moved on. Best believe another man is involved, the ego. For women, it's another man. A man is involved. This is what happens. I don't think it's because of the unfollow. I think because somebody she was talking to was probably talking to her, and then it got her incensed. And then the girl was in the UK, and she found out, and she decided it was time to take action. That's what that was.
Ego. They had a business deal that fell through, causing the drama to perpetuate. Now, it's unclear what exactly happened in their personal lives leading up to this incident, but we know things went from bad to worse on April 19th. Both Gabrielle and Claudia were in the Soho neighborhood of London visiting a nightclub called Inca. According to prosecutors, quote, further checks of CCTV show that Ms. Carrington, meaning Gabrielle, had arrived in Argyle Street in her car, which was nearby to the Inca nightclub. During this time, she seemed to have an altercation with a male as she exited her car. Now, prosecutors say Gabrielle got into this altercation. That continued after she got out of her car.
I need to see who this man is. Was that her man? Gabrielle Carrington. Well, sis, you done earned yourself a one-way ticket to prison. Good luck over there. Her boyfriend. I need to see who she was talking to. You done got yourself in legal trouble over a man. This is sad, yo. This is sad. I need to see who her man was. Who was they fighting over? Was it him? Oh no, that's not. That's his name is Carrington. I believe it was a brother. The reason why I believe it's a brother is because that's him. Yeah, it's gotta be a brother. I knew it because of the way they're dressed and the lip fillers. That's brother territory right there. It's gotta be a brother. I refuse to believe it's a white man. This is the man. Who is this? I wish they put like pictures. Like I think this is him, y'all. Okay, Metropolitan, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I'm just beating through this, y'all. What police say happened. Da, 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 da. Okay, Guardian, Argyle Street. Okay, that's great. Not great, but okay, we read that. Oh, it's a security guard. My bad. It's not him. Okay, my bad. Security guard got hit, too. I forgot about that. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Who's the man that they were fighting over? That's what I need to see. It's not that man. We'll figure it out. Y'all let me know in the comments if you guys know that. Oh, damn, we had Candace Owens, too. I gotta take her off. We'll talk about that next week.
Or a black Mercedes. Club security tried to break it all up, but then Gabrielle got back into the driver's seat. Prosecutors would later say in open court, quote, during this maneuver, the vehicle has struck Ms. Zakjewska, who was positioned to the front side of the vehicle, and she was dragged forwards and dropped between the vehicle and a metal bike rack. So again, according to prosecutors, Gabrielle drug Claudia with her vehicle, crashing Claudia's body into a metal bike rack. As the vehicle kept moving forward, it fully took her underneath the vehicle, and at the same time had struck a security member of staff, Anush Shaishush, who was on the pavement. According to the Metropolitan Police, the security guard had, quote, life-changing injuries, and another woman named Letitia Armstrong was also injured in the crash. Police were called at about 4:30.
Red flag! All this over a man? You done took out the security guard. Life-altering injuries. That means that he has to get physical therapy or some type of therapy. He has to get surgeries, and I hope that she pays for every single dime. Somebody lost their life, and then another woman got injured all over a damn man. Red flag! Scorpios, what is going on here? What is happening? This is craziness. And it's not just Scorpios. I'm just saying because she's a Scorpio. But real talk, what is happening here? All this over a damn man. Sis didn't know how to emotionally regulate. And she seems like she has arrested development. Grown-ass women. This is a grown-ass woman. Both of them were grown-ass women, but she's the grown-ass woman because she's the one who decided to use the car. That is a horrible way to go out of this world, y'all. And she did it intentionally because notice she hit the metal bike rack and she kept going. That's wild. But when you have rage and then you have again, I can already tell. She need to go get checked a long time ago. Sis has a clinical issue. But again, you know, when you don't get tested, you don't get the help you need. This is what happens. And you have nobody holding you accountable. Now you're going to have to sit in jail and figure out where you went wrong.
30 a.m. that day and arrived at the scene by about 5. According to the Manchester Evening News, prosecutors said the scene can only be described as lots of people shouting. Can be described as melee, so to speak. But the worst of all was for Claudia. She was rushed to the hospital and fell into a coma. Shortly thereafter, Gabrielle was arrested. Tests showed she had 61 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath. I looked it up because in America, we're more used to blood alcohol content, or BAC. That means Gabrielle blew between a 0.13 and a 0.14, nearly twice the legal limit of 0.08. Now, at the time, Gabrielle was charged with grievous bodily harm with intent, actual bodily harm, dangerous driving, drink driving, what it's called over there, and attempted murder.
The alcohol didn't cause this, y'all. The alcohol doesn't cause anything. All it does is it increases it makes you, like, your intrusive thoughts just become clearer. There are a lot of people who drink every day and do not unalive people. So please, let's not get it twisted. The alcohol didn't make her do it. She already had it in her mind. The alcohol just facilitated it. It just made it easier for her to make the decision because she wasn't thinking logically. Red flag. She already had that thought in her mind. Trust and believe me, it was already on her mind. She already had the thought. Alcohol just is, it releases your inhibition.
She appeared in Westminster Magistrates Court on April 21st and was remanded into custody. She didn't enter a plea, but according to the Manchester Evening News, she made a heart symbol with her hands towards her family and friends who were sitting in the courtroom. Now, those initial charges for Gabrielle are very serious, but they have now been bumped up to the most severe charge a person can face: murder.
Absolutely.
After Claudia died on April 25th. The Metropolitan Police released a statement after her death, reading in part, quote, "We would like to express our deepest sympathies to Claudia's family and friends in light of this tragic update. Our thoughts are also with everyone impacted by this incident. We recognize that this case has generated significant interest and discussion on social media. However, we would urge the public to refrain from further speculation. We also ask that people do not share graphic footage out of respect for Claudia's loved ones and for those who have been injured. The circulation of such material could also undermine our ongoing criminal investigation and potentially prejudice future court proceedings." In a world where everything is curated for social media, these two influencers found out the hard way that you can't delete a real-life tragedy once the scrolling stops. And now to dive even deeper into this case, for that we're going to bring on today's guest. It's international law attorney and friend of Scandal, David Tafuri. David, great to see you. Thanks for coming on. And I guess let's start with this question. Now our defendant, she originally faced attempted murder. Now she's facing the charge of murder. I mean, do you think it's justified to bump up that charge?
Yes, I do. It's because the victim passed away, and so they initially charged attempted murder while she was still alive, being treated. Unfortunately, the treatment didn't work, and she wasn't able to be saved, and so now it's murder, and murder requires intent, mens rea, and it looks like that might be possible that they can prove that, but that's going to be the hurdle for the prosecution to be successful in getting a conviction on the murder charge.
Yeah, to your point, it makes sense to me that they would update or rather bump up the charge to murder now that the victim has unfortunately passed away in this case. Just a devastating tragedy all around. But there is a pretty big difference between a charge of attempted murder, still really severe, but attempted murder is not as severe as murder because somebody's life ended here. So I know what it's like a bit here in the States, but is it similar there across the pond, the differences between those two charges?
Sure, it is. I mean, the sentence is going to be a lot heavier as a result of this now being bumped up to a murder charge. And so for sure, because it's a very serious charge, this will be a jury trial in Crown Court in the UK. I believe it's going to be at the Old Bailey in London. And the jury will have to weigh the evidence to decide whether they find that she was guilty.
Yeah, you mentioned Old Bailey, and I had heard that before. When I was researching this, it kind of triggered my memory. I want to say Kevin Spacey was seen there. It's kind of like a big deal court. And I know it's different here where it's like based on jurisdictions. This happened in London. But can you explain anything to me about that court that I might not already?
Ma'am, you didn't do your research and due diligence before you asked this man to come up here. Dang, I don't know if there's a difference. Then research it and ask him. Dang it. I don't know if it's like this. I don't know if it's like that. It's similar, girl. Similar. All you gotta do is look at the laws in Canada and then you'll get an inkling of what the UK is. It's similar. Goodness gracious. Okay. Hold up. Plane landing at Newark Airport hits light pole. Lord. What is going on? Oh, we'll do that later. Hold on. Gabrielle Carrington. Okay. We'll just finish hearing what he gotta say. And then we wrapping it up.
You know? Well, this is the highest kind of trial court. So if this were a lesser offense, if this were akin to a misdemeanor, then she could be tried in...
Misdemeanor? You unalive somebody. There's no misdemeanor here. There's definitely intent. So, yes, the charge was correct.
Magistrates court, and perhaps also be tried without a jury. But in this case, it's going to be at the High Court, the Old Bailey, and with a jury trial.
Okay, so this is the biggest deal. I mean, the most severe charge you can face, the highest court that they have over there. So this isn't something just to be scoffed at. And I guess there's kind of a lot of factors that went into all of this. So let's break those down before we circle back to talk about murder. Now, one of the things is that there was an alleged feud or ongoing beef between these two women because I looked at their Instagram followings. Both of them have thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers. They're, top of the top on as far as it comes to social media and being influencers. But I guess they had kind of some beef and background between each other. Is that something that prosecutors would want to kind of take a look in as they were, I guess, working toward this case going to trial?
Sure. In order to satisfy that mens rea, to show intent, either intent to kill someone or to do grievous bodily harm, they're going to want to be able to show that there was a motive. And so what occurred between these two, the fight that they were having, the arguments that they were having, will be part of the motive. And I also looked at their Instagram pages. They have a similar look to them, I think it's fair to say. So maybe they're also kind of competing for the same space as influencers. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe there's jealousy between them, and that ended up kind of being exacerbated into what resulted in this very unfortunate incident.
Okay, so you mentioned motive. Now, I know here in the United States, it isn't required to either bring a charge or yield a conviction. Most of the time, we like to have it, and I say we like to because me, as a person who works in true crime, I like to know why there's a motive. I know that jurors, too, because murder is the most heinous crime. We want to know why something like that happened. Is it required over in the UK to have?
It's not required, but it's an important part of demonstrating intent. In other words, if you have a motive, the jury is more likely to find that there was intent.
And that makes sense to me because if I'm her defense attorney, I could say, okay, she got in the car. Maybe she didn't see Claudia there.
No, she saw her. Did you watch the video, sis? I can tell you didn't watch the video. People were yelling and they hit the car. They tried to get her to stop. She was just blinded. Come on, man. Like, that's why I said she ain't do her damn research. This is craziness. You didn't even watch the damn video. Now, I'm not going to watch a video. It's right here. I'm not going to watch it just out of respect for the family. I'm not going to put that here. But look at that. Hold on. See what she did to her friend because, okay, so this was after. Hold on. We could watch this because this is the aftermath.
Imagine getting killed by somebody just because you unfollowed them from Instagram. This story is currently trending in the UK about a social media influencer by the name of Claudia Zazuska, popularly known as Claudia Glam on Instagram.
Claudia, rest in peace, sis. That's all I'm gonna say. She's gone, y'all. I can't say what I have to say, but man, this is getting out of control. The ratio is getting out of control, but she's gone, so we're gonna leave it alone.
Who they say was ran over with a car.
Oh, whoa, okay. He played it. Goodness gracious. I don't want to see that part. Okay. I want to see the boyfriend. Oh, this is her right here?
Hello.
She looks very different. Is that her in the middle?
Oh, hi. I'm Clara. This is Miss Dynamics. Ladies, I've heard that last night you got 2 hours sleep and one of you, I'm not entirely sure which one of you it was.
She was very different.
Actually fell asleep on the bathroom floor. Who was that?
Cece over there.
Not one of you has managed to cry yet.
We've been trying. This is part of the reason why she fell asleep on the bathroom floor. We were like, okay, guys, let's try our best, get our emotion out. We tried to cry and we just started laughing. We were like, okay, hold on, let's listen to the Save Me song and try to be emotional.
You're not crying.
That's what happened. That's where I get it from. I was very.
That was quite convincing. Whose mum was it that was beefing with Sharon last night? Whose mum was that?
Her mum is very passionate.
My mum's crazy. She's crazy like me. That's where I get it from. But she's very protective because obviously
she's crazy like me. That's where I get it from. Red flag. Hold up. Is this her? This is her, isn't it? Hold on. Gary Bellows. Okay, who's Dynamics? I gotta make sure it's the right person that I'm saying red flag to. Miss Dynamics. That's her. She said her mom's passionate just like her. Yeah, that's why she was doing the heart emoji and she had people supporting her up in the damn courtroom. Lack of accountability. That's where it's gonna get you. Right there. And unfortunately for the other sis, she didn't know what she was dealing with. That's sad that she had to pass away like that. Let's see here. Which one is it? I want to make sure I'm giving the red flag to the right person. Because, hell, two of them look alike. I got to make sure, y'all. Hold up. So, we got Miss Dynamics, 3-piece girl group consisting of Cherise, Charlene, Cece Foster. Rielle Carrington. So, that's her. Born 1997. And Jeanette Akua. Rielle Carrington. Can I see the... Gosh darn it. Oops. Why is my channel here? Hold on. You know what? Let's just put here. Rielle Carrington. I need to see her in this one. I need to... Oh, yes. That is her. Yup. That's her. Okay. I had to make sure because she was younger here. Yeah. Her mama crazy just like her. That's where the crazy comes from. Knucking and bucking. You think this is normal behavior. It always... I'm telling you, it always leads down to the parents, y'all. All you gotta do, if you want to date someone, be friends with someone, whatever, go and see who their parents are. That'll tell you all you need to know. That's it. That's all. Or who they were raised by. If they were not raised by, just see who their caretaker is. That's what I should say. Because it might not be parents. It might be grandmama, though.
That was quite convincing. Whose mum was it that was beefing with Sharon last night? Whose mum was that?
Her mum is very passionate.
my mum's crazy. She's crazy like me. That's where I get it from. But she's very protective because obviously I'm only 16 and she doesn't want anyone to be like on me like that. So when she heard Sharon come in, she was like, Sharon! And I'm like, oh my god, no, I'm trying to get me kicked out the
Do you thinking, right, there's going to be a fight, quick, I'm going to have to jump in?
Yeah, because the day before she started on Libby, she called Libby a Twitter because he said we spend too much time on Twitter. So she said, Libby, you're a Twitter. And I said, Mum, what's a Twitter? What are you talking about?
Did she mean a twat?
No, she actually meant Twitter.
Out of all of the judges, you ready for this? Who smells the best?
Gary.
I don't know what cologne he uses, but he smells very
Sharon
good.
smells very nice.
Sharon smells the best.
What does she smell of?
Is that Nicole? I think they all
No,
smell
Sharon
nice.
smells the best. I always, every time before I go on, I have Gary and then I squeeze Sharon so I can get some of the scent.
No, just rub yourself on her to get her perfume.
Gary Barber smells like success, and that smells
I
amazing.
thought you were going to say smells like sex then. I was going to say, what's he been doing before the show?
Gary Barlow smells like success, and that smells beautiful.
That was cheesy.
Who says?
That was cheesy.
Whatever. Who says?
Success, babe.
Okay, cool.
When Gary does
What's this?
this, don't mess.
Yeah.
He means business.
He's told us
Okay.
a few times.
Who is Gary? I don't know none of these folks, man.
But does he rub his hands together when he
Okay,
talks?
that's
Hands on his
great.
legs?
We don't
You
give
know
a damn
you're-
about Gary.
That he's not fun.
He's the funniest. Who thinks they're the funniest?
Louis thinks he's funny.
Okay.
It's I don't like that word for some reason. I think it's worse than the F word.
All right, they're talking about all the judges. Okay, so here, this is her performing, y'all. She was a singer. She was a singer.
What you do to me, I could never do. You set me free. Make me feel like I can be the queen on my own.
Okay, she's not bad. She just sounds. All right, she's good. She can sing. Too bad she didn't make it, y'all. What is going on here? Now, who was her man? That's what I need to know. Who was the man? I need to see this. Who was the man? Okay. Let's see her ex. Maybe we could get an inkling here. Oh man, this is crazy. They put all this on YouTube. I'm surprised people still have that people are able to have the videos up, y'all. It's crazy. It's too graphic. New York Post. Damn, they showed it? Okay, no. All right. I don't know. I can't find it, y'all. I'm sure I could find it somewhere on TikTok, but I can't be bothered. I just know I have a feeling it's a brother. Ain't no dang on way. This is who they're fighting over, y'all. Riel Carrington's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, whoever she was talking to. Dang it. Okay. Maybe somebody has it on Instagram. Oh, sorry, y'all.
Right here, say I'm not talking about through the grapevine. Claudia is my friend at the end of the day.
Okay.
When I'm saying about certain things, I'm being vague only because I don't need to go into so much detail. I only need to say the surface of what has happened. I don't need to go into her whole lifestyle. I don't need to go into certain things out of respect for her friends and her family. You know what I mean? So when I'm saying this is not about man, it's not about man. I'm explaining the fact that this all stemmed from a very long time ago. This is not something that happened a week ago or recently. This all stemmed from Claudia unfollowing Riel and Claudia not liking Riel and Riel messaging her, coming on her whole, oh, why did you unfollow? This is all stuff that the fact it even got to this. Riel has always had issues with people in London. She has issues with a lot of people. And they're all separate people for different reasons because she always feels like she has to come in an environment and step to people for
Okay, just her. Okay, she said it's not over a man. I don't need to go into more details. I'm just going to say the surface of what actually happened. The reason for their altercation is not because of a man. It all stemmed from a very long time ago. It was all because Claudia Glam unfollowed Riel UK on her socials. A friend of Claudia alleges the man narrative is not true, quote unquote. I'm sorry, sis. I don't believe it. Claiming the fallout started from an old beef. I don't know. I personally speaking, I just think like there's just way too much animosity for it to just be an unfollow. For what? What y'all beefing about? It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't at the end of the
when
day.
I talk about the situation, I'm
Just Hub. Oh, I gotta
not
sign
talking
up.
about
I don't want to
hearsay. I'm not
sign
talking
up.
about through the
Just
grapevine.
Hub 01.
Claudia is my friend at the end of the day.
Okay, we're
When
gonna
I'm-
get to their Instagrams, y'all. I don't know why Jane Fonda keeps getting promo on my channel. Okay, Just Hub. What you gotta say, sis? What are we talking about here? Oh, that's a page. Okay, I think that's a blog page. Okay, I'm not doing none of that, yeah. Okay, Claudia Zarg. Okay, let's see her Instagram. Claudia Graham. Okay. Well, it's very sad, y'all. Was she from the UK? They said she's Polish. Was she from Poland or the UK? Oh boy. Okay. So she looks like the Kim Kardashian type. That's what I'm getting here. All right. Riel. Sorry, I can't go too much into her page. I didn't sign into Instagram. Okay. Riel. Is that her name on Instagram? I cannot believe it's over an unfollow. This is craziness. If that is true. I honestly believe it's over something else. Deeper than that. So she's Jamaican and American. Is she American? She sounded UK. So maybe her parents are Jamaican American. Well, hair by Riel. I guess your business is done. Does she do hair? Okay, she probably does hair. Lord. All right, this is her, y'all. She looks very different from the X Factor's days. So, okay. All right, that's as far as we can go, y'all. I can't go any further. This is very senseless. It's all senseless. For what? For what? I'm still trying to figure that out.
We're going to talk about drinking and driving too, but it was just a big accident. However, if I'm a prosecutor, I'm going to say, well, let's look at, their background. Let's look at their text. Let's look at their feuding that they had ongoing.
Oh, you know what? Let me go to TikTok because yes, thank you for the legal analysis, but I have a feeling that I need more information. I have a feeling I'm not even scratching the surface.
And I used to have this.
Okay, Riel. What's the last name again? Riel UK. Okay, and Claudia. Let's see. Maybe somebody. Oh, she has a TikTok too? Oh boy. All right, let's see what she got on her TikTok. Y'all, this is the last one, I guess, that she now she locked up. Oh no music. This rebrand is personal. Rebrand. That's why I said it gotta be over a man. This rebrand is personal. Rebranding from what? Usually when people talk about rebranding, they cut their hair. There's some man involved. I don't care what nobody says. When girl good, girl great. Yeah. And then somebody wrote, can I have that purse? That was April 19th. Okay. Outfit of the day. Do you talk or you just play music over your stuff? Okay. This one's
Hey
fine.
guys. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Today.
She has a YouTube channel?
Let me stop there. Hey guys.
Okay, all right. Louis Vuitton here. Oh, big sister's birthday today. Okay. Oh, he's cute. I'm gonna read some comments, y'all. Hold on. I just want to get through this. Oh, no. Big bills only. Okay. Somebody loves me remix.
A remix. Instead of somebody fucking loves me, fuck love. Somebody retire me!
Okay, somebody retire me. Y'all was messing with the same sugar daddy? I don't know what's worse, the cost of these groceries or the fact that Prince Andrew was arrested and released in the same day. Well, sis, poetic justice, you arrested too now. And even though he needs to be up under the deepest, darkest, demonic, I wouldn't say demonic, but the deepest, darkest spot of hell for his crimes. But sis, you went right along with him. Every Jamaican song is a love song to me. Okay, excellent gym session. Well, I hope prison has a nice gym for you. You know why you lot are effing hilarious. Why?
Fucking hilarious, because it's like, oh, you're in London, what's the vibes? So I tell you the vibes, I said I'm going Harrods, what about you? Crickets. Do you know why you lot are fucking hilarious? Because it's like, oh, you're in London, what's the vibes? So I tell you the vibes, I said I'm going Harrods, what about you? Cricket.
Okay. They felt every single bar. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. All right. I did not know UK had a lot of BBLs like that. Wait, oh, y'all be going to Turkey. Because I was about to say, hold up. Y'all can't be traveling all the way to Miami. I know flights are expensive. So it's Turkey that's getting these girls together. That's what's going on here. Pretty fun. No revenge because I look like this. Yeah, there's a man involved. Red flag to the friend. You don't know nothing. There's a man involved. Listen, her captions tell me all that I need to know. This is Women Therapy 101. Rebranding. No revenge because I look like this. Money with all that stuff. That's all telling me a man is involved, y'all. Especially with a Scorpio. Come on now. What are you most passionate about? So I'm a man. Money, money, money. Doing nothing. Sex. Okay. All right. Yeah. Again, male. There's a man involved. I promise to give you whatever you want. Oh, we know. Yeah, you don't need to tell us, sis. Okay, I don't know what's going. Oh, that's a man's hand, y'all. What is that? And then she tried to tell us there was no man involved. Look at that big ass arm. My bad, brothers. I said it was a brother. My bad, y'all. That don't look like a brother. That doesn't look like a brother. My bad. It's just the aesthetic, guys. I am so sorry. Yeah, sometimes I can be wrong too. Sometimes a broken clock can be right once. Was it wrong? Whatever the quote is, y'all. That's a man's hand right there. Who that is? What song she got in the background?
With some bosses, baby. She don't want no puppy. She want a big dog.
She want a big dog. Yeah, but he might be a light-skinned brother. I don't know. You guys aren't exempt yet, but he's not dark-skinned. Okay. She want a big dog. Freak napped. It must have been him. Hold on. Does Claudia have a TikTok? What's her name again? Claudia. We'll do this one next week. Oh boy. This is the last one. Hold on. Yeah.
Can we
a few
take a
more
second?
minutes. The popular crowd influencers ruined everything. Okay, we're gonna save this for next time. All right. What was it now? Claudia Zaro. Is that her name? Is that Karosky? Okay. Oh boy. Sorry if I'm saying her last name wrong. She must have. Yep. She definitely has a TikTok. Claudia Graham. I think this is hers. Yeah. Yeah. Is this her? No, that's not her. That's another Claudia. Okay, this is her. Don't take my videos to heart. My only TikTok. Okay. Walking with her butt. Me saying have a nice life after he causes a small inconvenience and go about my day. Oh, they both posting about a man? When was this? March. Oh, whoa. March. Whoa. Too much music. Okay, March. Hold on. We're going to put them side by side, y'all. When was the big dog one? That was January. Okay, by March. Okay, we got a timeline here. If this is the same man. Allegedly. This is all just my speculation. I'm just nosy and I want to see what's going on here. The prettier you are, the weirder it gets. All right, sis. Rest in peace. I have nothing else to say. You lucky that I'm just going to be quiet. Crying over a man when you turn heads everywhere you go is crazy. There you go. Okay, this was in March, y'all. This was in March. She posted the brother in January. The other chick, Riel, whatever her damn name is. Okay. Let's see what you got going on, sis. Really thought you could spin the block, huh? Okay. That was January 7th. What date was that? January 8th. We piecing it together. I think it's about the brother. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's just maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm just reaching. Sorry, y'all. The sun is setting. That's why you can't see me right now. Okay, maybe I am reaching. Let's see if she got any other captions about men. Is it only me, but TikTok flags 99% of my content? Yeah, because you had your butt out. Rest in peace. I swear TikTok is anti-curvy girls because there's no nudity and skinny girls don't get flagged. Well, maybe that is so. Can't blame him. I'd lie too if it meant keeping me around. Oh, yeah, men in it. Okay, and then who told us that a man's not involved? Red flag. This is why you can't have your friends around you. They don't know nothing about what's going on. It was just they were just unfollowing each other. It was just there was a crazy beef. Don't nobody run somebody over like that unless it's about a man. A simple unfollow is the least of it. They're not, no. It's got to be deeper than that. And these girls weren't friends. It's either you had a friendship, rivalry, or it's a man. This reminds me of, if you guys know about the Rachel Wade and this story, Rachel Wade's story. This is exactly what it was. Rachel Wade and Sarah Ludeman. This was a big case in Tampa, Florida. I remember when I was younger, because Rachel grew up. It was around. I think she was around. Rachel was around my age and probably a little younger than me. But yeah, this is the same story. One was dating the boy, and what he would do is play them both against each other, and then this one unalived the other one over this little one right here. Over this little one right here. Now she in jail. That's what it is. Rachel is still in jail. Till this day. I don't even know if she's ever going to get parole. She was sentenced to 27 years. They said you're not getting no damn parole. 27 years. I don't remember. She been in jail for as long as this is her right here, y'all. She entered jail when she was like 20 maybe or something like that. Now she's in her 30s, y'all. And she got 27 years. They all fought over it because he was playing both of them against each other. He was pitting them both against each other. And then one's dead, one's in jail, and then the man's scot-free. He's gone. Just like the sis that flew from Jamaica. Sorry, not from Jamaica. From New York. She was of Jamaican descent too. Oh, Lord. She flew from New York to Miami to go unalive Kayla Hodgson. Why? Because her man was talking to Kayla. Shaniqua, what's her name? Shanika Thompson. This one right here. This crazy demon right here. Flew there to do that. Y'all want another example? Huda. Didn't this come out just the other day? I ain't want to talk about her ass no more. Huda went to Louise Russell's ex's house. And then they saw here. Where's the footage of her outside his house looking demonic as hell? Where's that footage, y'all? They just recently released it. Just the other day. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, that footage was crazy as hell. There was a picture of her right outside of the girl's door. Looking crazy. Let me see here. Hold on. Where's the picture? 2 days ago. Here we go. Are you with a bitch? There we go. This is torture you're doing to me. Never once did I do this to you. I'm losing my mind. This is all male. This has a man written all over it. That was her right there looking crazy as hell. Red flag. Staking the girl's house. This is what she does. This is it. This is it right here. So yes, I believe a man was involved. There's got to be. This is what I'm telling y'all. It's got to be that. Can't blame him. I like to if it kept keeping me around. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's music in the background. Here we go. This was 1/4. This was New Year's. New Year, new me. All right. Those praying on my downfall pray harder. Sometimes you have to say ill and move on. So this was when? 2026. No loose ends. January 1st. She ain't all that, but that's why you're here watching my page. Okay, yeah. F the games, babe. Go wish him well and find a man who heard you the first time. I'm in my I don't give a F era. Yeah, that's about a man. That's how I know it's not about getting money, staying successful. This cat his and y'all can't have none. When was this? This was January 1st. My goodness. TikTok. Oh boy. It's a whole case. Court TV or whoever's doing this, I'm sure they've combed through all of these. When you have to send him videos in bed after a night out to prove you didn't go to the after party. Okay, so this was in January. Where's her page? This was January 8th. Okay, we're going to go back here. Good morning. Stepping into chapter 29. Okay, yeah, that was her birthday. Happy birthday. The childless friendship group on a Saturday night. Okay, all right. Knucking and bucking. Well, they were having fun, but okay. I have no prime. I will evolve until I pass away. Yeah, oh, well, your prime ends here. You're going to be right in jail.
Can you come
You got about 36 minutes before I give them to the homeless. Okay, I don't know what she's talking about.
pick up your clothes? I have them folded. Can you meet me at the door?
Very talented, y'all. She could have done something with that singing career of hers, but she was probably too rowdy. Too rowdy. Life is just better when you in your own world. Okay, mind you, that's somebody's dad. I mean, you. Thank you, Huncho. What Huncho sent her? Finally something. Oh, okay, his song. Girl, you better watch out. Keisha Cole. Oh well, you in jail now. Keisha Cole would have came after you. How could I be depressed when this is literally my life? I'm genuinely not even asking for a lot. Okay.
Just want to be fucking rich.
She
Just want to be fucking
ADHD taking over my. You better not blame this on ADHD. Red flag. Y'all better not bring that up. We are not all crazy like this. Are you medicated or unmedicated? That's what I need to know. Adding half head wigs to my collection. Okay, I gotta finish soon, y'all. My 2-year-old nephew rapping twins. Okay. Riel can sing. We know you could sing, sis, but too bad you just went crazy with it. Love it here. Yep. Okay, here he go. I knew it was here. Okay, this was September. I love it here, and don't ask me where I'm at. I'm at home. Okay. All right. Yeah, you know them roses was sent by a man. That's when they like to post the roses. This definitely wasn't a rose sent by herself or her friends. A man sent them roses. Okay. So the timelines match up. Because this was in September. When did sis say when you have to send him videos before bed? Oh, I can't see this. Hold on a second. I gotta make it bigger. This was in November. Okay. All right. Where were you in September, sis? What was going on in September? I can't see the... Dang it. Hold on a second. I gotta see the dates. This is August. Okay, so this is August, so we gonna get to September soon. If she starts talking about a man in September, bingo. When a girl asks you what's your type so she can set you up with someone, but you can't be helped. If I'm at a party and I put sexy red on, just go on and take me home. When you're the baddest, he F with, so now you have hoes who will stalk and hate you for the rest of your life. When was this? This was February 11th. What? How did we get from February to September? Hold on a second. Oh, she didn't post for a minute. Oh, she didn't post for a while. Wait, hold on. This is weird. February. Was this last year? Okay, I'm confused, y'all. All right, whatever. Let's just read captions. I'm tired. No filter needed when you're glowing with happiness. Me laughing at my own comebacks to the haters. Okay, she's talking about the haters here. When you realize people do weird and evil things to get a reaction, you learn silence is more powerful than proving a point. Okay. We started off as close friends. This was in March. Who's she talking about? She's talking about her butt. Okay, I know what she's talking about. I don't miss, let alone miss you. Yeah, she's talking about a man here, y'all. The most important thing to me now. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on here, y'all. Okay. Oh, boy. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm so fine, he never soft in this biatch. Okay. Never, ever. Guys saying they prefer natural girls because they can't afford the ones that get surgery. Okay, yeah. F anyone that's bringing you down. Okay, you look so happy lately. I just don't play about me no more. Yeah, and that's what it's supposed to be like. Why did you almost give up on love? Oh, this is important, y'all. Why? Please let us know. This is sad. This was in April. Because someone did this to me. Oh. Wow, that's very sad. Okay. Oh Lord, that was her, y'all. That was her last tweet. Her last post. Her last video post. Dating in 2025 be like. It's all music. Oh no, it's not music.
You're perfect. But I want to see if I can try and find someone better. You're the most beautiful.
Okay. Very sad, y'all. I mean, she was a beautiful girl. When you breaking up with someone, but it doesn't matter because you're the hot one. Okay, when was this posted?
Well, I don't think that we should be.
This was when? When was this? This was June of last year. Okay, she just a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, all right. Continuing, y'all. Oh boy, this is a lot. Today we are bad bitches, not sad bitches. Okay.
Today we are bad bitches.
Wait, when was this?
Today we are bad bitches.
This
not
was
sad
January.
bitches. If you plan to be a sad bitch for the day, go take you a nappy nap, get a snack, and get yourself right. After that, come with me. There's fuckery to spread. Let's go.
Okay, that's a PSA. When you're about to show him all pretty girls are a little crazy. Lord, yeah. All right, sis. Rest in peace, sis. Oh boy, don't ask me where I'm at. This is craziness. This is craziness. Cheers to having male friends that are not scared to tell you that you're being a dummy. Male bestie. My favorite animal is me when somebody loves me starts playing. At this point, okay, bus drivers, forgive but never forget. Oh boy, no therapy, no fasting, no reading, just vibes and opinion. Bye.
What is it about people that's done zero personal growth, zero self? Guys, what is it about people?
Hold on. Oh wait, how did this go?
Guys, what is it about people that's done zero personal growth, zero self-development? Just zero all across the board, 0, 0, 0, 0. What is it about them that feel like they can give you advice? Where did they even get where did you hear that? Because I know you haven't done it. The fruit's not falling from your tree. So, why are you coming over here to tell me about me? Mind-boggling. I'm actually generally like...
Yeah, she was hard-headed too. She ain't like listening to people. Well, I guess you'll get advice from jail. That's where all the smart people are. Continuing. Me telling kids that this is Maya Angelou. Oh yeah, who you listening to? Cardi, I think. Oh no, that's not. Whoa. That's not okay. This Maya Angelou, very disrespectful, by the way. But whatever. Yep, you're done for real this time. That was last July. Yeah, it was over a man, y'all. Case closed. Reading comments. I'm tired already. Good luck with your commissary, sis. I hope he comes and pays and drops some money on it.
Mental illness where I thought logical.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I hope he drops money on you, sis. I hope so. Oh, wait, maybe somebody has some news, y'all. Maybe Claudia has now died within the last year. Let me see. Was it over a man? Because I have a feeling that maybe the UK girlies know. I'm going to read some comments. Maybe y'all in the comments telling me stuff.
People need to understand she wasn't trying to kill her. When people suffer from rage, they do things which are beyond them. When someone suffers from rage, knows they suffer from rage, they warn people. They warn people not to provoke them. She warned the girl and said, brother, don't provoke me because I am a madman.
Okay, yeah, this is Stitch. Yeah, that's crazy. Whoever you are in the beginning, red flag. I am not going to be responsible for how somebody emotionally regulates themselves. That's not my responsibility. Oh, don't piss me off because then I'm about to go off. Okay, then this is the thing. Are we not responsible for how we react anymore? Or are we just waiting for people to take us to the edge? You don't know how to hold yourself? You don't know how to hold your pee or your poo? If you know how to do that, then you know how to hold your anger. It can be something very difficult to do. I understand that, but still. Nobody else is in control of your emotions but you. Stop trying to put it on other people. I told you not to piss me off and you did it. That sounds like just like the men who tell women, I told you not to get me mad, and then you're responsible for making sure that he doesn't knock you upside your head. Red flag. That's not your responsibility. That's his responsibility to take care of his damn emotions. Goodness gracious. People are going to provoke you every day. Why don't you go slap your boss next time he provokes you? Or next time she provokes you? Oh, but I just didn't like how he talked to me. Then slap him. You're not going to do that though, right? You're not going to do that though, right? Exactly. Shut up. Go slap your mama next time she says something that you don't like. Go slap your daddy too, please. Whole bunch of lying ass people. I'm tired of it.
So there was this girl called Riel
360,000 followers on Instagram.
Okay, we're
It looked
almost
she was
done,
about
y'all.
to launch a hair business, but Riel has just ruined her life. And another girl called Claudia's life, and an innocent bystander who just happened to be at the scene of Riel's alleged premeditated crash out.
Oh, so she wrote something. Look, hold up. Yeah, it's
Riel's
premeditated, of
and
course.
an innocent bystander who just happened to be at the scene of Riel's.
People shouldn't trouble mad people, because when I hurt you for provoking me, I won't be going to jail. I'll be at the hospital around the way from where I'll put you. There you go. There you go. Premeditated right there. And then, but she told her not to provoke her, and she did. Okay, so yeah, go slap, like I said, go slap everybody then. If somebody gets you mad, just slap the property manager. Go slap the government because they keep giving you rent. Go slap the airline agent. You just gonna be slapping everybody galore. While you're at it, slap yourself, because I'm sure you made yourself angry too. Red flag, shut up. Not him, the other young sis.
Alleged premeditated crash out. Let me give you guys some context. So there was two girls, Riel, Claudia, and they seemed to be having a problem with each other, allegedly over a mystery man. And it seems that things behind the scenes between them started to get very, very intense. And Riel allegedly posts this on her Snapchat, basically saying, people need to stop provoking me, because if I do something about it, I'm not going to prison. They'll put me in a psych hospital, and it won't be far away from where I'll put you. Basically saying, this little altercation we're having, it could go from words to action. Some time passed, and the two girls were in one of the most exclusive clubs in Mayfair, and the details get a bit blurry from here, but a physical altercation breaks out. You have Riel over here clapping and other girls being held back from Riel. Then you see Riel walking over to her car. She opens the door, and luckily someone restrains her from getting into the car. The altercation is intense. You can see this girl trying to stop Riel from getting into her car, and another girl in the red dress helping the other girl to stop Riel from getting into her car.
Yeah, have fun in jail. Please have fun in jail. That's all I'm gonna say. Because there were so many times where she could have stopped, y'all. There were so many times that she could have stopped. And also, FYI, I don't think she's watched enough crime shows, but this is what happens when you lack accountability. Remember, her mom was knucking and bucking with Sharon Osbourne. Hell, I don't even like Sharon Osbourne, but you can't just be knucking and bucking all willy-nilly. So you had all this time to think about what you're doing and to stop. But no, you wanted to continue on with your rampage because you're used to getting what you want. And yeah, that's what I was gonna say. By the way, you writing that caption on Snapchat does not absolve you because of mental illness. Usually mental illness means it just happened. You planned it. Red flag. Don't use ADHD as an excuse either. Please. So now, she put all that on her Snapchat. And you think that the justice system is so stupid that they're going to believe that you just had a mental breakdown even though you had planned to do it before. Psychotic. Sociopath. But then when you have parents who don't hold you accountable, I can already tell that's what's happening in this case. The way that she was throwing up the hearts, and then she had her supporters over there, mainly her mama them, her friends them, after she done ran somebody over. Do not look for me. I wouldn't even be around you. I don't know you. I'm going to be like Mariah Carey says to J-Lo. I don't know who that is. Me and you are not, we're no longer cool no more. We don't know each other. I can't be around you. But yeah, you got people. We support her. You support a murderer. The footage is right there, y'all. Take me to court and sue me for saying that. We saw you like a water buffalo getting into that damn car. Come on now. This is not alleged. It's right there in 4K. There were witnesses there. There's security cameras everywhere. It's exclusive area. It's a rich area. Trust and believe me, they're going to throw the book at her. But for the purposes of court, I'll say prove innocent until proven guilty. But the video is right there. You're not going to get away from this, Riel. And also, you're black. Just remember that. You a black woman. And you done unalived the white woman. Oh, they're going to make sure they throw the book at your ass.
Then they're all being restrained, and it seemed that somehow Riel got loose and she runs over to her car. And with the footage we've seen, this is the first time we see Claudia. And it seemed like Claudia was trying to get onto the pavement because she thought Riel was gonna drive away. But the video shows Riel turning into Claudia and an innocent bystander that was just trying to get his bike. Claudia was left in critical condition. The innocent bystander was left with life-changing injuries. And another person was caught in this collision. They had minor injuries. To make things worse, after Riel had done this, the video shows her getting out of the car, standing over Claudia to shout more things at her and even get more physical to the point where someone had to restrain her. She stood over the innocent bystander and Claudia. Riel was arrested at the scene.
So that's not premeditated. That's somebody who just lost their mind. She got out of the car, stood over the body, and kept yelling and wanted to fight her some more. Demonic. That's demonic, y'all. Demonic. You don't even care that somebody just, like, she was barely clean. You didn't even know if she was dead or not. She passed away recently, but you didn't even know if she was dead or not. It didn't even snap you out. That's a dangerous person to be out right now. Lock her ass up. Lock her up! Lock her up! There's no reason she should be out there right now.
She's facing some serious charges. Now, I think it's important to remember, this is a very recent event, so some of the details are blurry. The police are still investigating, so regardless of the clips we've seen, this is all alleged.
Man, we saw enough. I've seen enough. One more video and we done, y'all. We're done. I just want to see somebody from the UK talk about it. Here we go. This was her doing. Wait. Riel UK says she's not religious but spiritual and also explained she fasted and received 2 houses. Well, them houses gonna be gone.
When I saw that girl that got hit passed away, in fact, rewind to when I saw the original video before this and she was still in hospital. When I watched the video, my whole body was alert. I had to turn off my phone and pray. I said, Father, do not allow me to stray off the path and betray myself, betray humankind and betray you like that. Because it can get dark. It can get so dark, so fast in this real life. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain lifestyle that requires you to abandon yourself spiritually, mentally, and physically. And that was a physical representation of what happens when you do that, when you stray, when you end up in the woods and lost. Because lost is the perfect term, the perfect way to describe exactly what was happening in that video. Because there was no awareness, there was no alertness, there was no grounding whatsoever. Because I'm looking at the video.
Not just lust, envy, sis. Add envy to it, but I like what she's saying so far. Envy, jealousy. Only somebody who you really hate to have that. They always say love is just like love and hate are literally almost the same. They're the same emotion. That's why the thin line. That's why they say there's a thin line between love and hate. That's exactly why they say that. Because you hate someone so much, you're obsessed with them. It's obsession. Hate, envy, all together. Jealousy. Tie that into it. And this is what you get. The perfect storm. And then you mix alcohol into that. And then untreated childhood trauma or lack of accountability. This complex that you are going to notice. She was acting as if she will never, like she could do harm to that girl. Her even posting that is crazy. Because that's how you know something is off here. You didn't even think to say that, hey, I could get in trouble for this. No type of accountability because she's used to getting her way. This is what happens when you don't check your damn kids. You don't check your friends. You don't check nobody. Got a whole bunch of yes men and yes women around you. And then there you go. You're going to end up in this situation. But yes, envy and jealousy. She was jealous of her. There's no other way to put it. No other way to put it.
I recorded, oh my God, she's about to drive to hit her. And then the guy standing next to, the guy who trying to get his bike. There's so much chaos happening in the background. That's nothing to do with me. I'm gonna set my time. And the girl's like just jumping in the car. And the girl was about to get hit, just walking past. The lack of awareness is insane to me, because that is what happens when you're not alert, aware, and grounded. And you know exactly what I mean, and alert, aware, and grounded in reality. And I'm sure a lot of you go through time and times in, when you go through that. But that is what happens. A lot of things like that has happened when you abandon yourself and choose to just go on about life like you're bigger than the program, when you're really absolutely not. A precious life lost.
Not only that, they think life is a video game. Everybody thinks things can just happen and you can come back. We've become so desensitized to crime. The fact that you hit somebody, their body thudded on the ground. I gotta be honest, that's literally what it is. Hit the head on the pavement and no type of humanity came out of you. At all. Not even to help her, assist, or be like, oh my God, I made a mistake. Oh my God, nothing. Just kept going. Kept going on with your program. Kept going on to try to get her. You really wanted, that means she really wanted her dead, y'all. That's literally what it is. Because she couldn't get her way. That was it. How dare you, ego, bruised ego, how dare you not listen to what I said? How dare you? How dare you? That's all that is. It's sad, y'all.
A future taken away. As much as everybody want to describe it as, always jealousy, it's about a man, it's about that. What it's really about is when you spiritually abandon God and abandon yourself. As much as it wants to be so as basic as that. Because nobody who's grounded and knows what A and B equals and is making conscious decisions will make that type of mistake. That type of decision. There's a certain lifestyle that requires you to abandon yourself spiritually, because you're no longer grounded in you. Physically, because you have to fully modify yourself to fit a certain aesthetic. And emotionally, because it requires you to act on impulse. Because you either full on under the influence, because you are reacting to things, not making a conscious decision. You're just reacting. And that lifestyle, yeah, anytime you get life pulls and tugs on you to go to there, pull yourself back and ground yourself. That's all I have to say. Because anyone can get it, and life can get dark so quickly. In this life, choose you. Choose to ground yourself in this life, bro. And I know a lot of opinions and this and that is speculating around about what actually happened. I don't care. I will go off what I'm seeing. That video itself, if you watch it, there's a lack of awareness and a lack of humanity, a lack of instinct happening in every angle you look at it from every person that's involved in that video. My heart goes out, bro.
I agree with her, and it's because, again, social media has desensitized people to think that it's not real, and it's very real. Life is very real. You walking around, you see a commotion, and then the first thing you do is you pull out your phone. But I will say, those two sisters, they tried their best to stop her, so I gotta give them props. They tried. The two people who were the most alert, like, yo, something bad's about to happen, they tried their hardest. So we can't discount them and discredit them. They tried. But again, when you have somebody who's on demon time, it's hard to restrain them. Here, this was her making heart signals to her family and her friends. Mind you, she just ran somebody over. Whew, Lord, we'll see what happens with this case, y'all. We'll see what ends up happening with this case. Rest in peace to Claudia. She really didn't deserve this. Next, I'm gonna read a few comments and we out of here. Alana, hey sis, you said finally catching the live. The live is almost done, but thanks for catching it. You said she might have been a Scorpio too. Who, the other girl? Yeah, I couldn't find her birthday. I really couldn't find her birthday. If it's over an unfollow Blueberry, you said this is even crazier. It wasn't even under. I believe it's about a man. And then remember, Riel kept saying something that I caught it. She kept saying, "I just want to be rich. I just want to be rich by any means necessary." So, well, she didn't say by any means necessary, but she said it twice. She's like, "I want to be rich. I want to be rich." So that lets me know that you're willing. When somebody says they just want to be rich, that means you're willing to do anything for the cash. So again, I'm going to assume that they fell for the same type of man. That's my opinion. Because based on the timelines and when they were posting those cryptic messages and her talking about rebrand, that's the last thing. The rebrand is personal. Rebrand. For what? And Lord, she's a water sign. I already know. Cash Doll. Cash Doll was another one. I don't know what she has to do with Maya Angelou, though. Oh, that was Cash Doll. Yeah, no, I think she basically meant like that was Cash Doll, sorry, that she was talking about in the song. I think that she played that song and she said, "I'm gonna tell my kids this was Maya Angelou, like they should listen to what Cash Doll was saying in that song." Like it's like a, you know what I'm saying, like a leader, like somebody that you should be inspired to listen to. And no shade to Cash Doll, she has some great songs, but that's what she's trying to say. It's crazy. Deja Rue, didn't Hazel E get her BBL and other surgeries in Turkey too? Got them looking crazy. She sure did. She sure did. I haven't seen Hazel Lee in a minute though. She calmed down after she had her child. That baby calmed her right down. Purdy VA girl, you said right. It's called coping mechanism. Use your toolbox. Yup. And she almost passed away. Classic abusive language. Sylvie said bingo. 100%. Unknown Feather, if this is over a man, we all know he's already on to the next. There are too many emotionally illogical people. 100%. And you know what's so crazy is that it's not the first time we've seen this personality. I done showed y'all the examples. This is Huda. This is exactly the same situation that happened with Huda. If Huda got access to that woman's apartment, best believe damage would have been done. It's crazy. Yeah, Miss, join next time, and thank you. Hope you have a great weekend. Self-snitching, girl. Self-snitching at the worst. And not only that, but I'm pretty sure that there were DMs between them that they're going to use as evidence, and also Claudia's phone. It's really sad, y'all. Even though she was getting jumped, that's crazy to use this as an excuse to run people. She was getting jumped? I didn't know that. See, that's another thing. Anger. So ego. I think it all has to do with ego too. She was getting jumped. I thought those girls were trying to stop her. But we're going to find out the truth, y'all, when the court case comes out. But then the UK, they don't have public records like that. So we'll probably have to pay for it. With the way she acted without remorse right after she's done. Chill. Who boy, it's not nothing about God or anything. Some people are just born like that. Some girl, I agree. I think some people are just, I believe that they're just, I think that there are some demons out there, yo. I think that I actually agree with the girl who said that, the girl in the last post. I will say that there are demons among us. And there are also people, and I understood when she said you're going to lose yourself, because she's right. When you're living a certain lifestyle, you're not thinking about people as humans. You're thinking about them as objects. And when you start to lose that part of yourself, of humanity, then yeah, it's there's definitely some disconnect here. Disconnect. Child, thank God I have a brain. Oh, Lord. Please continue to have your brains, y'all. Now, palate cleanser. Last one, y'all. We done. I saw this video on TikTok. We'll talk about Candace Owens next time. And I thought this was so cute. So we're going to wrap it up with this video. And I promise it's a good palate cleanser. It's not long at all. It was such a cute video. I had to play it. These two twins, they're on YouTube. One of them is a natural hair influencer. And this is her twin. It's Mary and Martha. Yeah, so let's watch it.
Square up. Oh. What was that last part?
It's square up.
Oh, okay. Tell us, square up. Oh, okay. So you know what that means?
Yes.
Why? How do you know?
School.
Maddie, square up.
Square up.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, that's right, sis. You don't know how to fight. This is how you're supposed to be raising your daughters. Like this. They don't even know. They don't want to look the square up. Yes. Make it be square. Be square. Look at her. She's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. That's right, sis. Don't know nothing about fighting. Don't end up like the Riel chick over there who's in jail doing heart signs. Yes, you better not know what square up is. Beautiful young ladies so far. Look at that. Beautiful little girls, I meant to say.
I've never squared up before.
Yeah, please keep it that way.
Like you're getting ready to fight, I guess.
How do you know that?
Because
of what?
Because people used to say that at school.
So
do you want me to just like give it
whatever you think?
Like, no, I can't. Square up.
That's right. She was like, I don't even know what that means. I have no desire to know what that means. I am not on that level. That's right. Keep it like that. I love this for her kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Ava, square up. How do you know that?
She not gonna stand a chance. God bless your heart, baby. That's right. You don't know nothing about that. That's right. Don't know how to square up.
Because when people fight at school, they always say that.
Oh, God. We got to change your school. Grace, square up. How did you know to do that?
Because it means square, and then you like.
Oh, the up means what? You ready to what?
Fight.
Where did you get that?
I just know that. Like.
Oh, I guess mommy is behind.
You square up.
Me? Square up?
It's funny, y'all. All right, beautiful family. I love the fact that they didn't even know how to square up. That's what's up. They don't know it, and I love that for them. Imagine they're in a school. They said, I learned it in school, but I don't know. I love the one in the glasses. She was like, I don't even want to do that. I don't even know what that. That's right. You can raise your kids as wholesome in a crazy ass system. But anyways, y'all, the little one incorporated. Yo, the little one was funny. This was so cute and wholesome, y'all. Shout out to I forgot what her name is on TikTok, but shout out to her and shout out to her husband for raising their kids to be good kids, man. They don't know nothing about that. They don't need to. We need more children like this and less children like the Riel girl. Lord. All right, y'all. Have a good week. And hold on, let me put myself larger. Oh my God. Here we go. I don't know why the sun. Look at that. Have a good week, y'all. I hope you guys have a great week. A case study coming out this week and also the members only video. Love you guys as always. Please stay safe and I'll see you guys.